All right, we are back, and this has been just an incredible journey. This all these months with Easter Sunday, when the Lord spoke to me and said, Bill, you got to do something big, and I guess I was praying for it, and we're here now, Global Diversity Summit, the first one.
Excellent.
And my beginning guest is a godly man, and he's a friend. I really have a lot of respect for him. The first day we met, it was just like magic. Like we're just meant for each other.
Amen.
And this gentleman's name is Bucky Warboys. Bucky, if you can just do what you do best for us and bless this day in the summit.
Amen, brother. You had me at hello, Bill. So, Father, we just come before you this morning, Lord, and we just thank you. This is the day that you have made. Lord, let us rejoice and be glad in it. Every day is an opportunity, Lord, and a responsibility. And I receive this brother's heart, Lord God, and the work that he has done. He has put his hand to the plow and not look back, Lord God. And we know that you open doors that no man can close and close doors that no man can open. And the ripple effect that has taken place from the work that he has done and the many others that are behind him has had fruit that come from it, Lord God, that they'll know not of, Lord God. And there's future fruit to come from this summit, Lord God. Others, Lord, I pray that you'd go before him and the messaging from this summit, Lord God, and touch the hearts, prepare the hearts that will receive the spirit from where this comes from, Lord God. It's from compassion. There's a need that needs to be filled, Lord God. And I just thank you for Brother Bill and his team and the people that have the vision to do just that, Lord God. And we know that there's success with you in it. So we give you the praise and the glory and the honor in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you for that.
Wow, man. I got a little teary-eyed there because it's just very powerful. So thank you so much.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Bucky, for that. So with that being said, let's just jump into the great things that you're doing. I mean, from the first day we met in Riverside at the Benedict Castle car show, you had that white jacket. It was almost like you were Jesus coming in. I'm telling you. And
just tell my wife that she wants to throw that thing out.
I remember it like it was 10 minutes ago. I'm not kidding.
Amen.
Well, I really do. That. You had the hat on, the white hat, and I'm like, man, who is this guy? I mean, and then I went and talked to you, and sure enough, man, I mean, we just clicked.
We did. Yes, sir, we did.
And we're still doing stuff today.
That's exactly right. And God puts people together. I have so many stories. Just as of recently, that's how he does it. Look, the Bible says that he puts members in particular, and although you're part of the body, you're functioning out there. But God put us together for a reason. And now with the technology that we have, I used to struggle with the scripture that said, greater things shall you do because I go to the Father. And I struggled with that. And I had to ask my pastor about that. And he shared with me, he said, listen, man, with the click of a button, you share the gospel message with people in countries that I can't even pronounce. And so because of this technology that God has allowed us to, harness to some degree, we're able to have fellowship. We're able to help one another and be able to change the world for God's glory. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Wow. Now I heard you say, technology a couple of times, and this is what we're doing, Bucky. Flat out, I tell people, okay, and I'm trying to really put it together in the simplest way, the simplest words, and the easiest action, especially towards the youth. Okay, it's got to be easy, it's got to be simple. The word KISS, keep it short and simple. Okay,
mm-hmm.
These are the things that even as adults, we have to not give up and tell the kids, and don't just let them run wild with the technology. Okay, we still have to guide them and tell them there's rules, there's guidelines, there's etiquette, and we need people like you that and me. And through technology, it's going, but it's the transportation part, we know that the cars are cool. Okay.
Right.
They always have been, and they always will be. So whether it be a diesel, a ship, electric vehicles coming now.
Right.
They're still cool. So we how do we continue to keep them cool? I guess more into the high schools. You know, you've been able to help. What do you think?
Well, look, I think that is a problem, because of the way society is going. I mean, we see the astronomical numbers of how kids don't even want to get a license anymore. I mean, could you even imagine that? I mean, I was telling my daughter, I said, man, I had 12 points in 12 months, girl. You know what I'm talking about? That was a badge of honor back then. But now, kids don't necessarily embrace that same desire or philosophy. And I think that that's on us. It's almost like, passing that baton of faith, if you will, down to the next generation, the love for automobiles and for the transportation, as you say, because transportation, for what we knew, is going to be something totally different. When you think about the evolution, watching Star Trek and the beam, Kirk to Enterprise, and then you see the next telephones, right? We saw that.
Oh yeah.
And you talk about, beam me up, Scotty. And now we're
Oh, yeah.
sending things in a nanosecond. Right now, the information that's going back and forth, and the things that are happening at such a rapid pace. And if I could digress for a quick second, talking about the networking, I had the pleasure of talking to a young man's father yesterday. His name is Mike Wimmer, or his Mark Wimmer. His son is Mike Wimmer, and somebody that I'm going to introduce to you. This young man is 12 years old, and he is graduating the valedictorian in his high school class this year.
Wow. Wow.
He's a Mensa, and he's big into AI. So a perfect candidate for someone like what you're doing
Sure.
at the conference and the summit, and to be able to show other kids this is what can be done. And so, look, for me, as you know, and I've shared this many times, for me, I wasn't raised a car guy. I was raised by a single mom. God love her. I know how to iron. So if you need to send me your shirt, brother, I'm your guy. Your guy. I'm your guy. But if you need me to change the oil, I'm out. But that said, I work, and you're about to get the new box of these, for the world's greatest car magazine, the world's greatest company. And so in some small way, we provide these as an inspiration for kids that, that want some of the better things in life. I've been blessed to work here for 18 years and have had countless stories of people saying, look, because of what's in there, it's inspired me to work harder. And so when you see the value in the trade element, that for what kids can do, because not everybody is going to split the atom, and that's okay. But the vision that you have and your team has to keep shop classes and to develop this, I think what's innate in all of us, that curious nature that's lie dormant for a lot of kids because they don't have direction. We give them one of these. That has more, my understanding is this has more power than the first computer that sent the folks to the moon.
Correct.
We give these to 12-year-olds. Right. We give these to 12-year-olds. My daughter hasn't had one for a month for obvious reasons, because she's not responsible enough to be able to handle that. Sure. And so when we just give that to them to pacify them, I think we dumb down their natural abilities. And so that's why I'm so thankful to be a part in some small way to what you're doing, because you're drawing that out of them. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Wow, Bucky. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. You took the words right out of my mouth. Okay. But one of the things that I didn't hear you say, and I'm going to say it, is that phenomenal magazine, DuPont Registry, has been great. Okay. It works. Okay, for all the people with the magazines, the reason why they're not as effective, and I know this for sure, is because we're not putting it into their hands and talking about it. Okay, and that magazine works because every month that you've been sending that since we met has affected students, parents, me, educators. They look forward to seeing it. Okay, Amen. And other people need to recognize people reading is still good. It's what we need. Okay. Not everything should be read or fed on the internet. Okay.
100%.
which is artificial intelligence, by the way. Okay. And that's why my nickname is Common Sense Intelligence, CSI, because
I
it's,
love that.
yeah, people love it because first thing people say, well, nobody has common sense anymore. And I go, well, that's because we're not teaching it. That's because we're running away from it. We're letting kids, like you said, with the pocket computer. I don't call it a cell phone. It's a pocket computer.
Right.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
And I struggle with it with my daughter, and and we will struggle with it, and it will cause a problem if you don't know how to operate it correctly, and through Prime Motivation and the Hidden Pioneers, we're bringing on people like yourself that knows the difference and can kind of talk with the students, not at them, because you can't talk at them.
That's right. Right.
They're gonna shut down. You're gonna lose them. So,
Right.
and you saying, opening up the prayer, we need that just so we can be calm before the storm, because it's stormy out there, Bucky, as you
Oh,
know.
100%. Absolutely. And you got to have patience. And what I try to do is, the Bible says that, the best sermon is a good example. And so I do my level best to be an example. When I sit my kids down, consistency is also the key. These kids need to see the consistency as it relates to discipline and the way that you conduct your business. And so, there's a reason if I've told you once, I told you 1,000 times. There's a reason for that. And I told
Yes.
my daughter, I said, look, if you get it now at 15, when you're 30, you're going to look back and go, thank God I had a dad who cared enough about me to punish me for when I stepped out of lines. I said, a lot of people, especially Christians, they want to cozy up to that guardrail of sin. Sin's on the other side. They want to get as close as they can. My pastor tells a story that, there was a couple of guys who were being hired for this job, and the job required them to drive through this mountain pass. And the mountain pass didn't have a guardrail, had a white line on the side. And so the guy said, hey, I hear you're a good driver. He says, how close do you think you can get to that line? And the driver said, oh man, I'm the best in the business. He said, I can get it right up to the edge. So, okay. And so he said, I'll let you know. And so the other guy comes in and he said, I hear you're pretty good. He goes, I like to think so. And he said, tell me, how close do you think you can get to that line? And the guy said, as far away as I can possibly stay. And so who do you think got the job? It's a common sense thing, but as it relates to us, we have to inspire and encourage these young people. And the magazine has done that for many people. Now we live in a climate now, as you know, Bill, where capitalism's vilified, doing well seems to be vilified, hard work is something that is not of value anymore, at least in the broader perspective. And so what I want my kids to see is a good work ethic in me, and let them know that a good work ethic in you will pay off. It will pay off. If you work harder than the next guy, that will pay off for you. And I know what you guys are doing there, and I'm just thankful that the magazine has been received well. And I tell people this all the time. You can't rip a page out of an iPad. There's something to be said for that tactile, tangible ability to flip the page of a magazine, because you're never going to tape an iPad up on the wall with a Lamborghini Countach on it, but you can rip one out of the DuPont registry and stick that sucker right up on the wall.
I'll tell you, Bucky, when I go into, I was in Rite Aid, the other day, and I saw that DuPont registry, and I'm like, it's just like a blessing. It's like, man, but there's Bucky there, I mean, like you said, I'm in love with that magazine, probably maybe even more than some of the people working there. I mean, I'm telling you, because it works. Right. When you can see something, touch it, feel it, and see how it impacts somebody else, that's when it works.
That's exactly right.
It's not fake news. All this fake news going on. And it's you got transportation technology there. You got watches. It's funny. I talk to the kids. Man, that's a cool watch. But it's pretty expensive. I go, yeah. I said, but you know what? It's time. You don't even know what time it is.
That's right.
So we've lost sight and a lot of things like you talked about that we should value. But you know what? Somebody has to try and bring it back. And that's the Hidden Pioneers. And I appreciate so much that you've done and that you're doing, because every month, I look forward to that. And another thing that happened, Bucky, is that how I met you is because of a magazine. I I met a lady named Aggie, okay, with Ad Astra, which I'm going to connect you guys up with. Man, I the back cover, it had a 949 area code, and I'm thinking, man, we're in Irvine, Orange County, right?
It's your
And so
backyard.
yeah, so I called, because it was right there on the back of the magazine. Okay, if I wouldn't have seen the magazine, I wouldn't have made a phone call. If I wouldn't have made a phone call, we wouldn't be doing with right now with the E360, virtual, that's going to broadcast this for us. So
Amen.
again,
It's all
but
about connections and networking. And as I told you, a long time ago, that's what God has really blessed me with, is connections and networking. And man, it is just an honor to be able to do that, to know in some small part that, and and again, I want to be humble about this, but if in some small part we've helped move the ball forward, it's a team effort. We saw that on Sunday. I mean, as great as a quarterback as Tom Brady is, he wouldn't have been able to do that if his defense didn't play as well as they did. And so we all play a crucial part. The kicker may make only one kick in the game, but that might be the winning kick. You know what I mean? But it took the team effort to get him in the position to be able to make that kick. And so that's how I look at that. And so I don't discount it, and I don't want to wave a flag. But the opportunity to be a part of this and to be able to bring people to the table and say, hey, Bill, here's somebody that I think can help. That's what I want to be able to continue to do, because I know that this is, it's all for God's glory.
man, Bucky, I really appreciate, just this interview. I mean, you pinging me, and that's when, you pinged me in the morning. You said, I knew you'd be up, because I was, I'd been praying, to get you and get your time. You're a very busy guy, but you know what? You're reachable, you're approachable, and you deliver. You connect the dots. I'm going to try and reach out to Jeff Ward again to see if he can't, put this platform on his social media. I mean,
Mhm.
you were talking about the driver going to the line. Okay, when you were saying that, what comes to my mind is Ken Block, who is with Hoonigan, who
Yeah.
could really kind of get this out there,
Right.
and that's what we need. We need people to come together for this transportation. NASA is collaborating with us, so thank God for that. They're helping us out with the
Yeah.
technology part, but the transportation, we need to come together, and really kind of, if we're going to get the cars cool again,
Hmm.
back to the high school level, we can take the Jeff Wards and the Ken Blocks and the Hoonigans and the SEMA and, and all these companies and people, and put them together. And I know for sure we could turn this thing around, Bucky. I know that, the God has it in my heart to be able to do it. And that's my passion, to do that. So, yeah, you can feel it, you can see it, and you're doing
100%.
what you can. And why don't you close out, Bucky, with what, how we're going to end this? Just close it out.
Well, I just, you talk about common sense, and that's one of the things that resonated with me in talking with this young man's father, and in looking at his bio and what he's done at the age of 12. So really what it comes down to, and I was just talking with somebody here in the office about an unrelated thing, but it takes effort. These things just don't happen on their own. We have to make a conscious decision to do them. Some things are going to be harder than others, but you can overcome them. You can do that. And so this young man's goal is to simplify things. And I
Hmm.
thought, well, how great is that? He's 12 years old and he's recognized how complex we've made everything, how
Hmm.
common sense has taken a back seat.
Right.
When you live in a world where a grown woman can spray Gorilla Glue in her hair, that's a problem, because there's a big gorilla on the bottle. And I don't know any woman that would want anything associated with a gorilla on their body. And now, because it didn't say not to use it on your hair, she's hired an attorney. So, I look at that and I say, where's the common sense? where's the common sense? And that's a question that really needs to be asked, and it needs to be
Needs to be asked
related to
daily.
these kids. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And so, just to sum it all up, look, you guys are moving the ball forward, and I believe because God is in this, it's in His timing. And again, as we prayed, He's going to open doors that no man can close, and He's going to close doors that no man can open. So we trust in Him. We know that if our goal is to glorify Him and the things that we're doing, that's ultimately what's going to happen. And for so many of these kids, I'm very big on the ripple effect, and I said that in the prayer, that when I think about the ripple effect and the impact that you will never know on the kids that you've touched, the lives that you've touched through the things that you've done. Wow, that's powerful, man. That's very, very powerful, because there's some that you will know, but there's others that you won't. And it's awesome, man. So I just appreciate the opportunity to be a part of what you guys are doing, and will always be available and be able to make time for you.
DuPontregistry.com, all the
Come
way.
on.
The best magazine, and Ad Astra, the technology side, man. I got 2 magazine partners, man, that it's like a dream come true. Couldn't ask for, a better magazines. And I look forward to reading them, because it helps me stay current with
Amen.
what's going on,
Come on.
and yeah, bring it on. There you
There
go.
it is.
Okay.
Come
Thank
on.
you.
You bet.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
And welcome back to the first Global Diversity Summit. As you can see, these great interviews keep coming and keep coming. And I'm telling you, it's not going to stop. For all you high school students out there, administrators, parents, and supporters, we love you. Again, please take an opportunity, make a donation of any amount to primemotivation.com. These dollars are completely tax deductible. We want to raise funds so that we can take our high school tour, the Prime Motivation, all of these amazing people that you're seeing. We're going to take these hidden pioneers out on the road. They're going to be stopping by schools, talking to high school students, and showing them what STEM is all about and the real careers that are out there, the high paying jobs. All right, young people, get motivated. But we're bringing my partner back, Mr. Bill Montgomery, the hidden pioneer himself, Mr. CSI, Bill Montgomery. Take it away, Bill.
Hey, Ronnie, thank you. Hey, it's great. And one of the places that we're going to hit hard is San Diego. And
Yes.
we have a transportation technology expert. He's on with us today. I saw him before on an online presentation in San Diego that I got invited, and I'm just so happy and honored to have him here, because he's doing some great things, and he's an expert. And we actually know some of the same people. So Marcus, take it away, man. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Marcus, go ahead and tell us a little about yourself, Marcus.
Yeah, so my name is Marcus McCammon. I'm the president of Ricardo North America. So Ricardo is a 105-year-old global automotive engineering and consultancy. So we have been designing and developing propulsion systems in the background of automotive since the days of Henry Ford. So I've been fortunate. I've been with the company for a little over a year, or 18 months, I guess. Before that, I was the global head of automotive software for Intel's Wind River division. And then prior to that, I've held jobs in numerous areas of the automotive. So I was general manager of Saleen Performance Vehicles. I was an engineer and product development leader at Chrysler. I was chief marketing officer of Aptera Motors. And probably most significantly, when I was at Chrysler, I helped to kickstart the SRT Performance Vehicle division.
Wow.
That's
incredible. And that's impressive. And all of these brands and things that you're talking about, for me, I'm a big high performance guy. And when you start talking about Chrysler Performance and Dodge, that all of that is incredible. I mean, please keep going. Keep going.
Well, no, I mean, I've been fortunate. I got blessed with the opportunity to be in some really, really unique positions. Early on in my career in automotive, I worked in a group called Advanced Product Creation at Chrysler, and we reported directly to the COO. At the time, it was a gentleman by the name of Tom Gale. Tom Gale is one of the once upon a time was considered one of the four horsemen of design in automotive in Detroit, and he was responsible for the cab forward design construct, as well as all that we know as the Grand Cherokee, the Intrepid, the 300. All those came up under his watch. Well, when I was there working for Tom, he issued a challenge to our team, and he said, why is it that the guys on the West Coast like buying Hondas, but they don't like buying our Neon? And I was a young engineer. I was driving a Honda at the time, so there was a little bit of a rub there. So I got the assignment, and what was born out of that effort was what we called ultimately called the Dodge SRT4. So we debuted it at CES in 1999, and soon thereafter, it took us about 3.5 years to figure out how to make all the pieces come together. But then we took the Performance Vehicle Operations Group, rebadged it as SRT to line up with the branding of that vehicle, and then we built a business plan to take SRT and proliferate it all across the Dodge and Chrysler lineup. So it was an interesting run.
Well, I had we were crossing paths because Prime Motivation had an opportunity to take 3 of those SRT4s in the early stages, and we were running them on the track. They actually we actually got paid to play, believe it or not, because BF Goodrich, we were doing stuff with the KDWs on those vehicles. And I can remember going to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, doing the quarter-mile drag racing legally now. All you students out there, and that's they have a lot of legal drag racing sanctioning events that are safe. Marcus, and guys like you that are the engineers and the designers to be able to bring the horsepower safely on the streets, okay? But that doesn't mean you go crazy and break the laws, okay?
Exactly right.
And one of the things one of the people that we both know is a brother from another, okay, is Ralph Giles.
Yes.
And he's actually going to be one of the speakers. We actually locked him in, and so I'm pretty excited about that. But why do you think it is that we really need to bring the transportation technology, maybe it's labs or something, back into the high schools? Marcus, talk to us about that. Why did they take it out?
Well, why they took it out? I mean, so I think that, and I'm not. I sit on a board for an education-oriented organization, but I'm not an educator, so I don't want to speak out of turn. But I think that over time, we've been trying to steer the students towards academia and college, but I think that there's a misnomer that having transportation development in the school and steering kids to higher education in the college are somehow just separated from one another. They're not. As a matter of fact, as we go forward, I think there's more time and opportunity now to bring the things closer together because we're putting more technology into the vehicles. And the level of understanding of systems that students need to have if you're going to go into, I talked to you about the beginning of my career, but let's talk about what I do now. Right here behind me in the shop, we have an autonomous vehicle, a development test vehicle. And we're doing everything from looking at how we mesh different kinds of cameras to how do we create software that makes autonomy plug and play to how do we make sure that the autonomous vehicles can run in different inclement weather conditions. Well, the engineers that I have that are working on that, they're master's degree, some PhD degree engineers, but these guys are also in there wrenching on the car. They're adding components to the car, taking the components away, and they need to understand how the system works together in concert. That was one of the things, frankly, I always had a passion for automotive, and my grandfather was a mechanic, and that's what really drove me into the industry. But when I got to Chrysler, we were working on the SRT4, I felt disjointed from that skill set, and I had to find engineers and technicians who would teach me so that I could be more effective in communicating with the guys who were actually putting the vehicles together. And I saw the same thing happen as I moved throughout my career. I went from there to ASC, and at ASC, American Specialty Cars, I ran the advanced concept group. And so we would come up with new ideas, but in order to get the industry to buy off on the ideas, we had to build them, which meant that we needed to have more than just an academic understanding of how machines went together. We need to understand, why this design will work and this one won't work. And you only get that by being hands-on, being intimate with the technology. And it's been that way. I've had that learning throughout the length of my career.
Wow. Well, Mr. McCammon, the thing is, when you're looking at young people, at this current state of the world, everything is so tech. Everybody, young people, they have their phones and they're really getting into the information. But when you're looking at Dodge and you're talking about a performance division like that you headed up, these are the type of things that would really interest young people if they knew that there were opportunities. The purpose of the Global Diversity Summit is we're being very, very clear. We want the mega companies out there, the Dodges of the world, to step up, to help us keep these transportation and technology classes open. Some of the greatest designs, some of the greatest engineering things are yet to come. And then you're looking at your autonomous division. Right now, I was just talking to Bill a couple of days ago and sent over some information about the autonomous IndyCar. Is currently doing this huge race. There's $1 million purse for, I think there are like 15 or 20 teams, and they have colleges, and it's an open call. If you can win the autonomous Indy, there's $1 million up to grab for your team. And there are some incredible, advancements going. When you're looking at autonomous driving, they said that everything has to be spot on, because you're not just putting around a racetrack, you're going 200 miles an hour. So all the calculations have to be nanoseconds. When they're passing other cars, are their system going to throw your system off? Is the computer going to have a glitch? If they can go 200 miles an hour safely, then this is going to open up the new world for autonomous driving for all the automakers. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think it's a great showcase, and I think it's a great so racing, high performance racing has always been a good proving grounds for advanced technology. I mean, so let's talk about Ricardo. Okay, so Ricardo, we manufacture all the engines for McLaren. It's not that's a lot of people don't realize that. So some of the highest performance, it's a very big deal.
Yeah.
Right. And not only do we design, engineer, and manufacture them, but we manufacture them in such a way that we deliver them to the line and McLaren just bolts them in, right? Because they have that much confidence in the capabilities that we have as a partner. But we also make the transmissions for the Bugatti Veyron and Chiron. We make transmissions for literally every race series. So from F1 to World Rally, we've been involved in that, and it's because in advanced tech, in the pinnacle racing, you learn so much about what the limits of technology can be, how far you can push. Then you can bring that stuff back into what we'd say more pedestrian type vehicle applications, everything from trains to passenger cars, on highway trucks, tractors. I mean, we touch it all. And we see that as a part of our DNA. It helps us to be better and be great at what we do. We make the transmissions for Formula E, right? So all of these things are exciting things that young people don't necessarily connect when they think about math and science. They're like, oh, this is going to be difficult. But no, it's math and science that enables that hot car that you want to get your hands on, or allows you to go to the racetrack and have some fun and really test your skills and capabilities. We got to encourage kids to continue to do that.
And when you start talking, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, and I love so many things that you said, and I'm just thinking like, man, I wish these kids can hear this, because they want to hear it, and they want to be able to do these things, but that's just it. We're just not there. And so with Hidden Pioneers and what we're doing with this summit, Marcus, we're trying to merge the two. Okay, transportation technology, in America, we like to separate things, the boat industry, the train industry, the plane industry. It's transportation, and technology. So we're happy to put it out there. It took a lot of time and energy, months to put this summit together. Thank you very much for your time. It really does take great minds and people like yourself to come together and collaborate and not stop. Get in there, make it happen. We know that the answers. We know what the kids like. We know that the vehicles are a hook, okay, for both guys and girls. But why not get in there early on? Why do we have to wait? So Rodney?
Yeah, and I'm just thinking you just kind of thinking back on what he was just saying. But when you start talking about race technology, if a car can take that type of punishment on a racetrack for such long hours, imagine what this technology can do for your car, for giving you longevity, safety, and all of the above. It's just incredible. And Mr. McCammon, thank you so much for everything you've done for transportation and technology. Thank you for the things that you're going to do, the advancement with your autonomous team. All of the cool things that you've worked on in the past are leading you to a much brighter future for us all. Thank you so much. Thank you for participating in the Global Diversity Summit. Please share this with your colleagues. Let the people who who you basically drive their industry as well. So please let them know to support, Prime Motivation, support the Hidden Pioneers, and we so appreciate your time.
Well, thank you so much, guys. I really enjoyed being a part of it.
And I'm just going to leave with, we're going to be doing some big things in San Diego, and I just can't wait to meet you face to face and kind of talk about some of the things that I did with SRT4. I got a book. I got a lot of things to show you. That's some cool stuff, and I believe in the past, and the future too.
Yep.
Going back to the R&D. Okay, a lot of people really don't understand what R&D really is, and that's everything that we do. And I know it's important. And when it comes to R&D, obviously research and development, but for me, the R is the time, and the D, development, that's the money. Okay, a lot of people want to get the money first without the time. Okay, well, it's the research. Marcus is laughing because he knows what I'm talking about.
That's right.
But yeah, man, listen. It's Black History Month. All the brothers out there doing some great things. We don't get the credit, because there's a lot of us doing stuff in the transportation technology industry, as you know. And this month that's a reason why we're actually having it this month, as well as my cousin, things like that. But it's been a blessing, man, to talk to you, brother. And I really appreciate the stuff that you've done and what you're going to do.
Thank you. Thanks, Bill. It was really, really good. I think you guys are nailing it. You're on the right trajectory. This is what the students need. Rodney, you made the comment about the cell phones. The reality is, what those kids can, if they can manipulate a cell phone, they can manipulate the software that's going to define the next generation of transport. And that connectivity that they have is the thing that's going to bring aerospace, automotive, rail, marine, all of it together. I'm telling you, because I literally do it. You name a auto manufacturer, a truck manufacturer, a tractor manufacturer, we work with all of them, right? And so I'm telling you guys, you're on the right path. If I can help you in any way, just say the word.
And I'm going to throw that out real quick, because every time someone says it, Marcus, I don't even call it a cell phone. It's a pocket computer. I call it a pocket.
That's very true.
Right, guys.
Thank
you so much.
All right. Yes. Well, you've heard another hidden pioneer, another giant in the world of transportation and technology. Stay tuned. We got more great interviews to come. And welcome back to the World Diversity Summit. I'm Rodney Allen Rippey, your host, and we have had an amazing run of incredible guest speakers from all around the world. And we want you, the listeners out there, the viewers out here, to understand that this is the time for transportation and technology. This is your time to push to get involved with STEM because the opportunities are amazing, as you can see. And I'm excited to pass the mic and reach out to my partner, my friend, CSI, Bill Montgomery, Hidden Pioneer #1. Bill, take it away.
Thank you, Rodney. Thank you for the introduction. And this has been great. And I have another special guest. This guy is definitely a transportation technology guru, king, whatever you have it. He's really good with the kids and the youth. He's making some incredible power, on for the streets, okay, in a safe manner. And he's all about the lifestyle as well, and as an executive. So my partner, let me introduce Ralph Giles.
Wonderful. Hi, it's an honor to be here. What can I say? I know it's been a long time coming. We've been trying to hook up for a while, so I'm privileged to even be on the list of people that you've had so far. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to the kids. So I introduce myself a little bit, right?
Sure, absolutely.
I got a new title a couple of weeks ago, but Chief Design Officer for Stellantis. I have a partner, so I do the Americas and Asia and Latin America, and my partner does Europe and Africa market. So that includes brands that some of you know about, some of you may not know. So brands like Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Chrysler, and I also help run the Maserati brand for the global world, and also the Fiat Latin America. So we're actually #1 in Latin America. A lot of people don't know that, but down in Brazil, Argentina, they love the Fiats, and we also have Jeep down there now. So we're really a global company. Well, when I started 29 years ago, it was really, the big three, mostly United States. It's really changed in the last, for me especially, the last 15 years.
Wow. I mean, I'm probably not going to remember, all of those titles or whatever. But can you sum it up into like a few words as far as like the title? Because I know the people are going to want to know. I mean, I want to know what.
Yeah. So I've basically been head of design or style. I don't like the word style because what we do is more than just making something look good. We actually engineer it in a way. We work very closely with the engineers day to day. So anything you can see on a vehicle, anything on the exterior, interior, even if you open the hood, we do the engine covers, we do the windshield wipers, the less glamorous stuff, and also the main style of the car. When you see it go down the road, that impression, that character of the car, that's something we're responsible for. So as head of design, my day is basically filled, especially now, we do a lot of this, Zoom type stuff. But I go into the studios, especially in the last few months, we're going back to the studios. We were able to do a lot of work digitally, basically create the themes and vehicles, but then we mill them out in clay in full size, and we edit them. So it's been about, half a year in that stage from, we call it ideation to full size 3D. And sometimes the cars make it. It's like the movies. There's a lot of cutting room floor footage that never makes it all the way. But it's okay. We have to keep practicing till we get it. And then when we have a vehicle we like, the rest of the company gets involved. We clinic it. We do like prototypes, and then it's like from that point onwards. Once it's approved, it's a blur. The minute the boss says, "Yep, this is going for production," then you strap in and hold on, because it's 18 months of just intense development, back and forth, arguing with the engineers. And from when I came up, in the old days, we would sketch a car and hand it over the wall and cross our fingers. That it would look something like what we sketched. Today, the dynamic is so different. The engineers are embedded in our process. So we get along famously with engineers. They love what we do. We kind of hang out together. So it's come a long way. So that, I'm sure you've heard of that relationship, that kind of adversarial relationship that doesn't exist anymore.
All right, Rodney, you want to go ahead and hit it?
Well, I'll have to tell you, Ralph, I'm a huge Mopar fan. I love it. all the way back to the big block 426 Hemi that dominated the drag
Yes,
strip.
sir.
Now that motor has been reconfigured, and it is growling on the streets. As a matter of fact, I just had a friend who just picked up a Charger here in Southern California, just went out and bought one. And I have to tell you, what I think what Dodge did, Dodge was the first one to say, we're going to go big. And when you came out with the Hemi, and the development right now is just incredible. Again, big shout out to Jeep as well. Saw the Super Bowl ads. I mean, you guys are bringing it, and you have something for everybody. If you want to go off-road, if you want to have that muscle and security. I mean, because I just now took a drive up to Northern California in the Charger, and that thing is just amazing. The drive sits in the road, plenty of power. But one of the things that we want to talk about is I'm hearing you talk about how engineering works so closely with design. This is the Global Diversity Summit. We're reaching out to high school kids all around the world, and we want them to get involved with STEM. That's what Bill has been pushing. That's what the Hidden Pioneers, and indeed, you know, that's what this is all about. Can you speak to the effect of like how did you go to Art Center, you know, as far as design?
I went to actually their rival, which is CCS, College of Creative Studies in Detroit. So they get along. I mean, we're friends.
Yeah.
I know most of the staff over at Art Center because we sponsor projects. Our company sponsors projects with their team, so we know each other well. We hire, I would say, 40% of our staff comes from Art Center. Another 40 from CCS in Detroit, and the rest are from different schools around the world. But those are designers, and designers are a little different from engineers. But what's happening in our industry, we're hiring all kinds of engineers. I mean, and the space that's exploding right now is the digital stuff, right? So the infotainment, the controls, the autonomous stuff, the safety, the ADAS systems. Like on a car today is as complicated as a jet. I mean, it's incredible the amount of computing power on a modern day car. But it's all in balance with, you still have this, people want to go have fun with the car. They want it to entertain them. They want it to look beautiful. They want it to be reliable. Pretty soon they want it to be autonomous, and they want it to be electric. I mean, cars are getting pretty intense. So we need a variety of engineers and designers like we've never seen. And I'm hiring a different type of designer than I used to hire 10 years ago. We're hiring game designers, actually. Because we realize kids love games. Most kids probably watching this play video games every day. They don't realize that those video games use the same computing engines that we're using in our infotainment systems now. So we're actually finding that's the best place to get designers that can design the infotainment inside the car, right? The animation, and we're actually putting that kind of power in the computers. It's no longer just a radio. I mean, it's a system that connects you to the outside world. You know, so it's very exciting.
That is beautiful. I mean, that's beautiful. And, you know, we are also raising funds, Mr. Giles, for the Hidden Pioneers. What we do, we actually tour high schools, and we're doing them here and been doing them here in Southern California for quite some time. And we take VIPs like you. Now, because of COVID, we have to modify, and we may be taking them in virtually, but it's still an opportunity for the youth to hear from VIPs like yourself, top people in the world, and to get excited about STEM. We want them to be very, very empowered. And as you know, high schools all across our nation, they have taken these key classes out where kids are really using their hands, the metal shop, the wood shop, the automotive and transportation technology. All these things have been stripped away, and we're reaching out to big companies like yours to say, hey, help us to fight. Bill, talk about that.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, Bill? I said in the trailer with Ralph, I think a few years ago, we talked about it. And you know, I feel right now with the kind of, you know, muscle power, I will, the people like, you know, Ralph and Jim and just so many, I know that we can make a difference in change. We are already starting to turn it. You know, we just have to do it more consistent, and we have to come together, the powers to be, and you know, it's hard to hook up with people like Ralph that are movers and shakers, that are doing things. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's just, you know, it's busy times right now. So if you can connect dots and get them, go ahead, Ralph.
No, I was going to say you're right about we're actually having trouble finding that skill set. You know, mechanics is actually the word isn't fancy enough for what they do. I mean, they're real technicians. I mean, these cars, we're trying to teach mechanics how to take an electric motor apart now, right? Without electrifying themselves, how to deal with batteries, how to create these very complicated cars. And we have a whole prototype lab where we build vehicles from scratch, literally from scratch, you know, machine everything out, and we teach. And the thing about this industry is getting in the door is half the battle. Just get in the door. So if you want to be a shop technician, go to a major OEM, and you're going to build stuff you couldn't have ever imagined. I mean, multi-million-dollar prototypes that you get to do whatever you want. You have any, you know, the drawings for it, you get to build it and watch it grow right in front of you, and realize that it's part of a very critical chain of events. So those opportunities are there, but we're having trouble finding that talent. It really, I don't know why, but you know, like you said, the schools are taking some of these functions away. You know, shop class at my school, when I was coming up, same thing. Like, I was excited to take shop class, and they shut it down just as I was about to sign up. So they still had the lifts, they still had all the tools, but no teachers. So there's definitely an issue there.
Well, I'm going to tell you why, Ralph. Okay, that's a good question. A lot of people don't know why. Okay, I'll tell you why. Well, number one, it's the culture and the image. And I heard that you say, so I'm trying to get my people not to say mechanic anymore because it's like a rotary phone. It's not coming back. The word is technician.
Exactly.
Hidden Pioneers is trying to find future technicians, okay, for the future. Because what I found out, Ralph, the other actually about 2 months ago, when Elon sent the Falcon up there, he has seat technicians, literally 4 seat technicians to 1 astronaut going up there. And I saw that and heard it. I'm like, there you go. I mean, I've been saying technicians, so I think if the people, the trendsetters, the leaders start saying transportation and technology technicians, now all of a sudden people are like, oh, okay, it's more the elitists, the education, they're going to start recognizing that. And I think that's an image. So if we can change the culture and the image, or you change the image, you change the culture, in the inner city, less fortunate ones, I just know that's the word, Ralph.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. And it really is. And once our technicians, we get them in the door, we keep training. You never stop learning and getting better at what you do. And whether it's Boeing or aircraft industry or anything, you have UTI schools like that around the country. I think they're going to make a big comeback because we're realizing there's a shortage of that talent.
Absolutely, there's a shortage, and if we stay on track again, it's summits like this, because you have to get it out there. So all the parents going to be watching this as well. Your son or daughter can be a trained professional technician. And you can take that and go, it doesn't have to be a car, it could be a rocket, it could be video game technicians, so if everybody starts saying technicians, we raise the bar. And then my goal is, and dream is, that one day that all the boys and girls will be able to take a transportation and technology lab class in high school. If we can do that, we don't necessarily have to look to India or Germany or Japan. We can do it right here in the United States of America.
Yep. And another go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I was just going to say, Mr. Giles, one of the key thing is we're also in celebration of Black History Month. It is indeed a deep, deep honor to be able to see people of color. And it isn't so much people of color. You have the knowledge. Color has no effect in your world. You know what you know. And this is an opportunity for many young people of color to understand, to push, to dream, and do not cap yourself by saying, oh, I can never get there. Look at Mr. Ralph Giles. He is at the top of the world, the top of his industry, and he is a mover and shaker. And please, Mr. Giles, continue. I just had to throw that in.
No, I love what you're saying, because so many people believe color can be an impediment. It's actually quite the opposite. As a company, we are looking to diversify. Everybody realizes that the inside of the company has to look like the outside of the world, right? We're not there yet. We're far actually from getting there. But if you don't take the first step, if you don't get into those programs where we can find you, we'll never find you. That's a problem, right? So a lot of people stop before they even get into the first stages of education, so that they can be noticed and picked up by these companies. And when we do find someone that has a skill set, we fight like crazy for them, right? So perhaps I paved the way for the next guy, but I don't think of it that way. I just go to work and do my thing. And I was hired because I could draw a certain way and think a certain way. But once you're inside, you realize, well, you do connect to the culture. Our culture is different. The tastes are different. And having that antenna, I call it the antenna, right? You bring in these inputs from your culture. Yeah. And some of the work I put into the cars came from the culture. There's the culture. The blacks love to modify their cars a certain way and bring in some of that magic. Some of the details we tried on our production cars sold like crazy. And actually, the 300 back in the day over-index to the black community, right? And I remember telling my boss when we were designing the front end of that car, I kept making the front grille bigger, and he goes, "Why are you making the grille so big?" I said, "Because it has to arrive when you come somewhere. It has to have presence,
Yes.
And then the next thing we did is we started putting the 20-inch rims on it.
Yes.
The SRT products, and now the production car has 20s. And that was another thing. The engineers like, why you want to put 20s on a car? Are you kidding me? You know, at the time, only the BMW 7 Series was the only car that could do 20-inch wheels. No other car in production could do 20s, and even 21s. And all of a sudden, once the community found out that you could put 20-inch rims on a Chrysler 300, forget it. It was, you know, we couldn't make it incredible. So that just shows you that coming from a different culture can bring different ideas, and before you know it, it's all mixed together. You don't really think about it anymore, but we really need the talent to find us, and we need to find them.
Ralph, I tell that story so often, man. I tell you, and you know, send me some stuff more because I want to make sure I get it right. But I'm so excited to say, yeah, Ralph, man, he's the guy that, you know, he's known for that Chrysler 300, you know, and you know, I get so excited, you know, about that because, you know, people of color, you know, you have to tell them something quickly, you know, what it is, you know, what someone wants to know, you know, the status thing. People, they want to know, well, what has he done? You know, why is he this? So I you know, I didn't know about as far as the rims and stuff like that, but you know,
I was part of a big team. Don't get me wrong. I'm not the only guy who worked on that car, of course not. But the inputs and trying to get that car to be not just a car, something special, you know.
Yeah.
And
that's but again, you know, the story when you know, when you're in the hood, as you will, in the ghetto or whatever, you know, that all that corporate, you know, stuff, people they don't understand team. They just want to know, well, okay, well, who's the guy, the African American guy? You know what I'm saying? So it's funny because when you're there, you know, you can't try and like say all the right words and stuff. They don't want to be hearing that. Man, dude, just tell me who the heck what So
wow.
Out there watching this, man, you know, again, it's, you know, Ralph is an executive, but he also, when he gets out there, you can talk to him just like this, you know. I guess, Ralph, you know, the difference between, you know, a regular inner city person that's struggling and an executive that's there, that you know, that's the biggest, you know. How do you find that balance? How do you stay humble? How do you, you know, how can you be able to reach the, you know, those high school students? I mean, you just said so often that you're looking for, you know, the gamers, you're looking for these people. I mean, and I know you guys got great programs. How can one find out more about what you guys are offering?
Well, you gotta go. I mean, get on the internet, go look for it, go, you know, find these programs, and don't be afraid to travel. Sometimes you may have to leave your comfort zone, leave the state that you live in, and move to a different city, or hook up an uncle that's what happened to my nephew. He moved to Detroit. He comes from Cleveland. I had him sit in the basement, and he went to school, and he's off to the races. He's got a great job, you know, running in the industry. And he never thought it was possible. So you know, use your connections. Everyone has a cousin who lives somewhere. So if they don't offer, don't be afraid to. I did the same thing when I was a kid. I lived in Montreal, Canada. Couldn't be further away from Detroit. And my dream was to be a car designer. And my parents said, well, you have to go to Detroit. I go, okay, go to Detroit then, you know. So here I am, and you know, I was scared at first. I didn't know anyone, but before you know it, you make a new network. So my recommendation is just jump out of the plane. The parachute will open, you know.
That's right.
And ask for advice. Try to make connections early. And sometimes, you know, my dad was quite protective. I grew up very, very poor. We didn't have much at all. And he was very selective of the people I hung out with, very protective of that. So you have to make sure you surround yourself with good people that are going to motivate you and push you, not try to keep you in your own situation, you know.
Right.
Don't be afraid to take a chance. And what I always tell kids, young kids, is like, because there's an instant gratification temptation, right? Oh, I want to make some money quick or do something to make money fast. But if you invest in the first 4 years of your life, the most critical time is between, or maybe 5, 6 years, from 16, 17 years old to 22, right? That time of your life, that's actually the time you want to have the most fun. You're young, you're virile, you know, girls are all over the place, boys and girls want to hang out and stuff. That's great. But that was the time I worked the hardest in my life because I pushed aside all that other stuff. You focus on getting somewhere, and then once you get there, I have more fun now. I always tell from 22 to I'm 50 now. I've had more fun in the last 10, 20 years of my life because I was able to put that investment in the beginning. So whatever you want to do, dream big, go for it. Don't be afraid, and take a chance and try something new.
Yeah, you hit that high school mark. That's exactly what I say. High school, you know, because that's more of our focus and target, because I think that's where, you know, you make the decision. So thank you, Ron. You want to close it up?
I'm going to close it up. And also, too, Mr. Giles, this is a very serious thing. Bill has done this in the past. What we want to do, we reach out to automotive companies like yours. And when we tour the schools, Bill and I and our team of Hidden Pioneers, we can be an extension. We could be your community relations extension. And oftentimes it's just an investment of a vehicle or a couple of vehicles. Because when we tour and we do our displays, that's what we're looking for, that type of partnership between.
I tell you what, I'm in. So as soon as this COVID thing is over with, I will even fly myself to California. We can have some fun. We can visit some schools. Maybe even get some, have a little impromptu car show. We have a business center out west that can help us out, get some cars, and do a walk around. Explain to the kids some of the newest cars, how they're built, why we did what we did. I love it. I do that in Detroit. I connect with the local schools in Detroit. I've been to Chicago. As far as I can drive, I used to do it, but I'm willing to help you out because I believe in what you're doing. I really do.
Well, we know that you with the Hemi Power, the SRT, the Demon, the Hellcat, it's you and your awesome team there at Dodge who's making it happen. And Mr. Giles, you indeed are a hidden pioneer. Thank you for giving us this time. God bless you. Continue to carry the flag and wave that Dodge flag. You're doing great things in transportation technology, and we look forward to connecting up with you real soon. And thank you for being on with us. And welcome back to the World Diversity Summit. I'm Rodney Allen Rippey, your host, and we have had an amazing run of incredible guest speakers from all around the world. And we want you, the listeners out there, the viewers out here, to understand that this is the time for transportation and technology. This is your time to push, to get involved with STEM because the opportunities are amazing, as you can see. And I'm excited to pass the mic and reach out to my partner, my friend, CSI, Bill Montgomery, Hidden Pioneer #1. Bill, take it away.
Thank you, Rodney. Thank you for the introduction. And this has been great. And I have another special guest. This guy is definitely a transportation technology guru, king, whatever you have it. He's really good with the kids and the youth. He's making some incredible power, on for the streets, okay, in a safe manner. And he's all about the lifestyle as well, and as an executive. So my partner, let me introduce Ralph Giles.
Wonderful. Hi, it's an honor to be here. What can I say? I know it's been a long time coming. We've been trying to hook up for a while, so I'm privileged to even be on the list of people that you've had so far. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to the kids. So I introduce myself a little bit, right?
Sure, absolutely.
I got a new title a couple of weeks ago, but Chief Design Officer for Stellantis. I have a partner, so I do the Americas and Asia and Latin America, and my partner does Europe and Africa market. So that includes brands that some of you know about, some of you may not know. So brands like Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Chrysler, and I also help run the Maserati brand for the global world, and also the Fiat Latin America. So we're actually #1 in Latin America. A lot of people don't know that, but down in Brazil, Argentina, they love the Fiats, and we also have Jeep down there now. So we're really a global company. But when I started 29 years ago, it was really the big three, mostly United States. It's really changed in the last, for me especially, the last 15 years.
Wow. I mean, I'm probably not going to remember, all of those titles or whatever. But can you sum it up into like a few words as far as like the title? Because I know the people are going to want to know. I mean, I want to know what.
Yeah. So I've basically been head of design or style. I don't like the word style because what we do is more than just making something look good. We actually engineer it in a way. We work very closely with the engineers day to day. So anything you can see on a vehicle, anything on the exterior, interior, even if you open the hood, we do the engine covers, we do the windshield wipers, the less glamorous stuff, and also the main style of the car. When you see it go down the road, that impression, that character of the car, that's something we're responsible for. So as head of design, my day is basically filled, especially now, we do a lot of this, Zoom type stuff. but I go into the studios. Especially in the last few months, we've been going back to the studios. We were able to do a lot of work digitally, basically create the themes and vehicles, but then we mill them out in clay in full size, and we edit them. So it's been about half a year in that stage from, we call it ideation to full size 3D. And sometimes the cars make it. It's like the movies. There's a lot of cutting room floor footage that never never makes it all the way. But it's okay. We have to keep practicing till we get it. And then when we have a vehicle we like, the rest of the company gets involved. We clinic it. We do like prototypes, and then it's like from that point onwards. Once it's approved, it's a blur. The minute the boss says, "Yep, this one's going for production," then you strap in and hold on, because it's 18 months of just intense development, back and forth, arguing with the engineers. And from when I came up, in the old days, we would sketch a car and hand it over the wall and cross our fingers. They would look something like what we sketched. Today, the dynamic is so different. The engineers are embedded in our process. So we get along famously with engineers. They love what we do. We kind of hang out together. So it's come a long way. So that, I'm sure you've heard of that relationship, that kind of adversarial relationship that doesn't exist anymore.
All right, Rodney, you want to go ahead and hit it?
Well, I'll have to tell you, Ralph, I'm a huge Mopar fan. I love it. all the way back to the big block 426 Hemi that dominated the drag
Yes,
strip.
sir.
Now that motor has been reconfigured, and it is growling on the streets. As a matter of fact, I just had a friend who just picked up a Charger here in Southern California, just went out and bought one. And I have to tell you, what I think what Dodge did, Dodge was the first one to say, we're going to go big. And when you came out with the Hemi, and the development right now is just incredible. Again, big shout out to Jeep as well. Saw the Super Bowl ads. I mean, you guys are bringing it, and you have something for everybody. If you want to go off-road, if you want to have that muscle and security. I mean, because I just now took a drive up to Northern California in the Charger, and that thing is just amazing. The drive sits in the road, plenty of power. But one of the things that we want to talk about is, I'm hearing you talk about how engineering works so closely with design. This is the Global Diversity Summit. We're reaching out to high school kids all around the world, and we want them to get involved with STEM. That's what Bill has been pushing. That's what the Hidden Pioneers, and indeed, that's what this is all about. Can you speak to the effect of like how did you go to Art Center, as far as design?
I went to actually their rival, which is CCS, College of Creative Studies in Detroit. So they get along. I mean, we're friends. Yeah. I know most of the staff over at Art Center because we sponsor projects. Our company sponsors projects with their team, so we know each other well. We hire, I would say, 40% of our staff comes from Art Center, another 40 from CCS in Detroit, and the rest are from different schools around the world. But those are designers, and designers are a little different from engineers. But what's happening in our industry, we're hiring all kinds of engineers. I mean, and the space that's exploding right now is the digital stuff, right? So the infotainment, the controls, the autonomous stuff, the safety, the ADAS systems. Like on a car today is as complicated as a jet. I mean, it's incredible the amount of computing power on a modern day car. But it's all in balance with, you still have this, people want to go have fun with the car. They want it to entertain them. They want it to look beautiful. They want it to be reliable. Pretty soon they want it to be autonomous, and they want it to be electric. I mean, cars are getting pretty intense. So we need a variety of engineers and designers like we've never seen. And I'm hiring a different type of designer than I used to hire 10 years ago. We're hiring game designers, actually. Because we realize kids love games. Most kids probably watching this play video games every day. They don't realize that those video games use the same computing engines that we're using in our infotainment systems now. So we're actually finding that's the best place to get designers that can design the infotainment inside the car, right? The animation, and we're actually putting that kind of power in the computers. It's no longer just a radio. I mean, it's a system that connects you to the outside world. So it's very exciting.
That is beautiful. I mean, that's beautiful. And, we are also raising funds, Mr. Giles, for the Hidden Pioneers. What we do, we actually tour high schools, and we're doing them here and been doing them here in Southern California for quite some time. And we take VIPs like you. Now, because of COVID, we have to modify, and we may be taking them in virtually, but it's still an opportunity for the youth to hear from VIPs like yourself, top people in the world, and to get excited about STEM. We want them to be very, very empowered. And as you know, high schools all across our nation, they have taken these key classes out where kids are really using their hands, the metal shop, the wood shop, the automotive and transportation technology. All these things have been stripped away. And we're reaching out to big companies like yours to say, hey, help us to fight. Help us to fight. Bill, talk about that.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well,
Bill?
I said in the trailer with Ralph, I think a few years ago, we talked about it. And, you know, I feel right now with the kind of, you know, muscle power, I will, the people like, you know, Ralph and Jim and just so many, I know that we can make a difference in change. We are already starting to turn it. You know, we just have to do it more consistent, and we have to come together, the powers to be, and you know, it's hard to hook up with people like Ralph that are movers and shakers that are doing things. It's not that he doesn't want to. It's just, you know, it's busy times right now. So if you can connect dots and get them, go ahead, Ralph.
No, I was going to say you're right about we're actually having trouble finding that skill set. You know, mechanics is actually the word isn't fancy enough for what they do. I mean, they're real technicians. I mean, these cars. We're trying to teach mechanics how to take an electric motor apart now, right? Without electrifying themselves, how to deal with batteries, how to create these very complicated cars. And we have a whole prototype lab where we build vehicles from scratch, literally from scratch, you know, machine everything out, and we teach. And the thing about this industry is getting in the door is half the battle. Just get in the door. So if you want to be a shop technician, go to a major OEM and you're going to build stuff you couldn't have ever imagined. I mean, multi-million-dollar prototypes that you get to do whatever you want. You have any, you know, the drawings for it, you get to build it and watch it grow right in front of you and realize that it's part of a very critical chain of events. So those opportunities are there, but we're having trouble finding that talent. It really, I don't know why, but you know, like you said, the schools are taking some of these functions away. You know, shop class at my school, when I was coming up, same thing. Like I was excited to take shop class, and they shut it down just as I was about to sign up. So they still had the lifts, they still had all the tools, but no teachers. So there's definitely an issue there.
Well, I'm going to tell you why, Ralph. Okay, that's a good question. A lot of people don't know why. Okay, I'll tell you why. Well, number one, it's the culture and the image. And I heard that you say, so I'm trying to get my people not to say mechanic anymore because it's like a rotary phone. It's not coming back. The word is technician.
Exactly.
Hidden Pioneers is trying to find future technicians, okay, for the future. Because what I found out, Ralph, the other actually about 2 months ago when Elon sent the Falcon up there, he has seat technicians, literally 4 seat technicians to 1 astronaut going up there. And I saw that and heard it. I'm like, there you go. I mean, I've been saying technicians, you know, so I think if the people, the trendsetters, the leaders start saying transportation and technology technicians, now all of a sudden people are like, oh, okay, it's more the elitist, you know, the education, you know, they're going to start recognizing that. And I think that's an image. So if we can change the culture and the image, or you change the image, you change the culture, you know, in the inner city, less fortunate ones. I just know that's the word, Ralph.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. And it really is. And once our technicians, we get them in the door, we keep training. You never stop learning and getting better at what you do. And, you know, whether it's Boeing or aircraft industry or anything, you know, you have UTI schools like that around the country. I think they're going to make a big comeback because we're realizing there's a shortage of that talent.
Absolutely. There's a shortage. And if we stay on track again, it's summits like this, because you have to get it out there. So all the parents going to be watching this as well. Your son or daughter can be a trained professional technician. And you can take that and go, it doesn't have to be a car, you know, it could be a rocket, you know, it could be video game technicians, you know. So if everybody starts saying technicians, we raise the bar. And then my goal is and dream is that one day that all the boys and girls will be able to take a transportation and technology lab class in high school. If we can do that, we don't necessarily have to look to India or Germany or Japan. You know, we can do it right here in the United States of America.
Yep. And another.
Okay. Oh, I was just going to say, Mr. Giles, one of the key thing is we're also in celebration of Black History Month. It is indeed a deep, deep honor to be able to see people of color. And it isn't so much people of color. You have the knowledge. Color has no effect in your world. You know what you know. And this is an opportunity for many young people of color to understand, to push, to dream, and do not cap yourself by saying, oh, I can never get there. Look at Mr. Ralph Giles. He is at the top of the world, the top of his industry, and he is a mover and shaker. And please, Mr. Giles, continue. I just had to throw that in.
No, I love what you're saying, because so many people believe color can be an impediment. It's actually quite the opposite. As a company, we are looking to diversify. Everybody realizes that the inside of the company has to look like the outside of the world, right? We're not there yet. We're far actually from getting there. But if you don't take the first step, if you don't get into those programs where we can find you, we'll never find you. That's a problem, right? So a lot of people stop before they even get into the first stages of education, so that they can be noticed and picked up by these companies. And when we do find someone that has a skill set, we fight like crazy for them, right? So perhaps I paved the way for the next guy, but I don't think of it that way. I just go to work and do my thing. And I was hired because I could draw a certain way and think a certain way. But once you're inside, you realize, well, you do connect to the culture. Our culture is different. The tastes are different. And having that antenna, I call it the antenna, right? You bring in these inputs from your culture. And some of the work I put into the cars came from the culture. There's the culture. The blacks love to modify their cars a certain way and bring in some of that magic. Some of the details we tried on our production cars sold like crazy. And actually, the 300 back in the day over-index to the black community, right? And I remember my boss, when we were designing the front end of that car, I kept making the front grille bigger, and he goes, "Why are you making the grille so big?" I said, "Because it has to arrive when you come somewhere. It has to have presence,
Yes.
And then the next thing we did is we started putting the 20-inch rims on it. For the SRT products, and now the production car has 20s. And that was another thing. The engineers like, "Why do you want to put 20s on a car?" Like, are you kidding me? At the time, only the BMW 7 Series was the only car that could do 20-inch wheels. No other car in production could do 20s, and even 21s. And all of a sudden, once the community found out that you could put 20-inch rims on a Chrysler 300, forget it. It was, we couldn't make it. Incredible. So that just shows you that coming from a different culture can bring different ideas. And before you know it, it's all mixed together. You don't really think about it anymore, but we really need the talent to find us, and we need to find them.
Ralph, I tell that story so often, man. I tell you, and send me some stuff more, because I want to make sure I get it right. But I'm so excited to say, yeah, Ralph, man, he's the guy that, he's known for that Chrysler 300, and I get so excited, about that, because people of color, you have to tell them something quickly, what it is, what someone wants to know, the status thing. People, they want to know, well, what has he done? Why is he this? So I didn't know about as far as the rims and stuff like that, but I
was part of a big team. Don't get me wrong. I'm not the only guy who worked on that car, of course not. But the inputs and trying to get that car to be not just a car, something special,
Yeah.
And
that's But again, the story, when you're in the hood, as you will, in the ghetto or whatever, that all that corporate stuff, people they don't understand team. They just want to know, well, okay, well, who's the guy, the African American guy? You know what I'm saying? So it's funny, because when you're there, you can't try and say all the right words and stuff. They don't want to be hearing that. Man, dude, just tell me who the heck what So
wow.
Out there watching this, man, again, it's Ralph is an executive, but he also, when he gets out there, you can talk to him just like this. I guess, Ralph, the difference between a regular inner city person that's struggling and an executive that's there. That's the biggest. How do you find that balance? How do you stay humble? How do you, how can you be able to reach those high school students? I mean, you just said so often that you're looking for the gamers, and you're looking for these people. I mean, and I know you guys got great programs. How can one find out more about what you guys are offering?
Well, you gotta go. I mean, get on the internet, go look for it, go, find these programs, and don't be afraid to travel. Sometimes you may have to leave your comfort zone, leave the state that you live in, and move to a different city, or hook up an uncle that happened. That's what happened to my nephew. He moved to Detroit. He come from Cleveland. I had him sit in the basement, and he went to school, and he's off to races. He's got a great job, running in the industry. And he never thought it was possible. So you use your connections. Everyone has a cousin who lives somewhere. So if they don't offer, don't be afraid to. I did the same thing when I was a kid. I lived in Montreal, Canada. Couldn't be further away from Detroit. And my dream was to be a car designer. And my parents said, "Well, you have to go to Detroit." I go, "Okay, go to Detroit then." So here I am, and I was scared at first. I didn't know anyone, but before you know it, you make a new network. So my recommendation is just jump out of the plane. The parachute will open.
That's right.
And ask for advice. Try to make connections early. And sometimes, my dad was quite protective. I grew up very, very poor. We didn't have much at all. And he was very selective of the people I hung out with, very protective of that. So you have to make sure you surround yourself with good people that are going to motivate you and push you, not try to keep you in your own situation.
Right.
Don't be afraid to take a chance. And what I always tell young kids is like, because there's an instant gratification temptation, right? Oh, I want to make some money quick or do something to make money fast.
Yeah.
But if you invest in the first 4 years of your life, the most critical time is between, or maybe 5, 6 years, from 16, 17 years old to 22, right? That time of your life, that's actually the time you want to have the most fun. You're young, you're virile, girls are all over the place, boys and girls want to hang out and stuff. That's great. But that was the time I worked the hardest in my life because I pushed aside all that other stuff. You focus on getting somewhere, and then once you get there, I have more fun now. I still, from 22 to I'm 50 now. I've had more fun in the last 10, 20 years of my life because I was able to put that investment in the beginning. So whatever you want to do, dream big, go for it. Don't be afraid, and take a chance and try something new.
Yeah, you hit that high school mark. That's exactly what I say. High school, because that's more of our focus and target, because I think that's where you make the decisions. So thank you, Ron. You want to close it up?
I'm going to close it up. And also, too, Mr. Giles, this is a very serious thing. Bill has done this in the past. What we want to do, we reach out to automotive companies like yours. And when we tour the schools, Bill and I and our team of Hidden Pioneers, we can be an extension. We could be your community relations extension. And oftentimes, it's just an investment of a vehicle or a couple of vehicles. Because when we tour and we do our displays, that's what we're looking for, that type of partnership.
Well, I tell you what, I'm in. So as soon as this COVID thing is over with, I will even fly myself to California. We can have some fun. We can visit some schools. Maybe even get some, have a little impromptu car show. We have a business center out west that can help us out, get some cars, and do a walk around. Explain to the kids some of the newest cars, how they're built, why we did what we did. I love it. I do that in Detroit. I connect with the local schools in Detroit. I've been to Chicago. As far as I can drive, I used to do it, but I'm willing to help you out because I believe in what you're doing. I really do.
Well, we know that you, with the Hemi Power, the SRT, the Demon, the Hellcat, it's you and your awesome team there at Dodge who's making it happen. And Mr. Giles, you indeed are a hidden pioneer. Thank you for giving us this time. God bless you. Continue to carry the flag and wave that Dodge flag. You're doing great things in transportation technology, and we look forward to connecting up with you real soon. And thank you for being on with us.
Thank you, Ralph.
From this distant vantage point, the Earth might not seem of any particular interest. But for us, it's different. Consider again that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. The aggregate of our joy and suffering, thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines. Every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization. Every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every superstar, every supreme leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species lived there, on a mote of dust, suspended in a sunbeam.
So hello, everybody. My name is Jay Sanders. I'm the Executive Director of the Transportation Design Department at Art Center College of Design in Pasadena, California. And I'm here with my boss, good friend, and the chair of the Transportation Design Department, Mr. Stuart Reed. We're very excited to be part of the Global Diversity Summit and are grateful for being invited to be here. So Stuart Reed, if you're not familiar with him, chair of the Transportation Design Department at Art Center, a graduate of the college. He's had a distinguished career in transportation design. As principal of Stuart Reed Design, he consults to the manufacturing industry in both automotive and consumer products. Career achievements include a special mission military vehicle for Lockheed and the spectacular Cunningham C7 GT Coupe for Bob Lutz and Briggs Cunningham III. He served as Vice President of Design for Prince Corporation, was Chief Designer of Toyota's Kelty Design Research Studio in Newport Beach, and at Chrysler Corporation's Advanced Design Department, he worked in developing pre-production new vehicle categories. Stuart is widely known and loved all over for his connections in the automotive world, and we're excited to have him with us. So Stuart, there are probably young people out there in the audience today who have the natural talent to become a car designer, but who maybe have never thought about it as a career. Did you always know that that's what you wanted to do, or how did you first get inspired to pursue car design?
Well, great question, Jay. Thanks. I think, any young person has influences in his life that maybe direct him toward more curiosity in one area or the other. But I do remember, even in early grade school, kind of being caught drawing cars and trucks and things in the side of my history notebook, little sketches and things. So I guess it was kind of there. But frankly, I'm extremely thankful for positive influences. Both my father and grandfather were kind of do-it-yourselfers and tinkerers and, around boats and cars and things like that. I had a grandfather that in the winter, he'd experiment understanding how Eskimos made their igloos, and he attempted to mimic that. And he was kind of an amateur astronomer. And so it was a great influence. He was always reading Scientific American magazines. And my father was always, fixing up an old boat or doing something. So those were influences for which I'm really, really thankful. So I just grew up interested in cars, trucks, airplanes, paying attention to them. And I know at the age of, perhaps, 10, 11, 12 years old, I think my father told me he observed me on the playground one day, and I'm sitting on the steps with a couple of other kind of nerdy guys, and we're not participating, in the stick and ball sports. So he thought, wow, he needs a success thing. So he said, you're interested in cars. We have our local chapter of the Soapbox Derby. You want to build a car for that? And that sounded great. Did that. And oh my goodness, I won first place 2 years in a row. And that just bolstered my confidence tremendously, so.
That's terrific. And then as you kind of moved on into sort of your teenage years, were there other kind of adult role models as well that sort of influenced you? And how did you eventually kind of decide you're going to pursue going to college for this?
Well, yeah, my father had a good friend who was an architect, and he was a tremendous role model for me. I can remember being over at his house, which he had designed and built himself. And he had all these great architecture magazines and interesting, well-designed furniture. And I paid attention to that. And of course, it was, highly influential on me. And so at that point, I thought, I want to be an architect. That's perfect, And then General Motors came to my hometown in northern Michigan. and explained the opportunity for their automotive design competition, which I didn't know anything about. And I thought, well, that sounds great too. So I entered it. The second year I entered, I think I was 16, won first place in Michigan and got to go to the finals in Detroit. And there were winners from all over the US, from all the other states. And it just opened up a whole new world to me. Suddenly I met, professional designers at General Motors, sat in concept cars, visited assembly plants. And the designers I spoke with all said, well, you should go to Art Center College of Design. That's where I went, So at the age of 16, I was pretty focused on, joining a career in automotive design. So.
That's great. I'm going to share my screen here for a second. I actually have an image of your entry into that Fisher Body Craftsman Guild competition. And for those of you who are not familiar with that competition, it went on to help many individuals explore, this as a career. So you can see here the view of his winning vehicle. Probably sure that probably brings back some memories for you.
It does. Actually, this is the second one that I built. I built the first one, which ended up, winning scholarship money, Jay. And, that made it possible for me to start at Art Center. And then in my first year and a half at Art Center, I built this model. And by then I'd learned a lot of the great shop practices and how to here at the 3rd Street campus in Los Angeles. And so I actually won more scholarship money with the second model, which kept me in college, which was great. So
great. So yeah, here we have a view of the Art Center's 3rd Street campus at the time, which is the one that you attended. I even see some pretty nice looking cars there kind of lined up. But maybe talk about, I know you had one instructor in particular who really had a lot of influence on you, Struther McMinn.
Yeah, that's Mac, as we called him in the center. And he was, really the guy, as you and I talk about him a lot, Jay, he celebrated, decades of influence in educating students. But he was really the founder of our transportation design department at Art Center. And for me, I'm the one standing behind him with a skinny tie on. And, he was a great mentor and a teacher. And, he was one of those people that always had time for us. You could stop him in the parking lot, on the way to his car, and he would have time for you. And I mention that only because for young people listening to this, don't be bashful. I mean, go after people, ask them questions. You will find people much more interested in helping you than you might dream. So, Mac was a real important person in my development as a designer. Here he is out on the lawn. This is actually a few years before I went to Art Center, I think, but he would get groups of students together and explain things like complex surface development, on the surface of a car, explain sculpture, and he was a kind of a natural teacher and super helpful to the students. Yeah.
So for you then, Stuart, a great experience at Art Center, certainly continue to get your passion for car design going even stronger. So then what happened upon graduation for you in terms of kind of looking at options?
Yeah. So, I mean, the Art Center experience was just life-changing for me. And when I graduated from Art Center with honors, it was great. I mean, at the time, companies were hiring. And so I ended up with actually 4 great job offers: General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler in Detroit. And then a 4th offer from a little company in Newport Beach, California, by the name of Myers-Manx. And Bruce Myers, who founded the company, was really the originator of the California fiberglass dune buggy, which led to off-road racing, the Baja 1000 and all of that. So Bruce hired me to design a next generation dune buggy that had a lot of sports car in it. And this is it on the cover of Car and Driver, 1970, actually. And I think I reflect back on this, and very few designers get to graduate from design school and about a year later have something on the cover of national magazines. So, but this was a car that had the essence of a dune buggy, but had proper doors and a top. And And so it was sort of a hybrid sports car dune buggy. But what a great experience. I learned a tremendous amount again from Bruce Myers, and anybody that you're around. And I would just, again, emphasize the point in terms of role models. Bruce's whole background had been boat building and composites and fiberglass and so on. So he drew on his knowledge of boat building and applied it to the first fiberglass dune buggies. And I learned a lot from him. So I just encourage, all of you, if you're around somebody that knows a lot about a topic, just ask questions and be curious.
Great advice. So then from Myers-Manx, can you kind of walk us through then your tour?
Thanks, Jay. So after the experience with Myers-Manx in Newport Beach, California, moved back to Michigan and joined the Jeep studio, which was kind of a stepping off point. I had that experience, with off-road racers and specialty vehicles in California. And that kind of made me attractive at that time as a designer for the Jeep studio, which I joined. And then sometime after that, joined the Maine Chrysler Advanced Design Studio, which was, as you mentioned in the intro, Jay, was really responsible for early kind of concept development, packaging studio, the architecture of a vehicle, sort of upstream of, final design development process. And I was in Detroit about 10 years, and then moved from there to an offer I got from the Toyota people, and it was the new Advanced Design Studio in Southern California. And so we've got
the images. Yeah.
Go ahead, Jay. Sorry.
I would say the images here then are kind of leading that into your Toyota experience.
Yeah, this is one of the many. I mean, there were many. We would do, several concept projects a year in the California studio, and then typically the cycle was we would take our concept models to Japan. They had big product cycles, so in the fall of the year. The previous one was an advanced project study for the little Toyota MR2, expressive of a small mid-engine car. The red one that you just had on there is that was a proposal when the Lexus brand was being proposed inside Toyota to have an aspirational sports car that would be a companion car to the Lexus sedan. And of course, in recent years now, Lexus has a sports car, but at that point it was a proposal.
So Stuart, I'm just going to kind of go quickly then here because we're kind of paying attention to time. Kind of quickly through some images here, again, of you with CalT, important work here. You want to talk about the...
Yeah, that studio shot was an early concept for what became Toyota Sera, S-E-R-A, which was only made for the Japan market. And that was an early clay model. And then we finished a concept model, took it to Japan. And then the next image is actually a production Toyota Sera. It was one of the early cars with glass top and a rather unique door system.
Yeah, really beautiful. And then you kind of moved into your own consultancy. This is a really interesting vehicle. If you want to kind of talk quickly about this.
Yeah, then I established, after about 10 years with a tier one supplier in Detroit, Prince Corporation, that you mentioned in the intro, developing automotive interior systems, really for all the major global manufacturers. Then I started my own studio, Stuart Reed Design. And this is one of the concept vehicles that I developed. It's called the Gearbox, and it's sort of an expedition vehicle with reconfigurable interior and a hose-out floor and solar panels on the top and very high mobility based on GM mechanicals.
And then what about this project?
This one was for Bob Lutz and Briggs Cunningham. Cunningham built the first American sports cars in Palm Beach, Florida in the 50s. And this was an effort to bring back the Cunningham brand. I did this in 2001 around a new V12 engine that was being developed in Detroit. So that was a super fun project.
And if you don't mind, I'm just going to go kind of quickly over some other projects that you did, during your consultancy.
This one was for Ford Motor Company. If you would just go back one really quick, that was
sure.
was a two-mode vehicle. And I was working with Jay Mays, another Art Center alum who was global head of design for Ford, wanted a transformer vehicle with a sport wagon variant and a pickup. And I developed a way of doing that with this model. We had it at the North American show in Detroit.
Yeah, genius. And then did a little bit of work for the military as well.
Yep, this was for Lockheed Martin, an advanced military truck, very survivable, ballistic, real different kind of a project than the Cunningham or the Toyota Serra, but nonetheless interesting, you know.
So Stuart, really an amazing professional career, and then full circle, you come back to Art Center. So I'm just going to kind of go through a few images here. If you want to talk a little bit then just about what it's been like for you coming back. First, you were brought back to teach, and then ultimately brought back to chair the department.
Yeah. During my Toyota Calty years in Newport Beach, I taught a class at Art Center, which was great. Good experience because so many of our faculty, Jay, as you and I talk about a lot, are professionals in the various Southern California studios. So we got lots of great visitors. Here's Freeman Thomas with us in the studio, looking at some student work. And we have just a constant opportunity to have professionals come in and meet our students.
This is, of course, Ken Okayama, who actually was even chair of the department before you, continuing to do amazing work over in Japan. And then why don't you just maybe talk a little bit about this particular project, the Bugatti project. This is
an interesting project from an amazing person who's on our board of trustees, Peter Mullen, who has the Mullen Automotive Museum out in Oxnard. And that chassis you just saw is a 1939 chassis that never had a body designed for it or any what we call coach work. And so Peter wanted to imagine it. We did it first as a student project at Art Center, and then I carried it through to this final result, which is in the Mullen Automotive Museum now, all crafted in aluminum. But we tried to imagine what might Jean Bugatti have done in 1939 had he finished this project, which unfortunately wasn't finished at the time. So.
And then I'll mention too, 2016, Stuart was bestowed with the Design Lifetime Achievement Award by Eyes on Design, recognizing your tremendous contributions to the world of automotive design in particular. And what a special night for you, and we were certainly all very proud of you.
This is my dear friend Ralph Gio, who is head of design for Chrysler. You know, now a new series of companies connected with Europe. But great guy, and it's a real honor to get this award because the jury team who selects each year's recipient is past recipients of the award. So particularly great.
Stuart, just to wrap up then, what would you say to people who are out there, you know, watching this in terms of their interest in maybe pursuing design? What kind of advice or recommendations would you give them? And while you're talking, I'm just going to scroll through some images of Art Center and our work.
Great question. I think, much like when I was in high school, and it wasn't really clear at the high school level or with the educators what a career path in automotive design is. I think people have a kind of an understanding of engineering. They assume that cars are designed by computers or something today, but in reality, there's this amazing profession that we call transportation design that really resides right in the middle between engineering and creative art. It's an amazing thing. So at Art Center, we've had a transportation design program, since the 40s. It's perhaps the best one in the world, we think. And this is all work of our alumni. And you can see it's not only car design, it's power sports, motorcycles, commercial trucks, concept vehicles. These are all the work of Art Center alumni. Yacht design, cars for the movie industry, all kinds of interesting things. So the great thing is, as I mentioned a minute ago, we have a great number of faculty who are working professionals because here in Southern California, we have, 25 plus automotive advanced design studios. So Jay and I enjoy just having great professional faculty as instructors for our students.
So those of you who are listening, we welcome you to check us out. Art Center, College of Design in Pasadena, California. You can look at our website. It's just www.artcenter.edu. Thank you so much, Stuart. This was terrific. And for all of you out there, I hope you enjoyed this. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jay.
Pretty much I grew up in Tokyo and was in the middle of the city. My great uncle had a car, big thick doors and air conditioning in a car, that no houses had air conditioner then. So I remember ice cream never melted in that car. So I guess then I wanted to come to the States one day. I think that's how it started. I decided I'm going to try to apply for school for architectural environmental design. And I found a few schools, so I sent the portfolio. And of course, I got a letter back saying, your artwork is below our standard of acceptance, and your language skills are way below our acceptance level. When I was in this design school, the assignments suggest like graphite pencils and graphite paper, whatever. I have to let my classmates write it down on a piece of paper, and I had to go to the art store to buy that materials. And then I had to practice at home before you get to do the homework. And then eventually coming to the senior level, we had a sponsorship project. And then I found it out one of the VP is coming to final presentation. So I studied what the VP did in his part, and I did one rendering that I felt he cannot refuse me. So overnight I did it the night before the presentation. It's got, not really related to the whole semester of development, but I felt strongly that I wanted to see whether my guess would work or not. And sure enough, at the end of the interview, he said, you want to come to Detroit? When I got into GM, it's the beginning of the first energy crisis. After a few years, I wanted to go to Europe. Then I asked for a transfer to Opel, but I couldn't get it. So I applied for different companies, and I got a job at BMW. So I moved to Munich in Germany, and the BMW there. And within maybe 6 months, I got a call from a friend of mine who worked at Mazda North America saying they're looking for chief designers. So I said, yes. I didn't get any detail, but I just said yes, because 20 below zero in Munich, and that Southern California sounded so good. The following year, the 84, in May, I think, on the presentation, and we had 3 models for the Miata, one from Tokyo studio, one from Hiroshima studio, and one from us. And when placed the model in a big auditorium, everybody goes straight to our model. I always believe that design can talk to or make people to come to your design. And if you do that, it is successful. Like a Miata is like, this is a fun little car to drive, so why won't you come with me and go for a ride? That was a message. We put it into the design, and that day, everybody sort of swarmed around our model, and that was a hands down that the company decided that would be the way to go. No, I wrote the concept at the beginning, even though car wasn't really designing at the time, and I put the club activity is part of the concept. Most car companies just build the cars and club follows, but I had it in the concept. I wanted to do a culture instead of just company produce cars and people buy it, but I want to have a culture around that car. And luckily enough, 25, 30 years later, we're still doing great. You can feel the design, not just looking at a design. And drawing is one thing, but a clay model has such a connection, and you can get exact flavor, nuances you want. And even hairline thickness changes change the character of the design, and no other medium can do such a subtle changes. I never had a kids of my own, and I come over here, I get 600 of them every year or something. It's amazing. What I'm doing is like downloading my knowledge of past 30 years to the students, and hopefully free up some memory space in my brain to learn something new. And that keeps me going.
Hi, Dave.
Hi,
How are
B.
you?
I'm good.
So thank you for taking this opportunity to talk with us and give some information about this event. Do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. What would you like to know about me that you don't already?
Well, first of all, can you tell our viewers a little bit about you? What's your name, your full name, and your title?
I'm Dave Merrick, and I am the Executive Creative Director for Acura.
And where are you located, Mr. Mayor?
I am located globally. I'm located everywhere. Right now, I'm in Torrance, California, but I do travel quite a bit, and we have offices in other areas, Japan being one of them for sure. But with the COVID, of course, I'm more or less in Torrance all the time.
Can you tell us a little bit about your career and how did you get started in this industry?
How did I get started? Great question, B. I literally didn't even think I didn't even know there was a car designer. I thought, there's cars, I love them, I draw them, I am obsessed with them, but I didn't think that was a real job. I thought, they just kind of show up. I was going to be I was going to probably go to law school, be a senator or something, my mom's dream. But my father always knew that I had some thing to draw, and literally, he pushed me all the time to pursue my passion, which was drawing cars. And I literally ended up finally finding Art Center and going through Art Center. And while at Art Center, I had Honda Associates as my instructors and realized, A, what an amazing company, and B, the process that they used was much more integral to the type of thing that I liked. I love, understanding why you're making it, who's it for, all of these things that a lot of companies say they do that, but I think Honda really, really gets down to the basic idea of what is it for? What's the customer for? What are we doing? This is for people. It's always for the person. Otherwise, why would we do it? We're not doing it for us. We're doing it to have people enjoy our products and love them.
And how long have you been with Honda?
Let's see. I started in '87, so 33 years, 34, going on 34. And the last 5 years, I've been the Acura creative director. And through that, we've seen tons of renaissance for the brand, I'd say. Along with Johnny Queta, who is also Art Center grad and part of, the Diversity Summit, in terms of our participation. I think that we both understood that precision crafted performance and the idea of making a roadmap for what the cars would look like was in our hands. So I literally got the opportunity to do that, and I think you can see them on the road now. You can see the new MDX, you can see the NSX, all these cars that are out there now.
And why would you say it's important for our youth to start this type of career at a young age?
My path to this was that I was drawing all the time. I was drawing like at 4 and 5. Even through schooling and all the sports activity, anything I was involved in through my life, through elementary school, junior high school, going skiing, whatever it is, it always came back to my spare time was always drawing cars, building models, painting cars, whatever it is. I guess my advice is don't say, I'm going to be a car designer. I be what you want to be, but I say I love doing this. I love drawing. I love creating like cars. I would build models. And I'd get a model, I'd go down to Obexers in Lake Tahoe, and they'd have they had a little cart that had model cars on it, and I'd buy a model car. And I'd go home, and then I'd go buy another one, and then I'd put them together. I would not put them together, I would put them together. I'd take this one and make one, and cut them up and make them different. And just always, what if it was this instead of this? And I think that kind of activity, you'll realize, A, it's fun, B, it's creative, and C, it literally got me this job.
Wow, that's interesting to hear. I guess my next question is more in line with what would you give to any advice that you would give to the youth, as far as it sounds like you're telling them to pursue their career or what they want to do, but what advice for someone that wants to be a car designer, what would you tell them?
I tell students all the time, if you want to be better, you've got to draw all the time. We used to draw ellipses, which are tires. Just draw a wheel. You've seen me. B's seen me drawing on the walls, and so literally you do practice, and you get better and better and better, and you get better about drawing other things, not just cars. So you get proportion right and scale and things like that. But I think that along the way you have to also understand life. So you need to look at influences, first start with your parents, start with, your peers, students that you're with, your best friends. My best friend, Kevin, growing up, always had like an 8mm movie camera. And I thought, someday he's going to be a director and make movies. No, he didn't. He's like the #1 podiatrist in California. But literally, we would make stop action movies and just all the time. And so I would always skew it car related, and he would always skew it like make movies. But I think that he loved doing it, and it helped him to be a better bedside manner for a doctor, things like that. So I think you need to get the full gamut of experiences, and then you become much more well-rounded and understanding of the market research and aesthetically what you like, and you're more confident probably in what you want to do that way. So first and foremost, you have to sketch all the time, but you do it because you love it. It's, hey, what about this? What about this? Or I'm always thinking, I get to a point where I want to draw something, and I'm driving. I'll do it. Don't tell anybody. I'll draw in the car, but literally, I am drawing that picture or painting that picture or creating that in the car all the way home. And then when I get home or when I'm coming to work, I sit down and it's done. It's already done in my head. I just sketch it when I get here. So I think if you're always constantly thinking of what could be or what's next or what's happening, then I think that will always translate to, I need to get this down on paper, like immediately. And that's what happens. So then that's part of your practice is you're not just, oh, I hate doing these ellipses. It's like, no, I need to get this on paper as quick as I can. Love what you do and practice early. And, for parents out there, literally embrace it. Let your kids draw on the wall. Get wipe off markers, whatever. Let them explore and create. I can tell you that my room, we just recently did an American Honda kind of Who's Dave? and they wanted some childhood pictures of me. And I had pictures of my room. And in my room, I had, I was like, I'm a history fanatic. And so I had wallpaper in my room that is all the presidents, it's Washington, it's Lincoln, it's Jefferson, and they're in these, it looks like, you're in the Capitol. There's this wallpaper. And then over the wallpaper, I have posters of Ferraris and Porsche 917 and race cars. And then I have like a stereo system all set up with music everywhere. And it's just, it's not messy, but it's certainly busy and eclectic, and everything, every part of my personality is shown in there. And my mother finally couldn't take it anymore. I remember she came in and put grass cloth up so that I could put the posters on the wall and it didn't clash with the wallpaper. But I was okay with it because it gave me happiness all the time.
And what jobs would you say are available in the automotive industry?
The job part of it is I want to be a car designer. I mean, we have tons of guys that were went to Art Center and ended up being clay models or digital modelers, or they just understand the entire business. So if you come in, there's people that draw pictures of cars. There's people that decide what you should draw pictures of, market research people. There's tons of advanced product planning, we call it, and there's, you're thinking what's the next, what's going to happen, what's scenario planning for what's happening in the industry. If we have a regime change with politics, will we go this way? Do we go this way? And people can see that, but we have people that study that all the time, and that's an opportunity. The actual building of a car side, we have packaging, which is the layout of the car, how people fit in it. We have HMI system, which is the human interface, and people are doing almost like web design or user design, like iPhone apps, but it's for the car and how do you use the car? Because when you're driving, you don't want to be distracted. So you need people that understand that, but also understand it needs to work when I use it. We're doing a lot of VR, and you get into VR and AR, and there's people that understand the car part of it, and how it looks in the car, and there's color material involved, and there's just kind of the user experience and the exterior styling, but there's also people that understand the equipment and how to use it, and they're like, well, this is the cutting edge of VR equipment, whatever it is. So you're still around the car part. So some people come from a tech side and didn't think that they would be involved in cars and end up loving it. And there's people on the car side that end up looking at the tech side and go, wow, this is fantastic. I can go home and program my remote now. So I think that along the way, the scope of opportunity from a car company is huge. And I think that for most people, don't just think it's either I get a car design job or I don't. There's tons of opportunity to do things. I've always felt that you can be anything you want here. If you decide you want to do it, you just do it. You just say, okay, I feel like we should be doing this. And, along the way, you think, well, nobody's really stopping you from doing that. In fact, I remember people would come to my desk and say, we should do this. And I would say, you should. And they'd leave not knowing what to do. Like, what? Did you say yes or no? I didn't say no. I said, you should. I think, try it. If it doesn't work, I'll let you know. But I think along the way, you should try anything you can. We built a robot, we've got jets. Literally, you think, how can you not survive in this atmosphere? And some don't, because you need structure sometimes, and we have that, but you also need that flexibility to be able to.
That sounds like a really fun place to work.
What do you think of it, B? You work here.
I think it's really fun, exciting.
It's because of the people you're around.
It is. And I guess one question I have for you is, knowing where you've come from and where we're going in the world today, what do you see the future in the next 5 to 10 years as it relates to the automotive industry?
Well, I think everybody will say this probably on this diversity summit, but it's changing like crazy, and it's changing faster than most people thought it would. I think, electrification and the autonomous car, that's a different animal, I think, and a different use maybe. But the electrification is now, it really is. And the electrification, when you use CASE, so CASE is connected, autonomous, sharing, and electrification. Everybody is trying to do that. It's well known. But I think, how do you do it, and how do you keep your brand consistent? So as Acura is a performance brand, what does that mean? I think, and I've often said that autonomous means that if I'm going to have my car drive me somewhere, it's going to be the best driver I can pick, whoever that is. If it's Honda F1 drivers or if it's the Acura DPI guys, which I would do right now. I would totally have Ricky Taylor drive me. And I think that kind of connection to A, the customer, A, our racing history, and B, C, our precision crafted performance brand, that you don't have to change everything. I think the brand helps us to be this new electrification kind of benchmark.
And you've been with Honda for a long time. What keeps you here?
It's the drive to make the next. I don't feel like we've made the best one yet. Every time I feel like, wow, this is pretty good, the next one is going to be awesome. And we're working on a car right now, right down there. And it's awesome. And it's the next one. But yeah, it is. And I'm really proud of it, but I'm already on to what's the next one. And so I guess, there's opportunity always here, and I don't think of it as I'm tired of this. I'm never tired of it. It's who I am, and that's what keeps me here.
One question that I have for you is, what would you give as far as advice to someone that's listening to this diversity summit about anything, as far as their career or automotive industry or anything? If you could give an advice to someone, what would that be?
My advice is, do what your passion is. If you do something you love, you'll never work a day in your life. And I think it's easy to say something like that. If you do something you love, it's like, well, what do I love? If you do that, why do I stay here? It's because I love it. I do. I mean, I'm home. And I think that feeling of inclusiveness, with diversity, it's how are you included in with everybody? And I think that's the diversity of us, is the amount of people that are doing different jobs of all different backgrounds and race, creed, color, whatever it is. I think that throughout, it still comes back to the Honda philosophy, the joy of work. All the three joys are integral to everybody here. And I think that find what you love to do and find what fits you. I can tell you, as an instructor at Art Center, I have tons of students. Of course they go, oh, we want to work at Honda. You seem cool, whatever it is. And I literally sit down with them and say, where do you want to go? What do you like to do? And some people like to sketch. They just like to sketch. I want to draw show cars. And I think that's the difference, is you try to understand where you fit the best and how you can, A, succeed, and B, be happy. And I think that's the key. Don't give up. Just be true to what you love. And keep going. Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't work out there, go there, or you'll land somewhere where you can make a difference.
Okay, Dave. Well, thank you so much for your time. that you've spent with us today, giving us some information about you, a little bit more about Honda and Acura.
First of all, let me thank Bill for A, setting up this diversity summit, and B, inviting me to be a guest, because I understand I'm following Stuart, and Stuart was, of course, one of my mentors and teachers in Art Center, and it's great for me to follow because I owe so much to him, and just happy to be here. Thanks.
Well, welcome back. I'm Rodney Allen Rippey, your host, and we are so glad that you're being a part of the first Global Diversity Summit. How you doing up there, Bill? How's everything, man?
It's great, man. Today is awesome. We have an awesome guest, Garth Newberry, and I've known Garth for a couple years, and he's a hidden pioneer, and he's got a wonderful story he's going to talk about. So, Garth, tell us a little bit about you.
Okay, I'm Garth Newberry, and I live in Riverside, California. And a new startup business is called EV Charging Services. EV Charging Services. And what we want to do is we want to make sure that every resident in the Inland Empire gets solar panels, the electric vehicle chargers, and the solar batteries. But our objective is to educate people, not just sell this to you, but we want you to know why you're getting it, because that's the way our technology is moving. It's moving to that. So this will be commonplace in the next decade. We're just trying to jump ahead of the game and educate our public for that. We also want to reach out to underserved communities. We realize that people who don't have the income or they don't have the financial means, they are getting underserved in this area. So we want to make sure that we reach out and we're advocates for people who are underserved in getting solar panels, electric vehicle batteries, and chargers. As you know, when we talk about Teslas and Lucid, right now, the people going to be buying these cars are probably going to be people who have a medium income, but the poor people may not be able to afford that. So we're trying to make sure that we have a way to get them involved in that as well.
Well, Garth, we definitely got, millions of viewers out there watching this from all around the world. And our big key thing is we really want to do a retrospective of the people that are coming on. And Garth, now you are an Ohio native, just like Bill, and all the Rippies are actually from Dayton. So we got some Ohio boys in here. Yeah, believe it or not, all my dad's people are from Dayton.
And also, excuse me, but the Rippies I heard some Rippies came from North Carolina.
That's true. That's right. That's true.
That's where the Newberries came from.
It's a small world. It's a small world.
100 years ago.
Wow. Well, see, the key thing is, Garth, thank you for being on with us. And again, we're reaching out to high school students all around the country and hopefully around the world. We got them listening in, and we are constantly bringing the best people to them through Hidden Pioneers. And Garth, you indeed are a hidden pioneer. And I was looking at your bio, and I was looking at some amazing things about you and how at the age of 11, you wrote a letter to General Motors inquiring how you could get into a program as far as automotive design. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, Rodney, I've been drawing cars since I started drawing on the wall when I was about probably 3 or 4 years old. My mother didn't stop me. I got a pencil and I just started drawing on the wall. Actually, the first thing I drew was a cat and dog town. I had a cat town over here, a dog town over here, and I had a train going from the cat town to the dog town. That was in the kitchen. My mother's sister lived in California, and she worked at a place where they do lithograph. So my Aunt Velma sent me a light table where you can actually come up with designs. I was about 5 years old. So this would enable you to design cars, boats, aircraft. It had a little system that you could trace and make designs. And so that's how I kind of got started into doing the car design. So I've been enjoying cars ever since I was 4 to 5 years old. I guess the main thing that really, I was always fascinated by cars and airplanes. I was always fascinated by that. So through my time, one thing that really motivated me is we didn't have a car. We didn't have a car till I was 12 years old.
Okay.
My grandfather bought this guy was getting ready to lose his car, and he was able to get it for real cheap. It was a 1960 Cadillac. It was a white one. That was in 68, and it was dented, but that was our first car. So I was always motivated into doing transportation. That's how I did that. It was always a treat for me to go to the airport. The airport that was closest to us was Cleveland Airport. And for me to go see airplanes take off and land and all that kind of stuff, that was really important to me. So matter of fact, coming up as a child, we would play airport. Yeah, that's what we played airport. We were the tower control, the ground service. We would say run and you fly wherever you're going to go, and you come back and you're going to take this path for your flight. So that's how I kind of got into that. Later on, when I was about 20 years old, I took flying lessons back in Ohio at Akron-Canton Airport, and I soloed flying in 1978 as a solo in a Piper Tomahawk, which is a P-38-112. So that was quite an accomplishment for me, just a solo. When I came to California, I continued flying at Orange County Airport, Santa Ana, and Martin Aviation. But when I was going to Art Center, going to school, I couldn't afford both, because even then, it was $100 an hour to fly. I don't know how much it costs now. It's probably way more than that now, but it was $100 per hour. And I didn't have the revenue. I didn't have the funds for that. So I have about 70 hours flying time. And so that's where I'm at.
Well, you know it. You probably, now that you have a little spare time on your hands, you'll probably end up picking up those extra hours and having fun. We actually had on earlier Captain Willie Daniels, and just a phenomenal pilot, and has been flying for many years. But Garth, you know, this is about transportation and technology, and like we were saying, like Bill always says, if it moves, rolls, pulls something, flies, whatever it is part of transportation and technology.
Right.
But the neat thing is your experience, and you sharing with us being one of the first African American to graduate from Art Center in automotive design. What an amazing feat. And your work, you know, you've worked with you know, different companies and design. Speak to the young people out there about that.
Okay, well, Rodney, actually, the first African American to graduate from Art Center College of Design was his name was McKinley Thompson Jr.
Thank you. Okay,
and he's from Asbury Park, New Jersey, and he worked at Ford. He worked at Ford, and he was the first African American to be hired by Ford back in the day. He graduated in 1955.
Okay,
that was the year I was born.
Oh, okay.
So that was a long time ago.
So, well, that's a great milestone right there, to know even further back that there was a major milestone by an African American man in automotive design. Thank you for the correction. See, we learned from it. Yes.
Right. So throughout the years, I don't know if African Americans were really privy to about being a designer. When I went to Art Center, we didn't see that many people of Black or brown descent or coloration at Art Center.
Right.
It's just that's how it was set up. But now we do. We see more diversity in the design education and things like that. But when I was coming up, I had no one to look up to or to get advice from as far as being a designer. I was kind of like pretty much on my own. But I knew I wanted to do that. So that's how I got into that. Does that kind of like help you out there?
No, it most definitely helps. But you know, and one thing, you being a creative soul, and I remember you mentioning when you were a young man, you wanted to start Astromonaco.
Astronomical,
There you go. Tell the viewers a little bit about that. How did that get started?
Oh man, I'm sorry I don't have my astronomical cars with me. I have all my models, they're paper.
Okay.
Cardboard models. And when I was about 11 years old, I came up with the astronomical brand. How did I come up with that name? I liked the word back in the day called astro. And there was I don't have that in front of me, but I used to like something on TV called Astro Boy.
Astro Boy, okay.
You're probably too young to know about Astro Boy. Astro Boy was
I don't know about Astro Boy, but now I do.
It was a Japanese cartoon.
Oh, okay.
In Japan, they call it Adam. In America, we say Astro Boy. And they made a movie. I mean, it was a TV show, came on every day, Astro Boy. And I like the word astro. And of course, astro dealt with science when you talk about NASA, astrophysics, astronomy, astronaut. So astronomical means big company. That's what astronomical means. So when I was 13, I actually had my mother drive me to Washington, D.C. to the Department of Congress to try to get this copyrighted. And so I've had the name ever since. Matter of fact, when I was 16, I had a checking account, Astronomical. I could go to the bank and just write checks on Astronomical. So I still have that name. That's the name of my what do you call it? That's my corporate holding company name, Astronomical. That's our holding company.
And see what you talk. Go ahead, Bill. Go ahead.
I have a question. On, because you was talking about Japan. So I want to just jump over, get in for time to think about the Philippines. So now when we talked about the Philippines, you had this project, which even the people in the Philippines talk about the Jeep, which is the jeepney. Let's talk about that, Garth.
Okay. Well, I had the opportunity to go to the Philippines in 2011, I think it was 2012, and when I went there, I was able to see the transportation they had in the Philippines. Their bus system, their public transportation system is comprised of jeepneys. These are old World War II Jeeps that were left over from World War II. The people there modified them over this last 60 years, 70 years, and they still use those as their transportation. So as a transportation designer, I said, wow, how can we modernize this thing and bring it up to date for the 21st century? So I did sketches over the past 10 years. And so that's how I got into that. Recently, Bill, with the class I had with at Art Center, the class last fall, I did some designs for that as well.
Awesome. And what grade did you get on that? I think I asked you before. What'd you score?
I think I got an A.
There you go.
All right. Well, that's good. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff in the Philippines, as you know. I have a couple beautiful daughters that are Filipino. I've been to the Philippines many times, and that's one of the things. Well, they love cars. Garth went away. So when Garth,
I think you went to go grab something. Bill,
yeah,
he's got a surprise for us.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's all good. We're still live here, but yeah. So me and Garth, we have something in common, and a lot of people don't know the story.
I did do sketches and everything.
There they go. Wow, the jeepney.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, and MacArthur said, "I'll be back."
Wow.
And a lot of people, including people in the Philippines, they don't really know the story of their public transportation. I mean, they'll be driving the jeepney, and they don't really necessarily understand that really came from America, and the Philippines just kind of took it over because of the war, and now that's their public transportation. So that's where the jeepney name comes from, the U.S. Right.
So Garth, you're looking at things that are, you're talking about in the Philippines, they're still driving and using these vehicles, from far back, and now you are having sketches and prototypes of a new modernized form of transportation for them.
Right.
As we're looking at transportation right now, everything is pointed towards more electrification. And so now you actually have a company that you're establishing, EV charging services. Talk about that.
Okay, well, like I said, what we want to reach out right now, when I look at the media or stuff that come in the mail, I see a lot of focus on solar panels.
Mm-hmm.
I get probably 4 phone calls a day on solar panels, but I don't see anyone really focusing on selling the electric vehicle chargers, level 2s, level 2 chargers. Level 2 chargers are a little bit faster than the level 1s. Of course, we know the fastest ones was at Chatamo, and they have the superchargers. But those take a 440 power, the power from the electricity, and those are a little bit more difficult to get. But the other ones, the 220, the level 2s, that's what we're trying to focus on. You know, when you go to Costco, okay, and you go out the door and you see those vendors at the door, we're trying to do it like that, where you would see the brand at the door. Also, too, when you go to a car dealership, if you go to Chevrolet or BMW or Porsche, Ford, whoever, we'll have a relationship with the dealer. And if you're going to buy a new electric vehicle, we'll have it set up where it'll be easy for you as a customer to get that installed in your garage, because I don't think we have those resources in place yet.
It's the infrastructure.
Yeah, all that's going to be coming. Rodney, let's go ahead and wrap it. It's been a pleasure, and you can see more of Garth on Montgomery'spioneers.com. So go ahead and wrap it up, Rod.
Well, as you can see, the hidden pioneers are here in force. Mr. Garth Newberry, and again, a great person from Art Center, Automotive Design. Thank you, Garth, for everything you've done for transportation technology.
It's my pleasure. And let me tell the people out there who are listening in here, if you can whatever you can give to help this program, what we're doing, and make sure you put this on your calendar, February 20th and 21st, Saturday and Sunday, 6 hours each day, right, Bill? Starting at 12?
Yeah, we're gonna cut that part. It's okay. You're still good, but yeah, it's gonna be 12 to 6 Saturday and Sunday.
Okay, so what I'm saying is put that on your calendar. If you can only give $1, whatever you give would be appreciated. Yeah. That would really help out a lot. And we want to get this it's going to be a global diversity summit. That means around the world. So make sure you tune in and join us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Garth, for being with us. Continued success to you, and keep drawing and keep having fun.
Thank you. My pleasure.
How you doing? It's Rodney Allen Rippey, the host of the Global Diversity Summit. And of course, we have with us CSI Bill. Bill's down here.
How are you?
There's Bill. And he's the guy, the man of the hour who put this whole wonderful thing together. He put all the hidden pioneers together, and there's so many wonderful people. But we have people that are lining up to come and speak at the Global Diversity Summit, and we have with us a wonderful man, Mr. Mike Clark. How are you, Mark? And Mark, please, if you can, please share with our viewers. We're just doing a little teaser here. Tell us a little bit about what makes you so awesome.
Well, I wouldn't call myself awesome, but I'm an automotive designer and instructor, and I instruct at Art Center College in Pasadena.
Wow. The Art Center, that is the home of so many greats that when you talk about automotive design, come on, you got to pat yourself on the back. That is the hub that drives the automotive design world. That is incredible. How are you feeling towards the students, and what are you seeing now? What is next in the world of automotive design?
Well, we're really on the cusp of a revolution in the automotive world. As everyone knows, electrification and then autonomous driving, it's happening now. Wow. And this is what makes my job, my teaching so exciting, is that I get to now give my experience to the next generation of designers and really empower them to go forward and design awesome cars. And it's just, the opportunities are really amazing in the near future.
So what is just one of the major projects that has been kind of like the apple of your eye?
apple my eye, I'd have to say BMW, the new Mini program. Now that's 20 years ago. I'm dating myself a little bit there, but that was a pretty exciting program, and that was in the mid to late 90s.
And so they're saying now that the SUVs are on a comeback. The sport SUVs, is that so for BMW?
I'd say, yeah, pretty much so. That's what sells globally, not in every market, but especially in this country, Asia, yeah, the SUVs, but SUVs of all sizes. They're not just the big ones. There's some small ones too. But yeah, that's what people tend to like these days.
And BMW came out with that very sleek electric vehicle, very, very sleek. What have you to say about that?
Well, at BMW, I was very lucky to have been part of the one of the developers of the very early electric cars of the early to mid 90s. The BMW was a pioneer in the electrification of vehicles back then. The cars didn't come out onto the market until much later, but we were involved quite heavily with very early EV programs at BMW. So we were on the ground floor there.
Well, the driving experience continues for BMW.
Hello, everyone. Oh, there you are. It's Valentine's Day, and we're in Istanbul. And look, it's snowing outside. Today we want to wish Happy Valentine's Day to 3 very special people in California. Lenny, do you want to tell everyone who they are? We want to wish Happy Valentine's Day to Coach Bill Brown and CSI Bill and Aggie Cobran. Coach, thank you for introducing us in the space program in California. And CSI Bill, thank you so much for interviewing us at the Global Diversity Summit. And Aggie, you're so special. Yeah, thank you, Aggie, for inviting us to the National Space Society. Oh, one last thing. We want to wish a happy Valentine's Day to all the astronauts at the space station. Guys, do you know where the space station is? It's right up there.
And we're back again with another great presentation here at the first annual Global Diversity Summit. Bill, we've been having some fun, have we not, Bill? You got to give it to me.
Yeah, it's amazing, amazing.
We have had some of the best people from around the world, from the world of transportation and technology, huge, huge icons from NASA, so many different great people. And Bill, how do you know so many great people, man? This is pretty incredible, man.
First of all, it's a blessing, and it's traveling. The first thing is, I got my driver's license at 14 years old. A true story, because in the state of Ohio, I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, and a lot of people had those mopeds, okay, those little scooters, and we were kids. We were running around in the streets and stuff like that, and all these cars were beeping and stuff like that. And all of a sudden they literally made a law in Ohio that you needed to get a driver's license, and it was called a Class M for mopeds. And so again, I used to go all around. I went to Indiana, Kentucky, because Cincinnati is
on
close,
a moped.
On a moped, okay. So, my dad was like, "Where where'd you go? And, so I guess, from there, that traveling around, that's how you meet people. So I guess that's the story. But you got to
Bill,
get a driver's license.
you too much. Go ahead. We've got a great guest waiting on us, Bill. Take it away.
Well, Steve, how we met, it was through Dan. He said, call this person. And one thing about me, if you tell me to contact someone, I know what that means. Okay. Not only am I going to contact someone, I'm going to try and contact someone else and someone else and someone else. Okay. To help other people, because the connections, they're more than 50% of anything that you do. And,
Right.
and I understood that at a young age. And now I guess I'm kind of an expert. So when I met Steve, he was so like approachable, because not everybody is approachable. You contact them, right? To blow you off, they're too busy. And Steve was like, I was like, oh man, he seems like he can talk to me. And I had him come to my high school, and we just hit it off, man. He was great, genuine, very caring, liking the youth, and I think that he kind of been through some things too. At that age of the in-kind trade, trying to do something to get his foot in the door, which he did. So I'm going to let I'm going to let you talk to Steve. But Steve, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and kind of like what's your position at Goddard?
Well, my name's Steve Lighthill. I work for NASA. I've been with them for well over 33 years. And my position currently is public engagement and visual communications manager for NASA's Armstrong Flight Research Center. I do have to say, Rodney, that when you ask him how he knows all these people, he doesn't hesitate. He calls, he talks, he engages, he's tenacious, and his enthusiasm is so infectious that you cannot help but want to be a part of what he's doing. It's amazing what he does for kids.
That's wonderful. And it's people like you. You are amongst giants, and you yourself are a giant. And to be able to allow yourself to open up, to share. There's so many great people out there watching this now. And sometimes you have to go, yeah, well, could I help a little bit more? Could I just give a little bit more information? And it's opportunities like this, Mr. Lighthill, for young people all around the world to be inspired. And that's what the Global Diversity Summit is all about. We want to bring the best to our youth and say, hey, look, dreams do come true. And that's, Steve, that's your life story. Please continue.
Well, I appreciate that. But as far as being a giant, no, I don't think so. I know my position with NASA, and I'm so far down that totem pole. I've worked with giants. I've seen giants. I've talked to them. But like a little kid, I stand in awe. I came to work for NASA and immediately started meeting my heroes from when I was in school, and it's just phenomenal to walk through a hallway and see people like Bill Dana, who was a phenomenal test pilot and actually contemporary of Neil Armstrong when Neil was flying the X-15. And then, of course, you get to meet people like Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin and Fred Hayes and all these people you grow up thinking, boy, I can never be like them. I can never meet them. And when you do meet them, with a few exceptions, most of them are so humble and don't really understand what all the hype is. They went and did their job. That was their job. It didn't matter that their job was so phenomenal and threw them in the spotlight. It was just their 9 to 5. And I've actually tried to make that how I approach things.
Right.
I get overwhelmed sometimes because of where I work and what I see, but I still try and say, this is just my 9 to 5. This is where I go and do my job. And it's just phenomenal that I get to do it where I do. Never thought I'd work that.
But in reality, just like a fine watch, a fine timepiece, it's the little gears that turn the big gears. So don't ever forget that. And you are important. And the giant couldn't move if the little gear didn't help turn it. So, but I mean, just we're respectable for people who have done such great things, and you're making great strides in transportation and technology. And what you're sharing is motivating the youth. It's motivating me. And Bill is, as an instructor, we're just trying to take the best of the best to the students. Bill?
Yeah, and just like my cousin Katherine Johnson, same thing. If she at 100 years old, I went to meet with her down in Virginia, and she says the same thing. She's very humble. She never talks about her. It's always the team. She's always humble, and Steve, it's the same way. But it's that kind of people that really has a big impact on our youth and people, because you're approachable, and you're not so much in the limelight. And that's what a hidden pioneer. I came up with hidden pioneers because it's someone that's kind of been there, done that, but willing to give back and makes the time, and that's really very important. And we wouldn't be on this call, if we didn't connect up, and you weren't the person you were, because again, I would have been. I only try and connect up with people that have the same passion, vision for the youth at the high school level. Steve came out, I think, 3 times, drove from, I don't know, hour and a half, 2 hours away. And that kind of stuff is just, it's remarkable. It's needed. It's wanted. And I have a lot of respect for people that do that. So, Steve, one of the questions I have is, as far as high school students, what did you see when you went to, you've been to my 2 different schools in Long Beach and LA. What did you see when you were on campus?
I saw youth. I hate to use the term kids because sometimes it seems derogatory to them. I know I didn't like being called a kid when I was a teenager, but I gotta say, I saw young people that were just, they wanted to learn. They wanted to succeed. They wanted to make a difference. And they didn't accept the fact that because of where I'm at, I can't be something.
Right.
You in my business, because I deal with the public for NASA, I get a lot of people, I want to be an astronaut when I grow up. I want to do this, but they don't want to put in the work. They just want it to magically happen. But the kids that you introduced me to, Bill, they were not only wanting to put in the work, but they were creating what the work needed to be. Some of those kids were just phenomenal. They made me feel ignorant at times. They talked about technology in a way that I see a lot of engineers have trouble talking.
Right.
No, that Steve, and I tell you one of the reasons why is because I really stress, in fact, my nickname is CSI, okay, Common Sense Intelligence. I really try and, stress that because so many people, you can kind of lose it because you're just doing one thing and you don't really necessarily know what's out there, because the technology does change things and it changes people's minds, and you can kind of forget about point A because you're trying to go to point B, C, D, E, and F, especially in America, as we know. So a big part of what I do, Steve, is I try and marry the two, whether it's Ohm's law, for example. You can work on a rocket, okay, to for NASA, okay, just like it's a regular lawnmower or a moped. I try and keep it simple, but make sure that they do it consistently, okay, and constant, and perfect it, when you're 16, 15, 17 years old, because that's what happens. There's so many distractions. People kind of forget, or they don't do it. Like you said, the work, okay, it's hard work, but it pays off. So, Steve,
it's the passion I think that drives them, and they don't believe, and I think that's we can attribute that to American society as a whole. They don't think it's not achievable. That's the key. They don't think, no matter where they come from, no matter what their background is, they don't accept that their dreams are not achievable.
Right.
And that is something, I've seen kids from other countries. They have the enthusiasm, they have the drive, they have the desire, but what they don't have is that belief.
Mm-hmm.
They don't think it's possible for them. As an exhibits manager for NASA, I take exhibits everywhere, and I talk to the public. And I'm, it sounds impossible, but I may see in a weekend at an air show, I may see and talk to 50,000 people.
Sure.
I mean, it's phenomenal, the thirst for what goes on with NASA. But occasionally you'll get somebody who really wants it. They just, they can't believe it can happen, but they really, really want it. And they have the ability. And it humbles me to think that I may have put a kid on a path to get to their dream. I've actually seen it, and I can count, on one hand the number of kids that have come back to me later that I've run into and saying, "Oh, I talked to you, and now I'm at Embry-Riddle University studying aeronautical engineering, or I'm here doing this, or I'm here doing that." That is something that humbles you and makes you believe that there is a higher power guiding people, and that things like that can happen. Sometimes it appears to be a mini miracle.
Well, Steve, a student that I had this year again, who actually came to the auditorium and saw you, and he was like, "Hey, that NASA guy, the guy with the white hair, and I was, like, yeah, is he coming back again?" I mean, literally just a couple of days ago, and actually, that's what sparked me, because I've been so busy, and I was like, "Man, Steve, I got to give him a call." I mean, I've been so, but again, a high school student reminded me, and that's what happened. So you do make a mark, and when people come to the high schools, and this is what I try and do, you got to go to them now more days, because a lot of times they don't reach out. There's so much going on, and we wonder why come kids don't do this, because it's a different time now. You got to go to them. You literally have to, because of that pocket computer. I don't call it a cell phone. It's more technology. When we sent man to the moon in '69, it's a pocket computer. Okay. And I really think we need to teach how that's used, what it is, why you need to use it, because it takes people's brains, man, and they start doing other stuff. Steve, as you know, Ronnie can tell you that. So that's my passion on that. You got to go to them, and you have to teach and tell them. And in fact, Steve, they're kids. They're still kids. Because sometimes I think we give them too much credit. I got a couple daughters, and she always fights me on that. So you're not an adult. An adult is 18. In fact, now at my age, it's 21. You're kids, and the adults. Steve, we need to teach the kids and give them the tools that they need. Rodney?
Young people, as you can see, that is the purpose of the first Global Diversity Summit. We want you to be inspired, and we want you to dream big. No matter where you are, you can achieve your dreams. And there are people like Bill Montgomery. There are people like Mr. Steve Lighthill, and so many other hidden pioneers that have spoken on this summit. They're here to help you. There's information here. Bill just got another call because he's got people pouring in. No, I'm just messing with you. But the thing is, Steve, we appreciate you. We appreciate everything that you've done for transportation and technology. Being a public, like, I guess would you be a PIO, like a public information officer, or is that?
I work within the public affairs office.
Sure, okay.
within the Office of Communications for NASA. And because of that, my role of public engagement, which is, exhibits and talking to the public and et cetera, falls under the communications umbrella. And I work closely with the public affairs and officers and the news chief and the chief of strategic communications. I something that happened last week, I got a call, and to tell you the truth, Bill, if it hadn't been dealing with this stuff and getting involved with this stuff, I probably would have said no. But I was asked if I would be willing to be a mentor for a underrepresented high school student from one of the Indian tribes back east. And I normally would say no to those things, because the last time I was a mentor, I got somebody who really wanted a career in graphic design. And by the time I got done with her, she decided she did not. She wanted to be an engineer instead.
Well, Steve, I know that anybody that can get your time, it's a blessing, because you're the real deal. You're not fake. You want to help, and you have to balance your time, because you can't help everyone. But through virtual and things like this, time, it can help a lot of people. Just the words that you said, for me, it's special because you've opened up the doors. You allowed me to bring some people to see NASA up close, which was amazing. I mean, I'm still in awe of that. Of course, I want to go there again and again and again, because I learned a lot. I mean, this whole NASA thing is new to me. I got to be honest with you. I mean, at 50 years old, I didn't know what NASA was. I was the same high school student thinking, well, that's the astronaut people. I mean, I can't do anything there. And because my cousin, Catherine Johnson, bless her heart, she opened that door. And then I just started, going to the website, looking. I mean, it's amazing, Steve, that the stuff over the past couple years, what has been able to be put on that website. I mean, it's like it's a whole new world. All this information. That's all you got to do is just go there and get it.
It's amazing what is out there on NASA's websites, and there's been such an effort to consolidate it so that you have one portal that you can initially get to, and then you can branch out from there. And anything that NASA has done or is doing is out there on those websites, and it's phenomenal. Just as an aside, they have the new low boom flight demonstrator, the X-59 coming online, where you're going to get a muffled thump instead of that giant kaboom. And that technology may pave the way for passenger airliners to fly supersonic over land. So instead of taking all that time to get from Los Angeles to New York, you're only doing 2 hours or a little over 2 hours to get there. And then we have an all-electric airplane, the X-57, that's currently being built and tested, where we have a completely battery-powered airplane. And it's not just to fly an electric airplane, because others have, but it's to find out that battery technology and the engine technology and distributed propulsion and all this other stuff that, because I'm not an engineer, I don't understand. I just know how to make it look pretty for the public. But all that stuff is out there, and the kids can really enjoy that and really get immersed in it and find a place for themselves.
Yes.
Within NASA.
Wow. Well, Steve, I tell you, this has been an honor, pleasure. We're on the same page, because I know how to get the information on that nasa.gov website, and anybody can get it. And you will be smarter than the average Joe if you just go in there and look. I can tell you that, okay? Because some of the words, it's kind of there's so much, but there's something for everybody on there. If you're a video gamer, and and my thing is I'm just trying to get that information out to the students because it's at no cost, but I never use the word free because it costs, taxpayers money to be able to do that. But it's there at no cost. You just got to go get it. So again, students, nasa.gov, www.nasa.gov. And Steve has done some things on there, some amazing things. And because you guys got the history still there, Steve,
Oh, yeah.
you can find so many things on that site. In fact, I'm going to go to it right after this call. Rodney, you want to close it up?
Well, that's going to do it. We thank you so much, Mr. Lighthill. And please keep sending Bill all of that great information. And we're going to keep getting it out to all of our listeners and all of our viewers. And again, you have been watching another great interview on the first Global Diversity Summit.
Thank you so much, Steve, for all that you do.
Well, thank you guys for allowing me to participate in this. It's really a privilege and an honor. Thank you.
All right, and we are back at the Global Diversity Summit. That's so exciting. We have a new member. It's amazing. This guy. Hey, Mike, you look sharp.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Looking sharp. Got the background. I'm sure it's going to make E360 happy and the viewers around the world. I'm just excited to bring someone at a young age that understands transportation and technology the way you do. I mean, I wanted to bring you in because of someone, Bucky from DuPont Registry. I'm a magazine that I've come to know, and he's a connector dots kind of guy, and made a couple phone calls, and voila, here you are. So tell us, who you are and what city and state you're from.
So yeah, I'm Mike Wimmer. I'm 12 years old, and I'm from Salisbury, North Carolina. I am actually a 12-year-old high school senior. We'll be graduating in May. As you can see, I love computer and robotic programming, but also one of my big hobbies is I love exotic sports cars and going to IMSA sports car races.
Wow, what a great opening. So what you said, well, that's transportation and technology,
That's right.
Which is exactly what this Global Diversity Summit is all about. Okay.
Exactly.
And we're trying to teach the youth. So you're a great example of what we know that can happen if we get them excited and we expose them to it. So
Right.
Speaking of exposure, talk to us about some of the places that you've been to be able to get.
What was that? Could you repeat that again?
Talk to some of the places that you've been to get that exposure.
So, exposure-wise, my parents definitely try to get all the resources they can to me. Being 12, credibility is a big issue. So, and, I've been to many robotics companies, including Boulder, Colorado. I was going to do a speaking engagement in Arizona. So we made the long road trip detour to Boulder, Colorado, where I basically knocked on the door of two robotics companies, Missy Robotics and Sphera Robotics. And I was able to meet both the founders of those, Adam Wilson and Ian Bernstein, who are both great friends of mine now. And I was able to learn the ideas of how technology is being made right now. And that was definitely an interesting experience, and we still talk to this day. Other things, I've been to many conventions, including the Mensa annual gatherings in 2018 and 2019, obviously not in 2020 due to COVID. I'm actually self-taught in robotics, so in everything that I know. So I really haven't had a specific place where I've learned a lot of things. I think on the cars kind of side of things, transportation, I really love going to the National Corvette Museum in Bowling Green, Kentucky. I like going there every once in a while, seeing the new exhibits, and going to the Corvette store every once in a while, of course. But yeah, those are kind of the two really main places that really have inspired me.
Well, at 12 years old, that's a lot of exposure. I tell you, I haven't been to that place in Kentucky, and I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. Okay. And, it's just amazing, though, Mike, the places where you can get the exposure, how you can get it. And a lot of times it's right in your backyard or next door, and you don't even know it. So That's what's so good about this virtual an E360, being able to get it out and expose and bring people like you and talk about the things and the places that people like you have been. And at 12 years old, most people, they wouldn't even, they may not get a chance to go to one place. And here you are meeting executives, CEOs at 12. I mean, that must feel, I mean, how do you handle all that?
I mean, I guess the idea of the social aspect and everything, that was the one thing that my parents pushed me to do, is to learn how to be social. Everything else I learned all by myself. They didn't push me, but one thing that they did teach me and instill in me was the idea of show what you know. It's because, I do different military contract, USSOCOM. I've done many different events and places where I have to show what I know in order to gain the respect of others, to understand and give me that credibility. So that's kind of where I've gotten it, was mainly from my parents instilling that in me. And that's basically the idea of it.
Well, I talked to your dad, and he speaks highly of you, but he definitely, respects it. And he also respects the people that are also giving you the knowledge that he can,
Exactly.
So I love your accent, by the way. I always tell people, if they come to California and they move here, don't leave the accent where they come from. I love Aggie and her accent from Canada. It just cracks me up. But I like that. I want people to, don't forget where you come from.
Exactly.
You're Filipino. If you're from Africa, if you're German, I would love for people to know how to speak their language.
Right.
And not lose it, with all the distractions and everything's going on. But anyway, so let's talk about as far as like competitions and things like that. Are you competing right now?
So right now I'm not competing at all. No.
Okay. So no competitions. So so your competition is it kind of yourself, or is it? I mean,
what I kind of set myself a goal, and I want to get here in this amount of time, and that's kind of what I try to shoot for. And one thing I think would be good is my military work. That's really one thing that I strive for. That I try to get to this goal, and really kind of how I've taught myself through that is I really, I teach myself, I make this goal, I want to get here, I want to figure out how to do this. And that's what really pushes me to do, is learning these new things. And also I have my startup, Reflect Social. That's also what pushes me to learn new things and to get to that next step.
Well, I looked at did you make that website? Because I looked at your site. Did you make that?
I did.
That's pretty cool. I like the way you kept putting the stuff you want to highlight. You
Right.
It was like a repeat, so that I like that.
Yeah, I made the original website, and then I expanded on it a little bit more. But yeah, I taught myself how to make websites using HTML and CSS codes. And again, that was another thing. Everybody was like, "Well, do you have a website?" And I didn't have a website, so that was something like, "Okay, I need to make myself a website." Those kind of things is those goals, and that's how I learn different things. That's how I've learned everything I know now.
Wow. So everybody all over the world. I mean, I'm getting very excited about this 12-year-old. But you don't even necessarily when you have the knowledge and you have the punctuation where you can say things clearly and correctly.
Right.
You really, it doesn't matter the age per se.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't even know that you're 12. You could be 35, 40, 50, 60. And I get excited, but I do get more excited when people younger than me, can teach me stuff and they have the passion. And at 12 years old, man, it's like, wow, it's pretty impressive. Now, what's your favorite car? Do you have a favorite vehicle?
Ooh, well, I've always been a Corvette guy, so I'm a big fan of all the Corvettes. But also, I like the McLaren F1. That's one of my favorite cars, along with the Lamborghini Aventador SP. I could tell you all day about my favorite cars because I've known them all.
Wow, no, that's great. But you know what? You said some cars that I know very well. And what about some of the electric cars coming out?
Yeah, so I'm a big Tesla fan as well. So Tesla Roadster 2.0, and some of the GM electric cars as well. So I think the electric whole revolution, as we're calling it in general, is definitely very interesting. Figuring out, okay, how are, say, GM going to make their batteries different than Tesla, or Ford different than GM? Figuring out, having them all figure out at the same time is quite interesting to see and watch.
Well, I'm going to plug this. We're working with a company called Lucid. Have you heard of Lucid?
Okay. I've heard of Lucid.
Yeah, so we're going to be working with them. In fact, Derek and his team, they're working hard to get some information so that we can explain to the world. You know, what I like about Lucid is they're more about the people. Okay, they want to teach the technology. Okay, and it's just great to be able to have that kind of technology, those kind of people that want to help others involved with this Global Diversity Summit. So we're very excited about that, and you'll end up meeting them, you know, as you push other people to watch it. And we're pretty excited about that.
Yeah, the Lucid cars are definitely very interesting, very a different and new idea, but something that we've been kind of needing is that idea surrounding the human. And I think one thing that's kind of related to this whole technology transportation idea is I actually built my own autonomous Corvette RC car, where I took an RC car, I gutted it all out, put computer chips in it, and ultrasonic sensors all around the back, the front, and the sides. And in the end, I programmed it where it would avoid obstacles. It could, between two walls, it would almost do a lane keep style where it would ride right in the middle. And what was interesting about that car was it was actually a normal left-right kind of steering wheel, fully left or fully right. But what I did was I changed the amount of power that went to the motor so I could do progressive steering.
Wow. Hey, man, you know what? It's like I'm never going to be speechless, though, when I'm talking to someone that has a passion about transportation technology. Now, speaking of, tell me what you know. Do you like what NASA's doing?
Absolutely, yes. So I've actually been to a ton of the NASA Space Centers, Kennedy Space Center, Huntsville, Houston, and the Air and Space Museum in DC. So I'm liking what NASA's doing, seeing, you know, figuring out this bigger frontier and how we're going to achieve this, because we can't really simulate that on Earth very well. So how are we going to figure out new ways and things? And I think it's going to be very interesting in the coming years to see the missions to Mars and how we're going to, you know, attack that whole issue.
All right, now, do you know what's happening next Thursday on the 18th?
What is that? I haven't looked lately.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm not trying to one up you. I just want to let you know I got a little knowledge about NASA.
No problem.
The rover's landing on Mars.
Awesome.
On the 18th, it's supposed to land, and it was made in Pasadena. Okay. By Americans. You know, which I think is very exciting. But you know, Mike, a lot of people don't know that. They don't know that information.
Right.
And a lot of people that are even in STEM classes and the people that are really into the technology don't know. So as hidden pioneers, we want to make sure people do know what's going on, you know, and you know, right away. We don't want them to have to even, you know, cut on the news because some of it might be fake, you know. So we try and surround ourselves with people like yourself that have the knowledge, okay. They're trying to get more knowledge and they're willing to share it. And it seems like you fit. It seems like you fit that mold.
Yeah, absolutely. I love doing things and giving back to the community. You know, paying forward is the way of the future is the way I think. So I think definitely I do fit that mold.
Wow, Mike. So tell us about your website. Give us a shout out to the world of how can people see what you're doing. How do they get to know you more? Tell us about that.
Sure. So my website, nexterainnovations.com. I created the website and then expanded on it a little bit, as we said before. And then basically, I have my business, Next Era Innovations, is where I have started to. I created robotic applications for the Now robot back here behind me, and we sold those around the world. And then along with that, I've built microphones for this robot, the Now robot. And then also that's mainly the funnel for my military contracts as the business. But next there is really we can find everything about me. All my socials are on there, etc. So that's really the hub. If you can find everything about me, and then also it's also the link to my LinkedIn page and also my startup Reflect Social, where we're going to combine the world of IoT and the Internet of Things. And I am going to put in this social factor of making, bringing the younger generation into it, like this whole TikTok evolution that's been going on. So bringing that into it. And I will be releasing that in the next few months.
Well, you know what? I'm looking forward to letting people know what you're doing. Okay. Next on the 20th and 21st. Okay. The Global Diversity Summit. It's going to be just a joy for these people to get wowed by the information. On the chat earlier, Aggie was saying, and I was saying the same thing. I mean, this kid knows more than what we know. That's why I had to ask that question about the Mars rover, just to see if you knew. But I tell you, Mike, is there any questions you have for anyone out there in the world, or any questions?
Let me think.
I mean, you know so much already.
I know, right? Yeah, well, I always try to be humble, and I understand that I do not know everything and do not expect myself to. So one thing I see is, how can I help others? I love to help others in any way I can, paying it forward. So how can I help is the main question I have.
Good question. Well, I'll tell you how you can help is by spreading, this summit to people, so that we can go to more high schools. The whole thing while we're doing this, it's a fundraiser. Okay, we're trying to get more revenue so we can go to more high schools. We think that high schools that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where you're going to make your decision. That's where you're not so sure. That's where some people, if they are, that's where we need to be teaching the kids, I think, the transportation technology. And that we're together. In America, we separate it. If it's the boat industry, it's the car industry, it's the ship industry. Okay. Well, transportation and technologies, transportation's planes, trains, automobiles, even the rover, a skateboard, a bicycle. And most people, including parents and administration, they just don't think about that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, one of the biggest things I've thought about with, of course, because of this, the vision hasn't been able to be done, is combining these classes together. Like, for example, you could teach automotive engineering along with physics, because they go along really well together, learning the aerodynamics of the car, drag coefficients, etc. There's so much we can combine, even like the physics of cooking. I've actually sat in a lecture from there at Harvard. And, the idea of combining these together hasn't been able to be done, but it should be for sure.
Mike, that's exactly what we didn't think about the cooking stuff. But you know what? We're trying to do transportation ticket, but you know what? Everything goes in there, because once you start moving, look, the first 2 steps out of your bed is transportation. And that's what people don't understand. Then you bring on the AI, okay, the artificial intelligence. And by the way, our brain, us humans, we make the artificial stuff. And a lot of people kind of have that backwards. They really think, that the robots are coming after us. Like, okay, well, if you know how to stop it, just unplug the battery.
Yeah.
So these are some of the things that, people assume that people know, but Mike, they don't.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big things that I've done. I actually just spoke at a data conference about, was the whole perception of things. If we're trying to get robots out to the masses, then everyone's scared it's going to be the Terminator. So it's this whole idea of this perception that's wrong, that needs to be fixed, because robots are just interfaces. That's all they are. They're interfaces to the AI. So if people can understand that and understand the terminology, we will be in a much better way of using robots right now.
Well, listen, Mike, if you want to know more about what Mike's doing, we can get you that information. I'm really excited. Thank you for this great interview.
Absolutely.
We're going to bring on, Aggie in a second here, but that's a wrap. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Kick my homies. This is Ed's Marion, okay? Cam, father of all of the racing. He's a legend. He's going to help us with prime motivation, hidden pioneers, and these are my brothers here. You got Reg and you got Mark. What's say hi? What's up, guys?
Hi, how you doing? I'm Mark.
Hi, everybody. Reginald. And I got some.
That's Reginald.
Yes, I got some marching orders. I'm gonna go look for some property, man. We're about to really make something happen. Gardena might be the spot. You know, we're trying to bring it to the city, to the kids, and Ed's gonna help us out. And Ed, tell us a little story about, you know, you and Gardena and first team of president. Just a little bit of something.
Oh, well, in the early days of this was back before World War II. We had these little gal jobs or hot rods, and it was just a fun thing. For weekends, sometimes the little clubs would go on different tours to, the best ones went all the way to Mexico, but usually they'd just be a 50-mile trip, and you either belong to the club or you hang out with the guys at the club that belong to the club. And then maybe 5, 6, 10 cars would started with the Model Ts, but then it gradually became Model A's and 32 Ford V8s. With just the guys that had light cars and open roadsters, and there were many different clubs. I hung out with the guys in Bungholders Club. They happened to live in my neighborhood, so I could go over and they would teach me what they were building and how they were doing it until I got old enough to get a driver's license myself. And then I'd get an old Model T and start modifying it, make it into a homemade racing car. So that's the way it got started. And then it got bigger and bigger. And the weather was good here.
Yeah, like it is now.
And that's why the open roadsters in these hot rods got started here. But it spread back east. And as soon as they found out about it, they were all big. A lot of talent back east and much more interest. And the magazine came out, Hot Rod Magazine, and spread the word. So that got a lot of new people interested in the hot rodding and things.
I got something for you.
By the way, you talk about out in the Simi Valley there where they did the rocket testing.
Yeah.
Who do you think was in charge of running that rocket machine? Hot rod kids that grew up in a hot rod.
So yeah, NASA. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'll find out the name of the guy if you want later on. Yeah, he was running that test, some of that test facility.
Well, Ed, we have something for you. So what I want to do is I know you're a cigar man, so this is for that's a good one.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And also I'm gonna give you this.
Might be too good for me.
Let me give you this patch here. It's a NASA patch.
Oh yeah, thank you.
And I got something very special. This is unique, okay? Not everybody gets these. These are cards, playing cards, okay? And on the cards they have something
besides
something that you
can like something extra on that. Good information on each one.
Information on each one of the cards, okay? This is 50 years.
Oh yeah.
This is a deck of cards for you.
That's great. I'll be darned.
Just can't get these. So this is the respect that we have for you, my friend. Okay, for all that you do. This is right here.
Thank you very much.
This is for Ed, my friend. Okay. All right. Thank you. And I'm glad that my partners got a chance to meet you. You're going to see them again. You're going to see these guys again, all the brothers here.
All right. Good. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You want me to put your cigar up there?
Make sure
you
know
how to put
that
satchel.
And Bill, we're back again at the first Global Diversity Summit, and we've got more great people from the San Diego Unified School District. We got Crawford High School in the house. How's it going, Bill? Talk about it, man.
Oh, man, it's going great. And I actually know this instructor.
Carl, an old buddy of mine, 82nd Airborne, military, bringing that good old transportation and technology, meat and potatoes, man. I just love it. And it looks like we got some support from a dealer, and that's exactly what it's supposed to be. You know, get that dealer support and groom those technicians. We need future technicians. So, Mr. Snow, thank you for helping out in San Diego, and I'm gonna let you guys rock. I'm gonna turn it over back over to Greg.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Rodney, for having us again today. Wonderful opportunity. We just heard from some students at University City High. Now we have Mr. Kingsbury with Crawford High School. He's our automotive technology and engineering teacher at Crawford High, joined with a student, Federico Torres, who's a recent graduate. Also, as they mentioned, Mr. Snow. Mr. Snow is with the Mossy Automotive Group, been very supportive of our programs probably for the last 15 years. Providing lots of internships and just experiences and supporting our programs. What you're seeing in the background today in one of those images with Mr. Kingsbury is our brand new, it's a multi-million-dollar automotive facility. State of the art. This thing just wrapped up maybe a couple weeks ago. Okay, it's still brand new. We're still moving in. And so these students are going to have some of the best technology out there when they return to in-person learning. So with that being said, I'm going to give Mr. Kingsbury an opportunity to introduce himself. So thank you.
All right, my name is Carl Kingsbury. The kids call me KB. I'm the automotive instructor here at Crawford. I have been for about 14 years. I'm an ASE certified master tech and undercar specialist, a certified welder. My whole career, except when I was in the military, is about fixing those things. So I've been teaching now about 20 years, 14 here at Crawford High School, and try to make the best product that I can get out there. So.
Thank you, Carl. And Mr. Snow, would you like to take a moment to introduce yourself? You're muted, Dale.
You're muted, Dale.
So yes, good afternoon, gentlemen. So thank you for having me. I'm humbled to be with all these great educators. And Rodney, thank you for hosting this. I'm proud to have been with the Mossy Auto Group for about 17 years. I'm the Director of Operations for Parts and Service. We employ hundreds and hundreds of technicians, and many of those technicians are as a result of the great job the educators have done at San Diego Unified. I've had the pleasure of working with Greg. We built a lot of new schools, a lot of new automotive programs. We've had a lot of hurdles. We've had a lot of speed bumps, convincing principals these are good programs. They're good jobs. We need them desperately. And I want to thank you for all the great product that all of you have given us. In my Toyota store alone, I have 38 technicians here, and about 15 of them are a result of San Diego Unified and Miramar College. So without that feeder, I would be in big trouble. I wouldn't be able to generate the revenue that I do, support the local communities with our investments and our contributions. And it's just an amazing relationship between industry and the school district. And I wish many more school districts in the country would recognize just how important automotive technology is and how ever-changing it is every day. This technology, every day something is new. I have new products coming out. We're understanding. It's very high tech. As you can see, these are clean, beautiful shops to work in. It's no longer the image that our parents used to remember. These are things to be proud of. These technicians make a lot of money now. They have great benefits. It's a great job, and it involves all science, technology, as Greg has preached for 15 years. It's not just fixing cars. It's all about the whole complexities of the automotive business, right? And a lot of people have gone into management and other positions within our dealerships. We have over 1,700 employees, so we're proud to say that we're a partner with San Diego Unified.
Thank you, Dale. And again, thank you for your continued support. And as you mentioned, how the automotive industry is ever changing, I'd like to chime in a little bit with that new facility you see in the background there. This lab was built with the future and technology in mind. So we have infrastructure in place to support the electrification of vehicles that is coming down the pipeline and hybrid technology. So we have, you're only seeing a small segment of that lab there, but this facility is pretty big. There's two areas. We have a new section of that automotive facility that is 100% our clean lab, where we're going to do electric vehicle technology, hybrid, electronics, and sensitive type of repair. The area that you see in the background is the general service area, where they can do alignments, tires, brakes, diagnostics, and so on. So we have built this facility so that every single student will have a laptop, every single student will have access to dealership repair information. We have master toolboxes, which you kind of see in the one corner back there, that are fully loaded with tools, with foam laser cutouts. There is an abundance of resources. So it's not, 32 kids fighting over the 10 millimeter wrench. Well, every single kid's got a 10 millimeter wrench. And there is plenty of resources and vehicles. And again, Mossy many years ago was able to, donate vehicles, bring in late technology type of drivetrains and powertrains that our students learn how to work on. So the days of the old Chevy 350 is gone, right? So we're now, introducing students right away, like, hey, what are you looking at? We're looking on a Prius drivetrain here. And this is reality, right? Because people drive Priuses, and that's today's technology. So they learn about the hybrid, high voltage system. They still learn about the internal combustion components. So really good. But I don't want to steal this thunder, because really our rock star here is Mr. Kingsbury and a student that he has. And I know that you talked about this deal about your technicians making good money and a good earning, but I would like to hear the success of our student. So Carl, I don't know if you want to introduce him.
So this student, his name is Federico Torres. And he was a shining star when he was a student here. As a matter of fact, I jokingly say that his senior year, I couldn't get him off the alignment rack, and that actually got him his first job. And so, I like to give these kids the tools to go farther than they can. But without further ado, I'm just going to invite Fed over. I'm going to walk out of camera so he can take his mask off and talk to you.
Hi, I'm Federico Torres. I'm a ASC certified technician, and I work at an independent Porsche BMW facility which repairs vehicles here local to downtown San Diego. I graduated back in 2015, and I couldn't have done what I do now without things that I learned here in the outside. It's very detrimental to my learning and my success.
Federico, I think you guys might have two microphones on. Can we see if there's another device turned on, or we're getting an echo? Is there only one here?
Wasn't us.
Okay. Rodney, I'm going to ask him to repeat, but just if you can come a little closer to the computer so we can pick up your audio better as well. Okay. Can you just start again?
Sorry. Hi, I'm Federico Torres. I'm an ASC Master Certified Technician. I used to go to Crawford here back in 2015, and what I learned here, I was able to get a job and grow in the field without secondary learning because of all the fundamentals that I learned here in auto shop at Crawford High School. I now work at a Porsche and BMW specialty independent shop, and I make very good money, have benefits, and overall, I'm living the American dream.
So Federico, I remember you as a student, and as Mr. Kingsbury said, I remember you on the alignment rack. I remember you were very, you were the go-getter. You wanted to repair the car. You wanted to get out there. I think we even helped you get your first internship at Family Auto Service in La Jolla, and I know that went very well. And I remember the shop manager saying that he was very impressed that on your first day, you knew how to operate the 100 DSB 600 alignment machine and were able to get readings on a BMW. That really impressed him. I remember that. And like I said, I heard from Mr. Kingsbury, you're doing very well, and you're moving up, and I believe you're working with Dieters, you said, the independent Porsche, Mercedes, BMW dealership. So tell us about some of the work you do on these cars, and how what you learned at Crawford High School has really helped you land your dream job.
So essentially what I do at work is I do diagnostics, I do everything, suspension, engine repair, electrical, heating, ventilation, air conditioning. Every day I go to work, I love being there, and overall, I couldn't have done it without Crawford High School and the auto shop program.
So again, a testament, Rodney and Bill, here you have a student that graduated 5 years ago. He's already worked his way up to the top at an independent European dealership here in San Diego, and doing very complex repairs and diagnostics. So again, a testament that to the instructor, Mr. Kingsbury, his passion to be able to train young men and women with these important skills that are necessary to succeed. And as you had mentioned earlier, what's going to happen when that workforce retires and moves out? Well, you already got someone who moved up to the top of that workforce within 5 years. That's very impressive. I'm not going to talk dollar figures, but I know Mr. Torres is doing better than a lot of our teachers are with what he's serving. So,
yeah, Greg. Well, not to brag or anything, I am making a six-figure income, and I'm only 23 years old. And I get great benefits, and I'm working somewhere where they appreciate me, and they can't let me go. They don't want to let me go. I actually attempted to start my own business, and they gave me a bigger raise, so I ended up staying.
Carl, this is Rodney. I got a question for you. For the young people out there who are looking at for the young people, and Carl go, oh, I had a question for him. But just
I thought you were me.
Oh, it's okay. Carl, I had a quick question for you. For the young people who are looking at transportation and technology, can you say something to other high school students who might be thinking about going into this career? Is it really worth it?
So this career is not going away. We might be changing power plants, okay? And as GM and a couple other have said, they're going to fully electric in, I think it was 2035, okay? It doesn't really matter on the power plant. All the technology that I teach currently will affect that then. We teach voltmeters, we teach scan tools, all of this stuff to look into the computer system of the car. These modern cars are people joke that they're coming computers. They're not coming computers, they're becoming robots. Okay? Self-driving cars are a thing, and they'll start doing their own. And as AI gets better, they'll be able to drive themselves to places, but we still need kids of Federico's caliber, kids, young men, young women of Federico's caliber that can fix these things. This isn't, as Greg jokingly said earlier, this isn't the small block Chevy, which of course I love my small block Chevys, but that's not the industry unless you're in the custom end of it. Okay, normal transportation, as Dale does, his guys have to go to training every year to keep on that edge. Because an engineer designs a new functionary for a car, a new tech comes out, we got to be trained on it. And I tell these kids that, all the technology that human beings have come up with since the invention of the wheel is right there. Okay, we got the wheel, it goes into the cell phone hooking up to them, and all of that, it's all there.
Well, thank you, Carl, and thank you, Federico, for coming and sharing your great successes. It's very, very, very exciting to hear how you've progressed, how you've moved up, and I'm honored for you. And just stay in there. You're going to have a very successful career. And again, Bill can contest to that. And I want to thank everyone again for your time joining us, and I truly appreciate it. That's important. So.
Thanks, guys. Super proud of that kid. Thank you.
Well, Bill, I think we're getting ready to take another break because we've got another great group from the San Diego Unified School District that's going to come in. You are watching the first Global Diversity Summit.
Hi everyone, my name is Dan Robles. I'm sitting here at the Stanley E. Foster School of Engineering, Innovation, and Design, located on the campus of Kearney High School in San Diego, California. I'm going to be taking you guys today through a little tour of our campus, show you some of the equipment that we have at our facility, tell you about our program, and also a little bit of history about our school as well. So you can find our school's website by Google searching Kearney EID, that is KEARNY space EID. EID stands for Engineering, Innovation, and Design. It took me a little while to figure out how to make this SEO work, but if you Google search that, you should be able to find our school. You can go to our school's website and then navigate down and find this link here for the virtual tour of our advanced manufacturing lab. You can click on the full screen button on the bottom right corner of that. This is a very cool virtual tour. So you're actually able to pan around and zoom and walk through virtually, walk all the way around this amazing advanced manufacturing lab that we have at our school. But let's go all the way back here to the front door, and we'll get started at the very beginning. So click on this link up here that you see in the top left corner. All right, and here we are. So I'm going to walk you guys through the campus. We're going to talk about our program. We're going to talk about the equipment that we have at our school. We're going to talk about the history of our school, and we're getting started right here in an advanced manufacturing lab. So before we talk about this building and about this room, I'm going to tell you guys about the school. Kearney High School, named after Stephen Watts Kearney, is the second oldest school in San Diego. It first opened in 1954. That is why the address for our school is 1954 Comet Way. All right, go Comets. So our school has been here for a long while. We have a long history, a long tradition of designing and making cool stuff on this campus. In this particular building, this was the second lab, manufacturing space, jewelry making space, welding area on the campus. This room was opened in 1979. The first graduating class that went through this room was actually my old machine shop teacher, John Riego. I got to take his class when I was a student here myself at one point. So this building opened in 1979. This was originally the manufacturing place where the jewelry making classes took place, welding area, manual machining, and this place has changed a lot ever since our big remodel that we had about 3 school years ago. If I remember correctly, it was the school year 2018-2019 when we first had to take everything out of here so they can come in and paint these walls and redo the floors. I'm going to show you guys a lot of really cool stuff in here. So I'm going to turn my camera around while we do this. Walking into this lab, there's a lot of really cool stuff to see here. And the very first thing that you would notice when you walk in here is first, look at these floors. Amazingly clean machine shop. But we have some student projects here. So this is a go-kart that was actually made by our valedictorian just a couple years ago, Joseph. He let me help him with some of the electronics, but nothing else. He designed and built everything on this cart, started in SolidWorks, machined a bunch of stuff with HSM, and then he let me drive it a couple of times. That thing rips. So here's a couple of student projects from our robotics team, Team 1572. We started that in 2004, back when I was in 9th grade. All of these projects, I didn't design or build this stuff, but I taught students, and I had the pleasure of being able to help some of them design and build the stuff that you guys see on these robots. This is our first robotics team. There's some student projects leaning up here against the wall and a solar charging station. But really, here's where we start getting into the business end of things in our advanced manufacturing lab. So we're all about Haas machines and American manufacturing at Kearney EID. We have some Haas CNC simulators on the wall, and that is because students in this lab get to learn how to design, program, and machine parts. And we're going to talk about all the cool machining equipment that we have here. So at EID, right now, let me see if the count serves me right and I remember correctly, we have 3 vertical machining centers. We'll see those, some Haas machines. We have 2 3-axis bed mills. We have 2 CNC lathes. We have 7 2-axis control knee mills, 8 manual lathes, 2 CNC lathes. We have 4 CO2 lasers. We have, I think right now, 11 3D printers. We have a CNC router, other little things, inspection area, typical fabrication shop space. We have a cool water-cooled TIG torch back there in the MIG welding area. But we've been doing this for a long time, guys. Again, long enough that I was a student here myself at one point, and my own shop team. He was a student here as well at one point himself. So we, like I said, we have a long history, a long tradition of designing, building, and making cool stuff, teaching people how to design and build the future at Kearney High School, at EID. So the lab that we're in right now, this is typically where the 11th and 12th graders, juniors and seniors, take their classes. But we have other spaces too. We have two other lab areas. One's across the street. One is on the other end of this building. Like I said, this building was built, or first opened in 1979, and we went through this big remodel, and I'm going to walk you guys through and show you some of the stuff that we have here. We have a computer lab back here. Obviously right now, we're not on campus, students aren't here, and I'm kind of just walking through by myself while I give you guys this tour. So before they come here, in our other areas, students actually start at our school since the 9th with taking classes like Introduction to Engineering Design and Product Design and Manufacturing, where they can get college credit, where they start learning how to do things like CAD, where they start learning about 3D printing and laser cutting and about materials and the design process. And that's all from the 9th grade, getting them ready and built up for when they come here and they get to do more machining and advanced manufacturing. It's really awesome. In the 10th grade, students take Principles of Engineering, which is a lot more of an intense engineering class where they learn about moments and forces and material, yield strength, stuff like that. They take other product design and manufacturing classes. These are all, by the way, they are all linked together with their core classes like math, English, and science, and we work together on linked projects, which really makes it applicable when they're learning things that might otherwise seem boring in those other classes. It gives it a lot more sense. It gets the students a lot more excited about what they're learning when sometimes they might think, why do I have to even learn this? They have to learn it because it relates to everything. It's part of everything when you're designing and building things. So that's in 10th grade. In the 11th grade, they get to come over here for SIM, computer integrated manufacturing. And that is a highlight for many of our students because that is where they get to take everything that they've learned in their 9th, 10th, 11th grade year and then really apply it to start developing products to bring their ideas to life. And they do that with all of this amazing stuff that we have at EID. So I talked about the Haas simulators. Here's a virtual tour. Make sure you guys walk all the way around and check that out. We do have 3D printers on campus. There's only 2 here in the advanced manufacturing lab. The others are in other classrooms. This space is more real manufacturing, not so much rapid prototyping, but we do have a lot of really awesome industry standard, really professional type 3D printers. Like I mentioned, we have some CO2 lasers, so here's a couple of them here. There's 2 more spread out in 2 other rooms. Here's a little shop or fabrication area. Miller, TIG torch, big machine, inspection area. Walk back around over here. Little CNC router that students get started with when they come over here in 10th grade for some classes over here. Prototrack, Southwest Industries. I love Prototrack machines. These 3-axis bed mills, they're super awesome. Like I mentioned before earlier also, we love Haas. It's an industry standard and our students really get to learn on some of the best equipment. Here's a Haas mini mill. We have a Haas lathe right over here in SD10. That area back over there, it's a little, don't look over there. Don't look over there. A little disorganized. VF2SS, this is, if you've ever been in a machine shop or you talk to anybody that works in a machine shop, this is a hot rod right here. VF2SS, super speed. It's another Haas machine. And here is all of our 2-axis control knee mills. So these are knee mills. You know, these are the types of machines where you might think traditionally you're cranking a wheel to make something happen, but they have 2-axis controllers that you can actually program for simple 2-axis parts. So these are plates, bearing blocks, brackets, things like that. But students do learn hands-on conventional machining on these machines. So 7 2-axis knee mills. These 2 right here, actually, they have a newer Prototrack KMX control on it, but these Lagoons, these have been here for a while. I love these too. I got to learn on these when I was a student here myself, these Lagoons. Good or reliable. Another good old reliable, some students like to call this one Big Bertha. So this is I got to back up for this one. This is a Fidel 6030. This has been here since before a remodel, and it will stay for a long, long time because it is a big machine. So this gets used for student projects. You can see some sacrificial scrap boards there underneath. A lot of big fixture plates, side plates and chassis plates for robotics and things like that. We usually take our tools out, but somebody left a couple of tools in that spindle, so don't judge us. We have some web manual lathes over here, Accurite, DROs, American flag over here hanging in the corner of the shop. Don't forget that. So these are just manual lathes. Students do learn manual machining through these classes. That's an important part of developing their skills as a programmer, as a designer, as a CNC machinist. Another Prototrack lathe. We got another one over there. These are CNC controlled lathes. That means that you can program your part. You take it from CAD, you program it, you load it on the machine, you hit go, and basically you're making a robot make your parts with this stuff. It's really crazy to think about it that way, but this is you making a robot make your parts. It's awesome. We do have some traditional stuff, you know, some vertical bandsaw, horizontal bandsaw, some drill presses, belt grinder over there, and then back over here, a material room where we store material for students' projects. That has seen better days, but it's not too disorganized right now. So that's it, guys. Thanks for joining me for this little tour. I hope you enjoy it. I will talk a little bit more about, before we leave, about our campus. So we do have those other labs that I mentioned. We do have a woodworking space where we keep all the sawdust away from the CNC equipment for the most part. Try to be good about that. And like I said, our students start in the 9th grade. Introduction to Engineering Design, Product Design and Manufacturing, Applied Physics classes, Principles of Engineering, CAD/CAM classes, manufacturing classes, design classes. Really, we're to design and build the future of America right here at Kearney EAD. I'm happy to share this with you guys. I love our school and I love being able to talk about it. Thanks for joining us. Check it out online. Write us if you have any questions. I'd be happy to connect with you. Take care.
Hello and welcome to the Global Diversity Summit. I'm Rodney Allen Rippey, and it is Super Bowl Sunday, and we're bringing a little bit of Mad Mike's party to you. You just heard a little bit from Bill Montgomery, the organizer, the head hidden pioneer, and we're so honored that you're going to be with us again. The fun continues. How do you like some of those great interviews? Amazing people. That's what being a hidden pioneer is all about. Everything from transportation and technology. If it rolls, if it flies, if it pulls something, if you can just walk, that is a form of transportation. And that's why we're here. We want all of you high school students to get informed, get fired up for STEM. It's about you. It's about the future. And we need as many technicians as possible. Now, I want you to understand, a lot of times parents feel like, oh, I don't know if I want my kid to be a mechanic. Well, it isn't a mechanic, it's a technician. That's what you want to be. And some of these jobs pay as high as $80,000 a year starting out. So don't laugh at being a technician. But I really want you to stay tuned and make sure, if you have any questions, share this link to all your friends. HiddenPioneers.com. And to find out more about the Hidden Pioneers, go to Montgomery'spioneers.com. Stay tuned. We're coming at you.
We can tidy this place up, so it's not all on her.
All right, we're back again. As you can see, Brandon, we got the screen here, man, that Mad Mike has. I think it's a 200-inch screen. Okay, that's what I'm talking about here. We're going to do it live here. We got the nice guests here. Everybody's here. Look at everybody. Okay, it's going to be a great party over here. The measure. We have the food, of course. That's what the food thing. You got to have food. Transportation technology. How you get food? You got to have transportation technology. So again, Your first 2 steps, Brandon, okay? That's transportation, technology at its best, okay? Pocket computers, okay? And let's go over here and show you something.
I've been where you are. I want to turn to.
We have to have music, okay? So we're gonna have a DJ here. In fact, there's gonna be 3 DJs here today at this Super Bowl party. You got the food here, okay? Look, that's how we do it. The custom grill here, the tacos. That's how we do it here at Man Mike's place. It's gonna be a great party, okay? I think it's the 50th year that they're doing this thing, okay? Unbelievable. So only with Mad Mike, okay? Mad Mike's setting up over here for the DJs, I'm talking about. Then over here. Of course, we're gonna be setting up. We got the 360 banner here. We got the wax here. We're still setting up here, but when the crowd comes in, it's gonna be set up. We have Ad Astra, one of our magazines here, one of our partners. We have Thump Records. Chris FM can't be here because he's actually producing some content. So Chris FM is the official Thump radio magazine DJ for Thump Records. Okay, they've been around for years. Okay, history here. Oh, check this out. NWA. Okay, I used to work in Compton. Okay, for a year and a half. And I actually worked on Eazy-E's Cutlass, believe it or not. Funny story. It's true, though. Okay? So rest in peace, Eazy-E. But I'm back in Compton again. Somehow it just brings me back. Brandon, as you know, you've been here with me doing Mad Mike's Tesla. We videotaped that because, again, technology, you know, you gotta cover what you're doing, okay? So it's going to be a great. We also have this is the 2021 Classic Car Counter. Make sure you pick it up on hiddenpioneers.com. It's only $20. It's got some great pictures, and it's for a good cause. So if you get this for $20, okay, I want to give a shout out to Ryan with Crave Photography, the best photographer in the world. Okay, and one of our sponsors, Joe Listed, who helps us out with the counters doing an in-kind trade. So, and this is actually Randy's Garage. He's one of the Hidden Pioneers. And get ready because we're going to do a TV series called Hidden Garages. So, Brandon, we have so much going on. We can't do it with all the supporters, all the partners, all the Hidden Pioneers. We want to thank them for their efforts. We're really trying to get things going so we can go to more schools. Brandon, as you know, 360 has been there. You guys have been great partners, doing some stuff in San Diego with Dennis. It's coming together, Brandon. I really think this year, despite COVID, it's going to open up a lot of doors. Okay, the seeds have been planted. We're starting to see fruits, Brandon, as you can see it. So everybody all over the world, please support Hidden Pioneers. You can donate. Even if you donate $1, it all adds up so we can go to more schools. Please just donate at least $1. February 20th and 21st, we're going to have a huge summit. We've been working on it for months, and we really need your support. So, again, I want to thank Lucid for helping out with some of their employees that we're going to feature. It's going to be great. NASA is going to be on the Zoom call. It's going to be all the Hidden Pioneers, Tom Matano, Emmeline King, Garth, just so many great Hidden Pioneers and people that's going to come on and talk about their knowledge to give back to you. Knowledge is power. So make sure you pay attention. Go to hiddenpioneers.com. You also can view it on E360 TV. They're a great partner, and they're going to be streaming it worldwide. All right, so we're back. And also, too, make sure you check out the Flippity Sisters, okay? 2 of them. It's phenomenal. They're going to be coming all the way from Turkey, and they're from Pakistan. They're great. They're all supporting transportation and technology and the Hidden Pioneers, the Diversity Summit. It's going to be such a blast. I can't wait. I'm so excited. And me, as a creator, it's just been a blessing to get so many talented people, kind of put it all together. Brandon, as you know, it's a lot of work, but we're happy to do it. It's going to pay off the people because we're giving back to the youth. We have to really explain to the youth that doing stuff with your hands, using your mind, using your creative mind to control the artificial intelligence. Don't let the artificial intelligence control you. That's what's happening right now. We have to change that. We have to change the culture and the image, okay, through transportation and technology to get future technicians. And my dream, Bill Montgomery, is one day that all the boys and girls will be able to get a transportation and technology lab class in high school. That's my dream. It's Black History Month. God bless my cousin Katherine Johnson for paving the way to get us up there and back safely. And I'm just trying to leave the legacy, Brandon. So I'm blessed. Enjoy today. Enjoy everything. And I just want to thank everybody for what they're doing. And I'll see you when I see it. See you at the summit. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Smith, and I'm Pocket Computer Nick. My partner and teacher is CSI Bill. Bill has a different approach to teaching, where he uses CSI, Common Sense Intelligence, as its focus. I'm a student in San Diego County, where I use CSI, Common Sense Intelligence, every single day. I try to use my pocket computer using CSI and try to manage my time on it wisely so I don't get distracted on it. And I hope together, using CSI, we can change the world.
Like we always do with this time. I got to shine.
Representing Prime Motivation, we're here at beautiful Rio Hondo College. We got a great group of people. We're gonna go down and do a quick little Q&A, man. We appreciate Rio Hondo, all the great people here. RMD Garage in the house. Honda, the PAC program. What's up, headliners? We'll get into it a little bit. Definitely. That's what it's all about. Peace.
So I rode through good, y'all popped the trunk, I popped the hood, Ferrari. If she got the goods, I got to look sorry. Yo, it's got to be cause I'm seasoned, haters give me them salty looks, Lowry's. 50 told me go ahead, switch the style up, and if they hate, then let them hate, or watch the money pile up. The good life, I got to shine. Now throw your head up in the sky.
Here comes Speed Racer, he's a demon on wheels. He's a demon and he's gonna be chasing after someone. He's gaining on you, so you better look alive. He's busy revving up the powerful Mach 5. And when the odds are against him and there's dangerous work to do, bet your life's eraser to see it through. Go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer, go! He's up and flying as he guns a car around the track. He's jamming down the pedal like he's never coming back. Adventure's waiting just ahead. Go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer, go!
Do you recall not long ago when you would walk on the sidewalk? Innocent, remember, all we did was care for each other. But the night was warm, we were bold and young. All around, the wind blows, we would only hold on to let go. Focus, fire gun, we need someone to lean on. Focus, fire
So I'm here with my good friend Bernard. We've been around a few years, and what I like about Bernard, he's pretty straightforward. He's pretty simple. You know, no baloney. You know, he likes racing and working on cars. That's what he does. So Bernard, just kind of tell people kind of how we met and a little bit about yourself.
Well, I mean, of course, we met through Jay here. This whole business we got here, garage we got going here. But I mean, that's what I do. I'm here all the time working on his cars and making parts and pieces so we can keep these cars running. So,
well, it's not just cars though, because you're into motorcycles too. Tell us.
Oh yeah, I mean, we got as many bikes as we have cars, and of course I race my sidecar, Formula One sidecar, and so that's why I work, so I can go racing.
Right.
But in the last 7 years now, we got 5 national championships.
Wow. That's pretty impressive.
And we lost it last year when I crashed very heavily. So we crashed in July, and so that put us out of racing for the rest of the year.
But one thing good about that, you can actually, and I've talked to the kids, you can actually fix it yourself, because what you've learned when you're younger.
Well, in fact, this bike that I'm racing now, this sidecar, I built all that myself. I designed it, and I built it, and we developed it for about 2 years before we won a championship with it. So that's all part of it. You go try it, see if it works. If it doesn't, you make changes.
The R&D, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. The development of it is you can get it pretty good to begin with, but to get it to the top, it's going to take a little work. And now what we're racing now is more like a Formula One car.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
They're now making monocoque chassis, 3-wheel chassis. They're basically a 3-wheel car, sports car suspension on it, So it's changed a lot, and they've gotten hugely. I mean, the speed that we're getting are phenomenal. Like at Willow Springs, at the end of the front straight, we're hitting 180 miles an hour.
Wow. Yeah,
There's 2 of us on there. So
that's pretty fast.
It's pretty fast.
Are you guys using any carbon fiber parts?
Not really. We have some carbon fiber on it, but I guess the most exotic piece on it, we have some titanium pieces that I made. We have a aluminum honeycomb floor in the thing to stiffen it, because the honeycomb floor is really stiff. I mean, there's no twist to it, and we're using that to stiffen it. So we have magnesium hubs, trying to keep the weight down. We have some like I say, we have some titanium parts in it. It's like I say, it's pretty much like a Formula One car nowadays.
What's the cost on that? Like, if someone wanted to, what would you have to spend?
I mean, if you were to buy a chassis out of Europe, LCRs is what everybody's using in the World Championship. They're $65,000.
Now, is that just for the body?
That's the chassis.
Okay, wow.
And the bodywork, no engine.
Ooh.
No engine.
Okay, so
comes with wheels, but no engine. So.
And when you put the engine in?
Engine and electronics. So you could be in it for probably $80,000 by the time you get all done.
Okay. How did you get started when you were like very young age, 12, 13? How did you get into all this car stuff anyways?
Well, I mean, I was born into it. My dad had a Volkswagen and Porsche dealership in Switzerland.
Oh.
So I grew up in the garage.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know that about you.
And then when I was in high school, I was in auto shop in high school. They had a really cool teacher. And we built the Formula V, which is a Volkswagen-based Formula car.
Wow. Back then?
No, yeah. Wait a minute. What do you mean?
We're not in the 80s, 70s. I don't know.
We're not talking chariots here. Wait a minute.
I think that's where a lot of kids, boys and girls, can really get started into cars at high school.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And the way it worked out was building this car. I mean, it gave us a purpose, and of course it taught us some fabricating skills, because we had to build a chassis to bolt all these components on it and make everything work. So it was a really cool project. It wasn't just like, working on a carburetor or something on an engine over here. We did all that too, but in them putting the whole thing together into a car that we built, and it was to be raced. So we had a nice purpose there, and we learned a lot on that. So it was really good, a good project. And I took flying lessons. So I did that while I was still in high school.
You took flying lessons?
I was the only kid in high school that had a pilot's license.
What?
Yeah, it was
no,
cool.
Hang on.
That was cool.
See, I knew.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So when I went to college, I got my commercial pilot's license, and I got an airframe and power plant mechanics license. So
was this in Switzerland or?
No, I was here.
What school was it?
It was Gilroy, Gavilan College in Gilroy.
Okay.
And the aviation classes were down at the Hollister Airport.
Wow. And this is some history stuff, Bernard, man. Yeah. I'm glad you're talking about it. I didn't know that. Okay, so
we're looking for a machinist, but I need somebody that knows how to turn handles. Not just punch the computer keys like they do with a new CNC. We have a CNC, and I can run that, but to find somebody that can, I can say, here, make me one of these. That's a whole different ball game.
And that person could be like 16, 17?
Well,
possibly, if he's...
See, nobody trains anybody. They need to learn how to operate these machines. All the old guys like me, they're all retiring and don't want to do it anymore.
Right.
So there isn't.
Is it a pipeline? We're not training.
Yeah, the old guys are going away, but there's nobody following behind.
And this is exactly why we're doing what we do, Bernard. And I appreciate you telling, because we're trying to get this out to, the mainstream, the education system, all the way up to the president.
Not everybody needs to go to college. There's a lot of people that like to work with their hands and are good working with their hands. They need to be taught a skill, whether it's a plumber, an electrician, or a machinist. They need to be taught. And they can get a good job. They can make good money. They don't need to be, computer literate. I mean, if you can teach a guy to operate a CNC or design a program or design a part on the computer.
Or even
welders. There's a huge demand for welders right now. But somebody needs to teach them. They need to learn.
Well, listen, Bernard.
There's a lot of opportunities for people that don't want to go to university.
Right.
There's no need.
And they might be forced into it.
Well, in the 70s, 80s, there was this big drive that everybody has to go to college. If you want to be anything, if you want to make money, if you want to be something, you have to go to college. Well, that was a mistake. There's a lot of people that are not suitable to go to college. They're not thinking that way. They're thinking more practical, more mechanical.
Right.
And going to college for them is a waste of time and money. If they get into the vocational program or an apprenticeship program, they'd be a whole lot better off.
I agree. This is the first year, Bernard, because I was in Long Beach, and I'm very passionate about, I think the high school students, I'm trying to bring it back into not just Silmar, but all over Southern California. And so I'm here to talk to, Bernard about what he did in high school, and of course, you, but What do you think about the high school kids? I mean, is it possible to teach them what you know if there's a program?
I think what I saw that seems to be going away is in junior high, we had a lot of interesting classes because we had metal shop, you could be spot welding boxes together, and then you had wood shop, and you would have plexiglass. You took, either one of those three shop. And that was in early junior high, 6th, 7th grade. And I noticed when those were there, like when I was in the wood shop, I was so far ahead, the teacher would have me help the other kids with their project. I'd make what I want. Mm-hmm. But how are you going to know that you're good at something like that, or having somebody put you forth when you're younger and understand that if you don't have those type of classes available? From what I understand now, a lot of shop classes have been taken away.
Correct.
So you got a lot of people doing the same thing, but there might be some people that are really good. Now I'm really fortunate because the guy that I worked for when I was young, about 19 years old, he saw that I was pretty good with my hands. He took me under his wing. He was a metal finisher fabricator too. And because he took me under his wing, kind of pushed me forward into what I started doing, that's where I ended up now. But yeah, without that recognition, with a teacher and somebody showing that they have some ability, it kind of all gets lost.
Right.
So people get interested in trades and stuff I see later, because I've seen some young guys trying to get in, when the stuff was popular, let's say on TV or what have you, and they thought it looked really cool on TV, but the power editing was a lot different than making a living doing it.
Right.
And so what I saw is too, is people get hit with sparks or metal. If your hands not willing, have your hands get burned a little, be a little rough, I mean, it might be the trade for you, you know what I mean? Because it's a lot more than just typing on a computer.
Right.
But there are personalities of people that are interested in doing it. They're just a little fewer than before, I think. And the other thing is, too, is we used to always pal around and follow our dads. And what kind of stuff they do, we'd learn stuff from them growing up, even as kids, hanging around the shop or the garage.
Right.
So, I mean, I can imagine, I remember laminating, clear coating the laminate on my dad's Jaguar when I was like 8, 9 years old. Mm-hmm. Coating it over and over with shellac and sanding it down and buffing it up and, just stuff like that, you know what I mean? But there's people that are going to have, obviously, more of an interest in that type of stuff. They're going to shine more and be into it. Other ones might not have no interest at all, So it seems like, I think it's kind of tapered off.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, I know I'm going to let them go eat. We're almost there. But Bernard, again, I want to thank you for your time. We're trying to get this out, worldwide to more of the high school students is really our focus. And we created this team called the Hidden Pioneers. People like yourself that have been there, done that, but at the same time want to help give back and do something, not just, let the kids be, do it. No, if we do that, it's going to get even worse. We need people that want to, even if they, give an interview with people all over, because now, everything's got viral, on the internet.
Right.
They don't watch TV anymore that much.
Yeah, this is more of an intimate, hands-on thing. Like even me coming here working with Bernard, I'm a high school kid all over again. If I want to start doing some of the stuff that he does.
Oh man.
You know what I mean? The machining and the type of work he does. So I'm back in high school again myself. So you never stop learning.
Sure.
So it's also like, a guy's got to have some talent, but he's got to have the right kind of aptitude to learn.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's another thing I think that kind of gets lost too. Because kids got to be open-minded to learn stuff, and not tell you how to do everything right when you walk in the shop.
Okay.
Well, that's going to wrap it up for us here at Silver Valley High School. And I'm here with the one and only, the man, the head guy in charge. And who am I with today?
Mike Sullivan.
Mr. Mike Sullivan. He is principal here at Silver Valley. Mike, what can you say about today's event?
I'd say thank you. The vendors and just all the people that came out clearly demonstrated they have the same mindset that we do, and it's about kids and giving opportunities to look at things that could be potential for their future. Kids going to college or kids going in a career, I think the desire in my heart is freedom comes from being able to do the things you want to do, not the things you have to do. So giving kids that opportunity was clearly presented here, give them things to think about, ways to even make income walking out the door at a high school. So those are kind of things that I know from living in the real world, that's what's needed. So I just want to say thank you to everybody that took part, people that came out to show their vehicles, the vendors that let the kids, participate in actually using product, and Prime Motivation, for bringing it all together along with Barstow Community College and their team, and Sir Rodney Allen Rippey.
Hey, man.
Probably someday I'll get knighted,
Yay, that would be nice. But, and
you are one of the, administrators who understands the value of vocational training. What would you say to other school districts that are, taking away these valuable programs, the metal shops, the wood shop, the automotive, even some of the arts? What would you say as a principal, and how you feel it impacts the kids?
I say it could be devastating to them because the reality is, and as a father of 10, I'm saying that right out loud. I have kids in the military. I have kids with college degrees. I have kids with high school diplomas that are in the industry of working. Every single one of them has been promoted in whatever they've chosen to do. They've all been blessed. And here's the thing I would share with you. For me, as a father and as an administrator, kids should be given opportunity to choose their own pathways. We have a responsibility as educators to provide them access. So I hope, over time, that even within our own setting, that the VocEd port, through CTE, that our kids will be able to be given choice, because that's one of the key ingredients to being an American.
And welcome back to the first Global Diversity Summit. I'm Rodney Allen Rippey, your host. Are you having fun? Can you believe some of the caliber of some of our guests today? I really hope that you are enjoying this. Students, as you can see, the world of transportation and technology is enormous. There are so many opportunities out there. Get into those STEM classes. You're hearing from the top people in the world. In their areas, they're letting you know what was their secret to their success. It is STEM. It's transportation, it's technology, and it's hitting those books and having a type of life and vision that you want. The one thing about education is, and when you look at a career, you have to say to yourself, what do I want? What is going to make me happy? And that's the thing that you want to go after. So now, without further ado, I want to bring on a friend, a colleague, and I've been working with him. He's got a great vision for production, cyberspace media, and he is a dear friend. And I want to bring on Alatino Brown. Alatino, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Rodney. Beautiful introduction. Thank you, my friend. All I got to say, education and knowledge is the ultimate power trip. It's not about money, not about things. It's about your brain. So without saying any more than that, you cannot get an education until you embrace it. And what we have is a fun way to do it, not going to school, having a teacher throw you a book telling you there's a test on Friday and expecting you to put all that knowledge together. You have to experience knowledge. Knowledge is a journey, not a destination.
Well, Alatino, listen, between cyberspace media and Project Tapestry, I want to say keep up the great work. But you brought the first Global Diversity Summit a very special friend. And I've had the pleasure of meeting her and being involved in the entertainment industry for more than 48 years. It's fun. We've crossed paths. I've seen her on red carpets, but I'm going to let you do the introduction.
So without further ado, Miss Rebecca Holden. Scooby-Doo.
Hello, guys. It's nice to be with you today. Thank you so much, Rodney. I've enjoyed your work over the years. And thank you, Alatino, for that lovely introduction. You're a good friend, and I appreciate your friendship. I have the great privilege of playing the character April Curtis on the hit TV show Knight Rider, which is still in syndication in over 200 countries around the world. And she was a wonderful character to play because she was smart, intelligent, articulate. She had integrity. She was creative, inventive, resourceful, and had a great working collaboration with her colleagues, both the Knight Rider, David Hasselhoff, who played him, and Edward Mulhare, who played the Devon character. And it was a team effort. And of course, television is a very collaborative art endeavor. And, we had a great time working on the show. It was great fun, but I think to this day, what is so meaningful to me is to hear from so many of the fans how the show touched their lives and did indeed inspire them. In fact, I could tell you a quick story. There are so many Knight Rider events all around the world. Of course, not now during the COVID, but before that, for example, in Germany and the UK, and I think one event we had 70,000 in attendance and a parade of 30 kit cars because guys and girls build the replicas of the kit car, and they enjoy getting together. And one of the wonderful things about that is that it has brought so many people together from all over the world who love the show, whose lives were touched by it. And so it's forged many new friendships from all around the globe. And so I hear wonderful stories when I get to attend these events. And one young man came up to me and he said, Miss Holden, I'm from Malawi, Africa.
Wow.
And I watched the show on a little television, and our town was our little village was so poor that no one had their own television. The whole village shared one TV. He said, but on that little television, I got to watch Knight Rider, and it told me that I could make a difference, because that was the theme of the show. One person can make a difference.
Make a difference.
I do believe that's true. Because when we intentionally try to influence for the better the lives around us in our little circle, we inspire others to do the same, then they inspire the people around them, and it's like a ripple effect. And before you know it, we've made a magnificent change in the world. But this young man told me, he said, I got to watch the show, and it told me that I could make a difference, and I believed it, and I took that to heart, and I studied hard, and I got a scholarship. And I have just graduated from Stanford University.
Wow.
PhD in international relations. My doctoral thesis has been published, and I am taking a job at the United Nations. And he's kept in touch with me. He sends me pictures of his new apartment in Manhattan and pictures from all of his travels around the globe. And he is out there indeed making a difference. So, you never know when you're doing something that you love, how it resonates from afar and has an impact on lives that we never had even dreamed of. So it's wonderful to have been a part of that show and to have inspired young lives like that. And Kit was the first AI, artificial intelligence car, before we even dreamed that it was possible. And of course, now we have talking cars everywhere.
April's calling. Hello, April!
Are you ready for the test, Michael?
Michael, I do believe April is becoming more parent than technician to me.
Why do you say that, kid?
Well, when I objected to the water, I was told to go in. And now that I've begun to like it, I'm told to stay out. Isn't that motherly?
Motherly?
You got that right.
Mother? Now listen, you two.
I think we should demonstrate the superiority of a four-wheel machine.
Michael, you wouldn't.
Take a half an hour. Just make sure it's perfect, okay? Better yet, take an hour.
Will you relax? I know what I'm doing.
Come with me, and we will fly together to a place where we can
Academy used to sing all the time.
Do you always have an ace up your sleeve?
You might as well know what I think about you and your destiny.
To the beach.
Beach, but it's the middle of the day. I've got work to do.
What are they gonna do, arrest us?
Believe that dreams come true.
Good evening, I'm Kathy Lewis. A special treat for you tonight, a conversation with a pioneer at NASA Langley, an extraordinary woman whose math skills were so sharp, she was known as a human computer. 30 minutes probably will be just enough to whet your appetite to learn more about Katherine Johnson. She worked at NASA Langley during the 50s, a woman and an African American busting through barriers and making history along the way. Here's a look at some of the highlights of her career.
Before there was electronic computers to do all the calculations, the NACA used to hire women who had degrees in mathematics. And it was thought that women would do it more accurately and pay more attention to the fine detail, and men wouldn't have the patience to do that. Katherine Johnson worked with the Space Orbital Mechanics branch, and they asked her to calculate, certain times when the rocket would have to fire and when they would launch the spacecraft away from the rocket and where she thought the spacecraft would actually land so they'd be able to recover it.
She always told us that my grandfather, who only went to the 6th grade, was the smartest man she ever saw. And he could do numbers faster than you could bat your eye. So she started out, she said she used to count the plates and the silverware, and so she always loved numbers. And when she went to college, the professor had her and everything he taught her, she was just maxing. And he said, I think you'd make a good math researcher. And she said, well, what's that? He said, well, that's for you to find out. And so that was her dream from the beginning. She said, I want to be a research mathematician. We knew that she worked at Langley. It wasn't a discussion of what she did, we just knew it was math. And we all did well in math. She would never brag on herself. And most of our knowledge came from us seeing something and then coming home and saying, Mom, this book says you did A, B, and C. And that's basically how we started getting our own history of our mom and what she did.
When they first switched over to electronic computers, a lot of people, because they were so new, didn't trust the calculations that they produced. They would want a mathematician to check behind the computer until they gained some sort of credence here at the center.
Presented to Katherine G. Johnson, this flag was carried aboard the 4th flight of Columbia in recognition of your personal contribution toward making space available. The awards that she has received have been many. But some of the most meaningful ones for her were the letters she would get from young school children. And one little girl called her long distance, and after talking to her and all, she said, "Are you still alive?" Because, you know, when you talk about people that you want to read about or do a project on, they're usually deceased. But she's 92 and still moving. And she said she never considered herself working. She loved what she did. She said it wasn't work. And she has enjoyed her life, truly.
And very much alive, Katherine Johnson is with us tonight in the studio. Nice to see you again, Ms. Johnson. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
It is such a pleasure to talk with you, and there's so much ground we can cover in the course of the conversation. I think one of the most interesting things to note is this use of this word computer, because I think we think of it as an electronic device, and yet before electronics there were people like you who were people who compute, or computers.
With a data sheet that wide.
And you would just have to figure out all the calculations across there.
That's right.
So I want to go back to your childhood, because it seems like to me that's where a lot of this became so ingrained and instilled in you. You said that your father was the smartest man you ever knew.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Tell me about him.
I thought he was the tallest, the handsomest, the straightest, but he was just my father. And we had a hard textbook, and they had very difficult word problems this long in there, and you just read it to him and he could tell you the answer.
So he obviously had a gift for mathematics.
Evidently.
And so what did he do for a living?
He farmed, he logged. Then he eventually left and went to work at the hotels so we could go to school. He could look at a tree and tell you the number of board feet he could get out of it.
Wow.
And he was just a smart man.
So when you say he eventually went to the hotels so that you could go to school, what do you mean by that?
Well, when we were born in the country, and when we got school age, we moved to town. And he always said, "You will go to college." I didn't know what a college was.
And he had only gone to 6th grade, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So when my sister spent 1 year on campus, her first year in high school, he said, "Well, I can't do this 8 times." So he went down to the college and found a house and rented it. And we moved there every September and back home in June for 8 years.
Wow, so all the children could go to school.
So everybody could go to high school and college.
That's amazing.
And he put all 4 of us through college.
And that's you stop and think about that for a moment. That's really an astounding thing.
That was on his salary, which his basic salary was $100 a month.
Oh my gosh.
But he worked extra here and there.
Yeah. And your mother worked as well?
No.
She did not. She stayed home.
She stayed at home.
So as you think about that, I mean, the thing that occurs to me about that story is, here's somebody who decided that education was important, in fact, so important, that he was going to orient your whole family life and his whole work life.
That's right.
To achieve that.
Right.
It's an amazing thing. So when you went to college, did you go to school with your siblings then? Were you
all of us went out. My sister, my brother, then I was next, and my brother was a grade below me, because I skipped a couple of grades, and as a result, I was ahead of the boys.
So you actually graduated. How old were you when you graduated from college?
18.
18. So everybody knew you had a big old brain on you by that time, right? They knew it.
But I didn't know it.
But you didn't know it. Yeah. And so I wonder if you'd talk about where you discovered this love for math. I mean, clearly your father probably inspired some of that. But
sure.
Did college give you some of that as well?
It wasn't always my favorite subject, because you see, I majored in French, but I could easily have majored in English and math.
And when I went to college, you didn't have to choose your major at your first semester. I was walking across the campus and I met a math teacher who said, I'm coming back to teach math this year, and if you are not in my class, I will come and find you.
Wow.
So I didn't start majoring in math till the second semester of my sophomore year.
And so you graduate from high school at 18. How is it then that you got to NASA? Because you had this professor who said, I think you're going to make a great research mathematician.
Right.
So you didn't even know what that meant.
He taught me every course that the college offered and a couple extra. In one of those, I was the only student. He was so great. He would walk into the classroom, reach in his pocket, take out a piece of chalk, and go immediately to the blackboard. He knew exactly where you were and what was next. He only referred to the textbook to give an assignment. He was great. Dr. W.W. Sheffield Clayton.
So you graduated from high school at 14, college at 18. You have this marvelous professor who says you will make a great research mathematician. What's the path after that gets you to NASA?
Well, I taught in Marion, Virginia, and then I taught in Morgantown, West Virginia. In the meantime, I had gotten married, so I stopped teaching and raised a family. And it wasn't until the 40s that I went back to teaching because my husband became ill. I completed that year for him. And then we moved to another school in Bluefield, Virginia, and we both taught there until 1952 when I came to Newport News, Virginia. That was an accident too. Margaret said, what you going to do when you go home? I said, nothing special. She said, come go home with us. My husband will get you a job. And he got 2 jobs. So I applied for Langley, but they had done their hiring for the year. So I had to wait for a whole year to go to Langley. So I went to Langley in June of 1953. In the meantime, I substituted at Huntington High School, and I worked with the USO, and I guess maybe that's all I did until...
That's enough. That's enough. So if we think about what the world was like in 1953, of course it was still very segregated at that point.
Yes. I didn't feel the segregation at NASA because everybody there was doing research. You had a mission and you worked on it, and it was important to you to do your job and play bridge at lunch. And I didn't feel any segregation. I didn't feel the segregation. I knew it was there, but I didn't feel it. It did not affect me.
See, I wonder about that. And maybe this is a factor of having lived in a world that was a certain way, and that's just the way it was.
Yeah.
But I think it's really hard for people who didn't come up in that era, who weren't consciously aware in that era, to understand what that was like.
Well, as you say, you were brought up in it. That's the way it was conducted, and you lived with it.
So you started work at NASA Langley, and you're doing these just astounding calculations for incredibly important missions that NASA was working on at the time.
I started out working on airplanes because when I went there, that's what it was, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics. When the space program came along, I just happened to be working with guys, and when they had briefings on it, I asked permission to go. And they said, well, the girls don't usually go. And I said, well, is there a law? They said, no. I said, well, so then my boss said, let her go. And I began attending the briefings. You were already doing the work, but you didn't know exactly what it was. And gradually I did more and they'd do something that I knew more about the geometry of the program, all about the mapping to the here and there, and this. So it was a very easy transition.
And you really were very familiar, knew very well many of these incredibly well-known people connected to NASA, many people whose names we would know. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking about John Glenn in particular, because it's just, it's an amazing story.
Get to meet the astronauts,
Yeah.
and they were as excited as we were, and we just looked at them and all.
But it's so interesting because we talk about electronic computers, and I think in this generation we think of computers as being electronic devices. But back then, and now we talk about human error, we tend more to trust the electronic answer than we do the human answer. But back then, it sounds like they really trusted the human answer more. They were more suspicious of the electronic answer.
Yes, in particular, when John Glenn was to be the first astronaut to go up into the atmosphere and come back, and they wanted him to come back in a special place, and that was what I did. I computed his trajectory. And from then on, anytime they were going to compute trajectories, they were given mostly all of them to my branch, and I did most of the work on those by hand. But when he got ready to go up, he said, call her, and if she says the computer's right, I'll take it.
That's amazing.
That was amazing that he did call and say that the very first time he made a trip into the atmosphere, and he wanted to arrive at a given place, he wanted me to check it out to be sure that the computer was right.
Did you ever have a moment where the enormity of that hits you? I mean, here you are making calculations. When you said he wants to arrive at a certain place, I thought, yeah, he'd probably just like to arrive anywhere, right? I mean, that's a piece of it, too. The enormity of that must have been quite something.
It was an assignment, and it was simple. You had to consider the rotation of the Earth, and equally important, when we were going to the moon, you had to know the location of the moon and where it was when you took off and where it was when you got there. See, the moon is going that way, and you were going this way because you want to intersect the moon in a certain place. It was intricate, but it was possible.
And so then at night, you're doing this amazing work by day, and then at night you're coming home and your mom and grandma and all the rest of it. I mean, that must have been, must have been amazing.
And my husband became ill during that period, too.
So you had to deal with that as well?
With that as well.
Sure. I wonder, you said, I know that your children, in the video piece that we saw, which Lisa Godley did a great job of producing, I think it was your daughter who said they were all good at math, too.
Yes.
Do you think this is, your father was good at math, you're a genius at math, your children, is this a genetic thing?
Could have been. My mother had been a teacher until she married and moved into the country. I was always around people who were learning something. I liked to learn. I think very often that's missing with kids today. They don't want to learn.
So what do you think is the reason for that? What do we do about that?
I don't know, other than constantly say to them, you need to learn how to learn. And then you want to know. So I say that to students everywhere.
Yeah.
You learn if you want to. So you've got to want to learn.
They're doing all this research now on the differences between boys' brains and girls' brains, and they say that girls and boys can do the same kinds of math. It's just that sometimes girls' brain development lags a little bit in middle school. They wind up catching up. And as a consequence, they don't necessarily take the classes because they're not as confident that boys take at that time. I wonder what you think about that kind of research and whether there are gender differences in how we deal with math.
I think the difference is in the desire to learn. Girls, I found myself very inquisitive. I wanted to know what was going on and why, about whatever was the subject at the time. It was important to me to learn why. Girls, some of them are reluctant to ask questions. They feel that they're just being curious, but if you want to know, you ask a question. There's no such thing as a dumb question. It's dumb if you don't ask it. But girls are capable of doing everything men are capable of doing. Sometimes they have more imagination than men.
I thought that was interesting, too, that the historian at NASA said the feeling at the time was that women would be more accurate than men. I thought that was interesting. I mean,
well, men don't pay attention to small things. They're not interested in the fact, how you do it. Just give me the answer. I find that true about some teachers who teach answers. I never have taught answers. I teach you what the problem is, how to attack it. If you attack it properly, you will get the answer.
Which is, in some respects, we've had this conversation about standards of learning tests and the sort of the teaching to the test and the big concerns that teachers have about this.
Well, the attitude of my daughter, who was one of them who was teaching last, said that they taught only to the test. She said, so there's a lot of material out there that's not being taught because it's not on the test. Well, that's unfair to the student. It's unfair to the teacher that they are being taught that way. So I think it's important that you learn the background of what you're working on and how to do it. And you get the right answer. If you don't get it the first time, you'll get it the second time. But you don't arrive at it by teaching answers.
So I know you still go into schools and talk to young people from time to time. And you said, one little girl you said was surprised you were still alive.
Yeah, and the pictures in the textbook, you're supposed to be dead.
That's so funny. So do you still watch the development of the space program? And what do you think about where we are right now with that?
Oh, I don't watch it as much as I have done in the past. I'm very proud of what they're doing and how they're doing it and why. You see, if you lose your curiosity, then you stop learning. You must. And the scientists, they say, well, what good does it do us to go to space? Well, what good does it do you to stay home?
It's a great question.
So the important thing is that it's out there. We want to know all about it. We can.
It's a great point. Katherine Johnson, I want to thank you so much for being with us today. I always enjoy talking with you. I wish we had another hour. Every time I talk with you, I learn a little bit more. I like that about you.
Thank you very much for asking me.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for being here. And I'll be back in just a moment with a final thought. You know, when John Glenn asks you to check the computer's math just to be sure it's right, you know you have a head for numbers. It's a gift for Katherine Johnson, and I can't help but wonder whether she would have discovered that gift and shared it with the space program if she hadn't had parents who insisted on getting her the best education that could be had. So how many Katherine Johnsons are out there this year, in 2011, with undiscovered gifts that we can nurture and leverage? Well, if their parents are undocumented immigrants, we may never know. Children brought to the United States by their parents through no fault or intention of their own can go to school through 12th grade here, but as graduation looms, so do some very unpleasant realities. Federal law prohibits them from getting in-state tuition, even though they may have lived in the state most of their lives. And now comes a bill in the Virginia General Assembly from Delegate Christopher Peace that would make Virginia the 4th state that prohibits undocumented students from even entering Virginia colleges at all. Right now, colleges set their own admission policies, And federal law prohibits undocumented students from getting federal financial aid. Thus begins the tightrope walk for students who've grown up in this country but are not legally present. Without access to college, these students face a stark future: return to a country they don't know, where there may no longer be any family, or live in the shadows like their parents do, taking low-paying jobs or being lured by the promise of riches in criminal enterprise. Without documents, it's a terrible choice. If you think it's as easy as going down to immigration and stepping your foot on that pathway to citizenship, think again. These students don't want to expose their parents, but they do want an education and the ability to contribute to this country that they call home in the same way any American citizen does. The DREAM Act would have granted conditional permanent residency to undocumented immigrants who graduate from U.S. high schools, are of good moral character, arrived here as minors, and have been in the country continuously and illegally for at least 5 years before the bill becomes law. In exchange, these immigrants would have been required to complete 2 years of military service or 2 years at a 4-year institution of higher learning. The DREAM Act was blocked by Senate filibuster in December, but no amount of legislative gymnastics will stop this tragedy in the making. Staring us in the face is the fact that there are 65,000 students in this country graduating from high school with good grades, extracurriculars, and community service, and no hope of going any further. And what if among them is the next Katherine Johnson?
My mom said, your work will show you what you're worthy of. What you put into it is going to show your worth.
The weekdays are too long to just live a life looking for weekends and the vacation. So if you have something that you're really passionate about, train yourself to get to that point where you are good at what you really love.
My friend, he built a car back when we were like in our early 20s. And we took it to Sears Point. And he had all these guys, they had sponsors like thousands of dollars and trailered in on these nice trailers. And a group of us from the neighborhood came in an '86 Camaro. And we beat everybody there that day. We ran a 9-1 in a quarter mile. People in my neighborhood started getting cars. We started out with Volkswagens. More people from the neighborhood just started coming over. And we would swap parts like the fender or door, or we would swap motors, take motors out and build them up and put them back in. We even had like a competition to see who could take out the motor the fastest and put it back in the car and start it up. I think I got it down to like 15 minutes, removing and installing. Well, I didn't really know it was going to be a career that I was going to get into. Just building cars at home, being around friends. Then I actually ended up working in a body shop. I was sweeping up there, cleaning up, and then the painter needed a prep guy. He said, learning this is better than sweeping someone's shop. So I was like, yeah, you show me what to do, I'll do the best I can. It takes patience, but you really need to listen to like the person who's showing you ideas and a way to do things. I think it took more patience for him to actually show someone, but if he didn't like what I was doing, I don't think he would have kept me along and took me to another shop to work with him. As I got older, my mom said, your work will show you what you're worthy of. What you put into it is going to show your worth. So when I started working in different places, I just tried my best and did the best I could do and work as hard as I could. Lucid is inspirational to me because it's something that I never thought would happen in my time. I always seen it on movies, futuristic things, and here I am being a part of it. It still hasn't really fully hit me, but I'm here and I'm glad to be going along for the ride. I started out as a battery tech here, and then I ended up going over to the wood shop. And after I was in a wood shop, then I ended up being like the purchase guy for our team. Whatever supplies we need, I do that. Whatever stuff they need moved around, I do that. If they need something forklift around here or there, I do that. I'm actually the forklift trainer for our team or for anybody in Lucid. I think I'm just constantly busy and I enjoy that. Whatever you do, there's hands. It's not like you're doing it by yourself. Everybody has a hand in what you're doing, you know? Basically what our team does is we're show car build, which is prototype cars that are shown to the public. We do woodwork, VR buck build, clay modeling. We help other teams out. We do a lot. What we do here is important for the environment and for the future, for our kids. 1,000 horsepower in a car, that's great. And there's no gas. Even my friend who's building a hot rod right now, he's all, that's incredible, I can't believe it. If people were to pay attention to what's going on, like the Pacific garbage patch is a terrible thing. Population is growing. The glaciers, they've receded so far back. Clean air, right? There's no pollution coming from these cars, just electric cars. That would be an amazing future, right? If you go to the showrooms, we have our motors up there, we have our batteries up there. It's all there. As a youth, you start to think about, wow, that's cool, that's exciting. So that could bring you in to make you want to learn more about it, to expand and take it further. Education only comes from what people can show you what they've learned from someone else. To be inspired takes it above that. So be inspired to do whatever you want to do. If it's in cars, if it's in music, if it's in art, just be inspired by things around you to make it better.
Yeah, come on, take a little trip with the Frost. We about to go low riding. Oh yeah, another night on the boulevard, cruising hard and everybody's low riding. Take a little trip with the Frost. And you know what, man? Everything is gonna be alright. Yeah, bumper to bumpers, all eyes on me. Rolling in Chico G63, convertible ragtop and the ragtop's down. On the killer Dayton's with the big boom sound. Lifted front and back, pancake from the bottom up. And when we rollin' on three of them, vodka, what's up? Here comes the homeboys, cruising down the Loma, hitting the switches in a 39 bomba. Yeah, low riding, all my homies rolling low riders. A low rider.
Hello, and welcome to There is Space at NASA for You, Diversity in STEM. I am Julie Williams-Byrd, the NASA Langley Research Center's Chief Technologist, and I have with me...
Hello, everyone. I am Michelle Farabee, and I'm the Deputy Director for our Office of Strategic Analysis, Communications, and Business Development, also named OSAC-B.
Welcome to NASA Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia. We are so looking forward to sharing with you about NASA and our STEM careers. First, let me tell you a little bit about myself. As I stated, I am the center's Chief Technologist. I graduated from Hampton University, which is a historically Black college and university right here in Hampton, Virginia. As the Center Chief Technologist, my role is to advise our senior leadership on all of the research and technology that we do here at NASA Langley to make sure that it aligns with the center's strategic goals, our core capabilities, and our facilities. What a cool gig. Ms. Farabee?
Yes, Ms. Williams-Byrd, thank you. In my role as the Deputy Director for the Office of Strategic Analysis, Communications, and Business Development, my organization is responsible for developing partnerships and strategies to engage with the general public and industry. We work to transfer NASA's technologies to businesses and universities for use in our everyday lives, because a lot of the technologies we develop for our programs can be used in regular day lives and also can generate jobs. Our organization also develops ways to communicate about the great work that NASA does to the public and our elected officials. And we also work closely with Mrs. Williams-Byrd's organization to make sure that we have the strategic goals that meet our nation's needs and NASA's needs, and also we have the right workforce to be able to perform the work. I graduated from the College of William and Mary with a degree in mathematics, and before I became a manager, I used my mathematics and computer science skills to work both in earth and atmospheric sciences and also to help fulfill our aeronautics program mission goals.
Thank you, Ms. Farabee. You have a very interesting background. Like many of you, we use STEM, or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in everything that we do every day. And today, we will share with you some of the connections between NASA and STEM.
NASA Langley Research Center is one of 10 NASA centers, and we were the first original NASA center. We got our start in 1917 as the nation's first civilian aeronautics laboratory, and we're the agency's first field center, and we're proud of the many accomplishments that our diverse individuals have made throughout history. We have a vision at the agency, and our vision is to reach for new heights and reveal the unknown for the benefit of humankind. And we are just so proud of our legacy of innovation and service by pushing ahead many concepts and technologies that, as I mentioned earlier, we use in everyday life.
Thank you, Ms. Farabee. And at this point, we will show you a video about NASA Langley Research Center. Enjoy.
How do you nurture an idea or shape it to solve problems, create opportunity, and open doors to a better life for all? First, find its strengths. Discover its limits, refine it, test it, and repeat. At NASA's Langley Research Center, we strive to discover, distill, and connect great ideas, then channel them into solutions, leading to a brighter future. With vision and determination, we look beyond what's possible today and strive to make tomorrow a better place. An idea could be as small as a few lines of code, or as big as a revolutionary way to travel It could be a system for building in the vacuum of space, or a laser that helps explorers land safely on the moon. We're on a quest to discover trailblazing ideas and transformative tools. We build, measure, and explore. We accelerate technologies and connect concepts, along with the people who envision them. Together with our partners, we push for deeper understanding and search for innovations that will benefit everyone. Breakthroughs that improve how we fly, how we see the Earth, and how we explore the universe. Our work will spread global goodwill, improve lives, and protect our planet. A great leap starts with just one idea. NASA Langley, where great ideas take flight.
Our role in NASA as the Langley Research Center. Our research supports all of NASA's primary mission areas. Our areas include explore, Moon to Mars, explore the Earth, explore flight, and transform Langley. Specifically, Langley looks or focuses on space technology, earth science, and aeronautics. As we expand knowledge and test new ideas, we look for ways to refine and improve our tools, our business practices, our workforce, and our culture. We're consciously building the capabilities and workforce we'll need to keep innovating for another 100 years. And this next chart talks about space exploration. At NASA, we are focused on sending astronauts, the first human and next man, to the moon in 2024. How exciting is that? I know we're excited at NASA to make that happen. And specifically at Langley, we are developing technological advances that will explore space, and we will produce new advanced autonomous construction, what you see on the left-hand side where it says to build. And we'll use these construction methods to go to space and to other worlds. Cool. We are also very, very excited about protecting our astronauts. So as our astronauts go farther and farther from the Earth's atmosphere, there are radiation effects, and we want to make sure our astronauts stay safe. So at NASA Langley, we protect those astronauts. We do radiation shielding, and we develop smart structures. And lastly, again, with the thought of making sure our astronauts and our payloads arrive safely by applying expertise in entry, descent, and landing phases of spaceflight. And that's what you see on the right-hand side. Ms. Farabee?
Thank you, Mrs. Williams-Byrd. We like to say at NASA that NASA is with you when you fly, as every aircraft in operation has NASA technologies incorporated in it or has been tested in one of our wind tunnels. Remember, the first A in NASA is aeronautics. We're also making improvements in aeronautics research that will change the commercial air industry and how people fly safely, efficiently, and quietly in the sky. We are testing new technologies to improve urban air mobility systems or the space in which all aircraft fly. And we're even blazing new trails by designing new innovative aircraft. So the picture to the left, we're working to optimize. And it shows an airplane that NASA and Boeing are working together on right now with a transonic truss braced wing. We call it TTBWs because that's easier to say. The wing is much longer and narrower than what you see now on conventional airliners, and the wing is supported by a truss brace. This concept can provide increased aerodynamic and structural efficiency, which has potential to make commercial flight less expensive. Mobilize. Langley has created a new technology test bed called the LA-8, or the Langley Aerodrome 8. And this modular unmanned aircraft will allow for tests of new ways of traveling over urban landscapes with the vehicle safety in mind. Can you imagine being able to go an hour away from home flying on one of these type airplanes? That's exactly what we have in mind, kind of like the Jetsons. And this aircraft is powered by electrically through batteries and fuel, and it takes off and lands vertically like a helicopter when in flight, and it flies similar to a conventional airplane once it's in the air. NASA has also taken steps that represent progress toward lifting bans on supersonic flight over land in the United States. There was an airplane called the Concorde that flew supersonically, and the sonic boom that it created was loud enough to break windows in people's homes below and scare the wildlife. This low boom flight demonstration aircraft that's shown in the picture to the right, also known as the X-59, is expected to begin research flights in the next year or so. And this X-plane will be a full-scale plane piloted and designed to fly at supersonic speed, but with the shape that it has, it will create a softer, less intrusive sonic boom that we like to refer to as a sonic thump. Dr. Christine Darden, a former NASA Langley research engineer who is also featured in the book Hidden Figures by Margot Lee Shetterly, performed much of the groundbreaking sonic boom research that has enabled this low boom flight demonstration mission to move forward. Now, moving on to earth science research, we develop, measure, and understand the Earth's atmosphere. Did you realize that while NASA is hard at work to make strides in air and space travel, that we also are helping to improve and understand life for you right here on Earth? Our NASA scientists and others are making new Earth science insights possible with innovative sensors on airplanes and spacecraft. They're taking measurements to monitor the vital signs of Earth's atmosphere on a regional and global scale. And our NASA experts are also analyzing data to improve modeling and prediction of air quality, weather, climate, and energy from the sun.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Farabee. That's an exciting work that's being done at NASA in aeronautics and earth science, right here where we live. Next, we would like to talk about transformation, where we connect, advance, and accelerate. What you see on the left-hand side of the graph is how we connect in our smart city configuration. And in the middle, you see how we use data analytics, modeling, and simulation to visualize different effects. And then on the right-hand side, you see satellites. So we are transforming, NASA is transforming or revolutionizing how we do work. Transformation is a term used to describe the rapid change we see in our hyper-connected, technology-enabled, globally competitive world. Langley is transforming in many respects. It's finding ways to connect with new technologies, as well as with new partners. Also, Langley is reshaping its workforce, and workplace to accelerate innovations for NASA, the American people, and the world. Ms. Farabee?
Thank you, Ms. Williams-Byrd. Now, after hearing about NASA's research, who thinks what NASA does is pretty important? Raise your hand. Keep your hands raised high if you think working at NASA is cool. Well, we think working here is pretty awesome too, and we want you to work here soon. Yes, you. I see you with your hand raised.
Yes, and as Ms. Farabee said, NASA does need you, and we are so looking forward to you working hard and working here with us at NASA Langley. We have so many different mission challenges, as you saw in the presentation, how we're going to space, our aeronautics, and our earth science, and transformation. So we really need you. Like in your classrooms, communities, or states, some people may have shared backgrounds, career experiences, and education, and many also have unique backgrounds. and shared experiences. This is true at NASA as well. NASA employs thousands of diverse, talented, extremely smart people. And because of NASA's diverse workforce, NASA is successful and has been named as the best place to work in the federal government. We have all types of engineers that work at NASA: chemical engineers, mechanical engineers, computer engineers, electrical engineers. We also have different type of scientists, whether they're chemists or biologists or physicists, all of these folks. And we use them, and we have business professionals to lawyers to technicians to graphic designers, all working at NASA. All of us work together to successfully achieve the NASA vision and mission.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams-Byrd. Also, we have writers, we have people that write speeches. Can you believe that? We also have other communicators, that public affairs, and we have a news chief. We have people who can tell our story and communicate all the great work that we do at NASA. So please, we have science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math. So now we refer to STEAM because we realize that we need your creativity as well as your technical skills. So there's something for everyone to do at NASA, and that's what we want to resonate with you. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the opportunities for you to work at NASA. If you go to intern.nasa.gov, then you have an opportunity to perhaps get a paid internship at NASA. These internships take place in the spring, summer, and fall at all 10 NASA centers around the country. And as I mentioned before, we have a variety of disciplines and places that you can do real work and contribute to our NASA mission. It is very competitive to get a job in one of these internship positions, so you really need to keep your grade point average up. We're looking for 3.2 grade point average or better. And many of the internships start at the sophomore, junior, senior levels in college, as well as we have a high school internship opportunities. And that will help you before you get into college to determine what you really might want to focus in once you matriculate to college.
Thank you, Ms. Farabee. It's great to know about the opportunities at NASA Langley and get to know the people that you saw in the previous chart.
So for those of you who raised your hands or may have wanted to raise your hands earlier, here's the first step to working at NASA. We want you to engage as early as you can in one of these internship opportunities, but you must complete your education. The importance of school and studying is so important, and you realize now that you need to have over 3.2 in order to work at NASA, or at least a 3.2. So get the help, reach out to other people to get the help that you need to keep those grades up. We need you to continue to work with us because you're our inspiration and you will inspire us and make sure that we are still relevant and contributing to the nation and the world for the next 100 years. As we mentioned earlier, NASA Langley will be 104 years old on July 17th of 2021. So again, we need you to engage. We need you to continue with your education and to strive for wonderful grades. And we need your inspiration and your creativity and your minds in general.
Thank you, Ms. Farabee. That is a wonderful roadmap to help our young folks consider careers in STEM or STEAM, as we add the arts, in all types of areas, especially at NASA. So again, remember to engage where there are opportunities. As you saw, the internship opportunities. There are also opportunities at the NASA website where you can do hands-on demonstrations. Continue your education. It is vitally important to stay in school, get that education, work really hard, but mostly do things that you enjoy and that are fun. And then inspire one another as you inspire us. Lastly, we would like to leave you with a very, very inspirational video that shows how NASA plans to go to the moon. Again, we talked about our Artemis generation, Moon to Mars. Please enjoy the video and thank you so much for joining us.
50 years ago, we pioneered a path to the moon. The trail we blazed cut through the fictions of science and showed us all what was possible.
It's very pretty out here.
Today, our calling to explore is even greater. To go farther, we must be able to sustain missions of greater distance and duration. We must use the resources we find at our destinations. We must overcome radiation, isolation, gravity, and extreme environments like never before. These are the challenges we face to push the bounds of humanity. We're going to the moon to stay by 2024, and this is how.
This all starts with the ability to get larger, heavier payloads off-planet and beyond Earth's gravity.
For this, we designed an entirely new rocket.
The Space Launch System. SLS will be the most powerful rocket ever developed.
And with components in production
and more in testing,
this system is capable of being the catalyst for deep space missions.
We need a capsule
that can support humans from launch
through deep space and return safely back to Earth. For this, we built Orion.
This is NASA's next generation human space capsule.
Using data from lunar orbiters that continue to reveal the moon's hazards and resources.
We're currently developing an entirely new approach to landing and operating on the moon. Using our commercial partners to deliver science instruments and robotics to the surface, we are paving the way for human missions in 2024.
Our charge is to go quickly and to stay, to press our collective efforts forward with a fervor that will see us return to the moon in a manner that is wholly different than 50 years ago.
We want lunar landers that are reusable, that can land anywhere on the lunar surface.
The simplest way to do so is to give them a platform in orbit around the moon from which to transition.
an orbiting platform to host deep space experiments and be a waypoint for human capsules. We call this lunar outpost Gateway.
The beauty of the Gateway is that it can be moved between orbits.
It will balance between the Earth and Moon's gravity,
in a position that is ideal for launching even deeper space missions.
In 2009, we learned that the moon contains millions of tons of water ice.
This ice can be extracted and purified for water, meaning separating oxygen for breathing or hydrogen for rocket fuel.
The moon is quite uniquely suited
to prepare us and propel us to Mars and beyond.
This is what we are building.
This is what we're training for.
This we can replicate throughout the solar system.
This is the next chapter of human space exploration.
Humans are the most fragile element of this entire endeavor, and yet we go for humanity. We go to the moon and onto Mars to seek knowledge and understanding and to share it with all. We go knowing our efforts will create opportunities that cannot be foreseen. We go because we are destined to explore and see it with our own eyes. We turn towards the moon now, not as a conclusion, but as preparation, as a checkpoint toward all that lies beyond. Our greatest adventures remain ahead of us. We are going.
We're going.
We are going.
We are going.
We're going.
Thank you all, and remember, we are standing on the shoulders of many people that have paved the way for us to do the great work that we do at NASA. And now we need you to stand on our shoulders to continue our wonderful mission.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dan Cherry. I'm coming to you from the Johnson Space Center as the Office of STEM Engagement Director. Welcome to the summit. And we've got a special guest here with us from NASA talking about NASA's Innovation Challenge, Mr. Ken Wright, the Innovation Lead at the NASA Office of the Chief Technologist. Ken, welcome to the summit. How are you doing today?
Good, Dan. Always good to talk with you, man. Good to have you be here today.
Excellent, absolutely. Hey, I appreciate you taking the time just to chat with me a little bit. And so I know everyone's wondering, what is innovation at NASA? But before we get to that, can you talk to me a little bit about your journey? How did you end up at NASA? Like, how does someone like you end up at NASA? Talk to us a little bit about, what you've done, what it was like to go through school, all of those things that for people that might be watching that want to follow in your footsteps.
Hey, man. Well, my journey seems long. I've been at NASA for over 30 years now, but time flies. It seems like when I was young, I was always trying to figure out how stuff worked. I'm taking
Absolutely.
apart radios, my sister's doll babies, the ones that used to talk. I used to go in there and figure out what's that making them talk, So I always was just inquisitive about how things worked. And of course, a lot of times I didn't get them back together, but that's okay, So I think once I got into high school, I heard about electronics and I said, man, that's pretty cool. So I decided to major in electrical engineering and I went undergraduate at Old Dominion. I got systems engineering later on at Virginia Tech. But the NASA journey was interesting because when I got out of school, I was actually living in Hampton, where it's a NASA center, and used to drive by it all the time. But I always heard, oh, it's tough to get in NASA. You never get in there. And
Right.
so I didn't really apply, but I happened, I believe in, things don't just happen, right? I was blessed enough to get an opportunity to work with a professor at ODU, my senior project that was at NASA Langley Research Center. And that branch needed some help in terms of some digital design, and that was right in my wheelhouse. So I was fortunate enough to get on at NASA Langley, and I worked in a division that designed instrumentation. And we talk about transportation. My first assignment was, how do we make rotorcraft quieter? All the helicopters flying over your house and all that kind of thing. How do we make those types of things quieter for the public?
Right.
So I was in the group that designed the instrumentation that made those measurements in acoustics and looking for ways to reduce the noise associated with the transportation mechanism.
So Ken, you just dropped a lot of information on us, right? You talked about rotorcraft, you talked about electronics engineering. I do have one question. Did you buy your sister some more doll babies once you got older and got a job? You don't have to answer that. So in simplified terms, what does NASA really do in the area of innovation? Like for something like electronics and rotorcraft, like you're talking about, shine some insight for the audience to help everybody understand, like, how does NASA impact your everyday life from an innovation standpoint?
Yeah, that's a great question, Dan. And the first thing I did, because my current assignment is as the innovation lead for the agency.
Okay.
And innovation is one of those terms. They can be anything from innovative dog food to cars to whatever, right? So
right.
One of the key things I wanted to do was to convey to the agency what innovation is from a NASA perspective. And we came up with this tagline of transforming diverse ideas into value. And there's a couple key things that are important there, the whole diversity point, right? It's not just about getting ideas from your normal sources. Well, how do you make sure that those sources are diverse and they're really providing a value to the challenges we face in the agency? And those challenges are vast, right? We talked about the rotorcraft and the aeronautics piece. We have all types of challenges there in terms of the future vehicles. We'll all be driving these little aircraft around, right? How do you make sure they don't run into each other? We have accidents on the road. Imagine in the air. So we're working along those challenges. And then the autonomous vehicles, you have other things that'll be flying around as well. So NASA's working on how we can manage our airspace on Earth, but even also how we're managing transportation in the future on other planets or on other environments like the lunar surface. And we'll talk more about that later. But one of the key things we wanted to do is the fact that innovation is not just about technology. We have 4 elements of innovation that include our people, our partnerships, our processes, and then our risk portfolio. And one of the key things we try to do is show that there are different types of innovation, right? We wanted everybody to see themselves in. We think about the transformative things, where you have these huge breakthroughs, but there are also things that are more like continuous innovation, where you have smaller improvements in processes or technology. And we want to capture all that. We don't want to just limit it to people thinking, oh, I have to have a special innovation breakthrough to be innovative. You want to be innovative in your everyday life. So that's kind of how we do it in a nutshell.
Awesome. Now, so you keyed in on the slogan, diversity is actually there, and we are at the Diversity Summit. So can you talk to us a little bit about how diversity has shaped your career, how diversity and innovation has actually shaped your career throughout the years?
Yeah, because I was at NASA Langley for about 20 some years before I had an opportunity to go outside and get some diverse thoughts of how other people do it at other agencies around the world, because I was fortunate enough to get selected to be in a program called the White House, what is it called? Innovation Program. And it was actually, part of that was you actually served in one of the White House offices, and I was in the Office of Science and Technology Policy. And with that, I was in the Technology and Innovation Division, where folks from all around the country came in who were experts in innovation that shared ideas of ways we could transform the way we do business as the federal government. So that was exciting, and I tried to take those opportunities and share them with NASA and the folks at headquarters. I said, hey, instead of going back to NASA Langley when you finish this, how about you come up to headquarters and lead our innovation piece? So that's kind of what I'm doing now, sharing a lot of the things I learned from the Office of Science Technology Policy days and working with other federal agencies and entities such as universities, industry, et cetera. So really exciting stuff.
That's pretty cool, Ken. So what you mean, part of what I heard you say was you took a risk to do something different, right? You sought out a diverse opportunity, and because you took that opportunity, it led to something else. And so, in many times where we work, we get what we call spinoffs, right? And so there are unintended, benefits from some of the technology that we produce, and that's one of the benefits of space exploration as a whole. But
Yeah.
you mentioned lunar transportation and space transportation and the cars driving around right now, and eventually we'll have aero vehicles, which sounds pretty cool. Sounds like the Jetsons a long time ago, but at the
Exactly.
same time, I know that we're working on some pretty cool things now. So what types of transportation innovations, right? We have a transportation focus on our summit as well, but what kind of cool things is NASA working on in the area of transportation and innovation?
Yeah, no, that's exciting. When you think about NASA and transportation, a lot of times you think about how do we get into space, right? The rockets that get us there and those types of things.
Right. Absolutely.
And there are so many opportunities that'll be coming up that even are more diverse than that, right? Because, of course, we're talking about our Artemis architecture. This is the plan to get us back to the lunar surface, and would actually stay this time. Almost like we have the space station where we have astronauts there at all times kind of manning it. We also will have a similar type of architecture on the moon. And so with that, you can imagine that we'll be not just going to the moon and coming back, we'll actually be living on the moon, learning, and then that'll be a platform to take us to Mars in the future. So it'll be all types of vehicles that'll be associated with it in terms of getting us there, setting up a station that'll be orbiting the lunar surface. And then there'll be all types of habitats where people will be able to live and have these pressurized rovers and all kind of lunar terrain vehicles. So have all these things going around the lunar surface, just like a little colony, right? And we'll also be doing things like they call ISRU, in situ resource utilization, where you'll take the things that are on the lunar surface and convert them into fuel and other things that you'll need to transport to another surface or around this surface. So it'll be using the ISRU technologies to help be able to sustain the transportation that's on the lunar surface, as well as to get us ready to make propellants and things to go to the Martian surface. So all types of exciting transportation opportunities as well.
That is pretty cool. At NASA, the Office of STEM Engagement at NASA, we have an initiative that focuses on Artemis, and we have Artemis Student Challenges. And so for those of you who are looking, that you're interested in Artemis Student Challenges, you can find them at www.nasa.gov and just search STEM, and you can find those Artemis Student Challenges. But we call the group of young minds and young talent right now, or early career, or early in high school and elementary school and middle school, the Artemis generation, because Ken, what you're talking about, there will be some people that are adults now that will be on the moon, but by and large, it'll be folks that are coming up through college, people that are coming up through high school that are going to be exploring, doing the bulk of that exploration as far as the colonization of the moon. And so it may sound like a really long ways off right now, but it's really not in our time, in as far as how we do space exploration and how long it takes for us to create the technologies that we need to advance. And so what types of technology do you think people need to do this?
Yeah, that's a great lead into what we're developing is called the innovation framework, because one of the keys is, we don't know necessarily what technologies we need to solve our challenges, right? And so how do we, again, make sure that diversity is there to make sure we have the ideas coming in from all types of places to address our challenges? So we developed this innovation framework, which is kind of like 5 steps that allow us to have a playbook per se that'll help us increase the pace of innovation so we can really figure out what these technologies are more readily and apply those to the challenges we're facing. And so it's kind of 5 steps to it, starting with expressing the challenge in a way to increase the diversity of folks who have ideas on ways to solve the challenges that we have. I'm gonna give you an example of that one because it's kind of cool. Dan, we like potato chips. I know if you like me, I like potato chips, right?
I do.
And the folks at our COSI office, one of the innovation officers down at JSC, shared this example of something that was done a few years ago. There was an open innovation challenge that said, hey, how do you get grease off potato chips without breaking the chips? And they asked it just like that. How do you remove grease from potato chips? And most of the people who responded were folks who were in the potato chip industry. And that involves some method of shaking the chips to get the grease off. So it wasn't any true breakthroughs there. But then all they did was change the challenge and say, how do you remove a viscous fluid from a delicate wafer? And they got all types of responses of innovative ways to get grease off potato chips without breaking the chips, because they changed the challenge in a way so that it would increase the diversity of folks who had ways to address that challenge. And so it ended up that someone from the violin industry knew how they got rosin off of the violin strings, and they just generated an acoustic frequency at the resonant frequency of the grease, and the grease just pops right off the chips. But they did that a lot because of the fact that they increased the diversity of those ideas, because they reframed the challenge in a way that allowed that to happen. So we at NASA are looking for ways to reframe our challenges so we can get those, not just the traditional folks who address that particular challenge, but open up that space even broader.
Ken, I'd like to go back to something you just mentioned because some of our viewers may have missed it. Can you talk a little bit more about the solution to getting the grease off the chips? I heard what you said, but you said it really quickly. And so if you don't mind, because it's a really cool innovation that I want to make sure that our audience captures.
Yeah, because originally to get grease off the chips, they had to shake the chips to get the grease off, right?
Right.
And the problem with that is when you start shaking the chips, they're breaking up. And we don't like small chips. We like large, non-greasy chips, right? And so what they found was just like they do when they're playing a violin, if you play the violin, the rosin pops off of the violin strings because it generates a frequency that causes it to come off of there. The same type of thing would happen if you generated an acoustic frequency at the resonant frequency of the grease around the chips. You don't have to touch them or shake them or anything. You just generate that acoustic signature and the grease just pops off the chips. No shaking involved, never anything. You're just generating a sound wave that's at that acoustic frequency of the grease.
So who would have thought that sound can impact food in that manner, right?
Exactly.
And so that's what innovation is all about: taking two seemingly related things and putting them together to create something that's new.
Yeah.
So, okay, Ken, what kind of advice would you have for the people who are viewing, right? If someone wants to work at NASA or do something cool in the STEM industry, what types of advice or what kind of nuggets of information? Because clearly you've got a wealth of information. We're only just scratching the surface of your knowledge here today, but we want to give people a little taste. Go to www.nasa.gov if you want to learn more about some of the things that Ken's talking about. I'll say it again before I go. But what advice would you give people that are looking at this webcast that want to learn more about how to get in the STEM industry?
Yeah, I'd say one key step is make sure you follow your passion. Because this is a career, and whatever you do is going to be a career that you do hopefully for a long time, right? And you don't want to be one of those who dreads getting up in the morning, I got to go to work. But I love what I do, man. I love the fact that we're trying to bring people together. You see this background behind me. It's all about how we connect diverse folks to address challenges around the agency and even outside the agency. And that's where, my passion has always been in terms of connecting people, solving problems. And those types of things really help you define where your career is, because it's not always going to be easy. I wasn't one of those who just, I didn't have to open up a book and get the A's and all that stuff. I had to work hard, and it's going to be challenges that come along the way. But when you have that passion, hey, I've got my eye on the prize. I know that no matter what comes in my way, I'm going to be able to persevere and work through it, because I know eventually I'm going to get what I'm desiring to get because I really want to do that. If you don't have that passion, then a lot of times people get distracted and say, I don't know if I really want to do this, but start with that passion thing to really help you focus on the objectives at hand.
Ken Wright, thank you so very much for spending some time with us to talk about your journey in STEM and also the work that you do at NASA headquarters. Hope that everything goes well with Artemis, because we've got a lot riding on it. And for those of you who are watching, if you want to learn more, go to www.nasa.gov. Thanks so much, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks, Dan.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Global Diversity Summit. My name is Dan Cherry, and I am the STEM Engagement Director at Johnson Space Center. And we've got with us today the MURP Innovations and Technology Transfer Idea Competition Activity Manager, Misty Moore. Hi, Misty. How's it going today?
Hi, Dan. Thank you for having me. Everything is going well.
Cool. Thanks for joining us. So, Misty, we want to hear about MIDIC as a competition of what it is and what tech transfer really means at NASA, because that's a foreign term to a lot of our viewers. But first, we want to know about you as a person, your journey, your career journey. So can you talk to us a little bit about what your journey has been like to get to NASA and what you do?
Sure. So my journey to NASA began as a graduate of Texas Southern University, where I received my bachelor's in business administration. And then upon leaving TSU, I became a teacher with Houston Independent School District. Being a teacher actually opened up the doors for me to see other careers in education that I was interested in. So I said, you know what, I'm going back to school. I went back to Texas Southern and I got my MBA. And then I went to Prairie View A&M University and I got a master's in educational administration and supervision. These tools actually not only opened up the doors in education, but just any role that I wanted to play in any organization. And so I went forward and became the director of business development for a company that did nonprofit startups for professional athletes and grassroots organizations. This job was very rewarding, and basically that exposure led to NASA calling me to come and work. And I was like, me? You want me to come work at NASA? Seriously?
That's pretty cool.
It was really cool. So I became a contract specialist in the Office of Procurement, which is like a buyer of sorts.
Okay.
And this work that I have embarked on at NASA for the last 15 years has really allowed me to find a way to still reach back and help students and faculty to basically do more in STEM and non-STEM.
Awesome. So you mentioned you're a buyer, right? And so many people don't know what that means. It's very important for the work that we do. And more importantly, I didn't hear you say the word engineering or aerospace or scientist or engineer, and that's perfectly fine, because a lot of people have that perception or have a perception that in order to work in an organization like NASA or a federal agency like NASA, you have to be technical in nature, and that's just not true, huh?
That's correct. What we call at NASA, what we do is we are mission support. We support the engineers and the scientists in executing NASA's overall mission. We help NASA keep the lights on. So as a buyer, anything that had to be purchased, I worked different contracts, whether it was buying the nuts and bolts that go on a shuttle or a robot. That was my job.
That's pretty cool. So you've got to really understand what the process is and what the products are that we actually need to put things together with. Okay, cool beans. Right. Now, so I understand you're currently the activity manager for an activity called MIDIC, and that falls under a broader portfolio, the MURP portfolio, the Minority Undergraduate Research and Education Project portfolio. And so talk about what MIDIC is and how, if someone wants to find out more information, where would it go?
Okay, so MIDIC is a project that is for higher education students. It's a challenge.
Okay.
And basically, we established MIDIC in order to develop new ideas in the areas of commercialization and entrepreneurship. And so basically, we're asking students from minority serving institutions nationwide to team up and look at the intellectual properties that NASA has and create your own product or service. We want to see what can you do if we give you these ideas. So MIDIC is a platform for things such as that. And so these students, they work in teams. They complete a concept paper. So you don't have to actually build anything. We just want the idea. And then they do a poster session, and they also complete a training course, which basically helps teach them the solid foundations of what it takes to work at NASA. And then in the end, they actually pitch their idea to a panel of subject matter experts. And these subject matter experts select a winning team that can win up to $15,000.
Wait a minute. So does it cost anything to compete in this activity or this project?
It costs $0.
And I'll get some training. I'll get free training as well, and I get exposure to using NASA intellectual property. Now, do I get to meet real NASA engineers, scientists, or people that work at NASA?
Yes, you do, because during the entire time that we work with these minority serving institution teams, we are bringing in all types of subject matter experts from NASA, NASA collaborators and partners. So anyone who is interested in entrepreneurship, they should basically participate in this competition.
That's pretty cool. Now, how do I find out more? So for the people who are viewing that are interested, either they may be someone in academia, maybe someone that has a college student, or maybe a college student, or anyone. This talk is for anyone that's actually looking. How would people find out about where to find out more information?
So first of all, you can always Google us. You can just type in MIDIC and NASA, and the first thing that you see in your search page will be our website, but you can go to www.nasa.gov, and you can also type in MIDIC there as well, and that's how you will find out everything you need to know about our challenge guidelines, about the cash award that comes along with it, and more details just overall about all of our past competitions as well.
That's awesome. Now, I've heard that there are also internships possibly for some of the students, not only the winning teams, but teams that are submitting concept papers. So what is the internship piece about?
So we wanted to provide as much opportunity as possible for students to have exposure to NASA. So any student that participates in MIDIC is eligible to win an internship opportunity. For example, this year we're going to provide 20 internship opportunities where students nationwide will be able to work at a NASA center for anywhere from 12 to 16 weeks, and these are paid internships.
Wow, so I'm going to get training, meet a NASA subject matter expert, learn more about what it's like to be in entrepreneurship, possibly win $15,000, and possibly be selected for an internship at NASA to work this paid. That sounds like a pretty sweet deal.
I like that you think it's a sweet deal, because that's how we try to structure things.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. So shifting gears a little bit, and if, like Misty said earlier, if you want to know more about MIDIC, just go to either Google MIDIC, MITTIC, and NASA in Google, or you can go to www.nasa.gov and type in MIDIC, MITTIC, and you'll be able to learn more information about it. Now, obviously, our theme is on diversity, and so let's talk a little bit about diversity. What kinds of diversity do you look for in your teams when you all are selecting teams, your concept papers? Are you looking for diversity of, most people think of diversity, they think of skin color, right? They think of, okay, well, am I diverse, am I minority, or not? But at NASA, we define diversity in a much broader sense. And so can you talk a little bit about how that boils down to what kind of diversity are you looking for in terms of diversity of thought and diversity of ideas and perspectives when inside of MIDIC?
So in regards to MIDIC, we want multidisciplinary teams. Students that major in STEM are always encouraged to participate in our opportunities, but the MIDIC is a little different, where we want students that were like myself, business students, journalism students, communication, even students in the medical field. We want all types of students to basically make up these teams, because we realize that the skill set and the knowledge of those different students coming from those different disciplines actually is what makes a complete team, and the thoughts and the ideas in this creative phase for these teams is most effective when you have a very diverse team.
That's pretty cool. So in your day-to-day interaction with the people that you work with at NASA, how does diversity how does that play out in a major way?
Well, aside from it being a moral imperative, diversity is in everything that I do at NASA. I appreciate the fact that I work for an organization that encourages diversity and inclusion, because from my interaction with my colleagues, to the customers that I service, to the students and the faculty nationwide, everything that I do is diversity.
Awesome. So it's interwoven from the time you walk through the door, or in this case, when we log on the Teams, till we either log off or leave the building. So it depends on what moment in time you're in the world. So
that's great.
One last question for you, for those who are watching. What advice would you give to someone that wanted to work at NASA, that was thinking previously they may not have had the opportunity, or they may not even thought about it, right, until they're actually taking a look at our conversation? What advice would you give them?
Well, I would definitely say find a mentor if you can. And a mentor can be a teacher. It can be someone from church. It can be someone from your neighborhood. I also believe that never underestimate yourself. You never know what you can accomplish if you push yourself. And when you do push yourself, try different things that are outside of your norm, because these things will inspire you. And I just really hope that as a student, all students stay the course, because when you finish doing something or reach a particular goal, there's always another goal that can be reached. And so I really want students to just stay the course, try something different, find a mentor, and I hope it's inspiring to you to hear this.
Awesome. Misty, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. Everyone, no problem. My pleasure. For everyone taking a look at this, you can find out more about NASA in general at www.nasa.gov. And once you get to nasa.gov, you can find more about the MIDIC competition by Googling, or even going in our search bar, typing in MITTIC. With that, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I've always been in love with the automobile. Even when I played Monopoly, I always picked the car character as opposed to the ship or anything else. I was that kid who used to run downstairs in the morning to go check the oil and the coolant level in my parents' cars, or go outside and wash the cars, My dad ended up buying me an engine kit. I believe I was about 7 to 8. Together, we read the instructions and we converted this bicycle to a gasoline-powered vehicle. We cut it down, took it to a welder. He added a little bit more pipe on there. He sprayed it back up so we could actually mount that engine in there. It was a fun little project, and that just got me hooked. I remember one of the things I loved doing was guessing cars by their taillights. Me and my brother used to play this game, and we could guess, what car is this? Oh, that's a BMW 5 Series. That's a Mercedes C-Class. I had good teachers who encouraged me to go into the maths and sciences. It was a school where I could actually express myself. It was one that was Not just about the books, but also about using your hands to get stuff done. I love doing stuff with my hands, you know. I love building things. I love imagining how things could get better. So that's how I knew engineering was it for me. Funny enough, my parents thought I was going to go to college to go to school for business. They were shocked when they found out I was going for engineering. To really get into engineering, you need to take your math and your STEM classes very seriously. School is essential. I think you need to put your best foot forward. Show how passionate you are. Work hard. Express how this is your passion. My direct team is manufacturing engineering. People on my team are engineers or they're project managers. My team looks at how we can design this equipment to give us that competitive edge. The technicians on my team, they go to trade schools. We can't have engineers do all the work. We get insights from the technicians on how to design equipment to make the job easier for them, to ensure as a whole we're successful. The technicians play a very crucial part in getting the vehicle done. From the operator to the technician to even the cleaners, we all have a role to play, and we treat everybody with respect, and everybody's opinion matters. We've taken various steps in how we design this assembly plant to be very conscious of the environment. If a company like Lucid takes the lead in a sustainable future, I think companies who do business with us will take note and they will adopt the same exact thing. We need to take better care of this world. Electric vehicles are going to be the future. Nobody else is doing what we're trying to do here or what we're doing here. It's revolutionary. At the end of the day, we need to save this environment. You know, the more electric cars we can get out there, the safer it'll be for my kids and their kids. Don't give up. I think the future is bright. This is just the beginning.
Out of all the high schools in California today, NASA was talking to us.
Well, again, my name is Clarence Mustig. I am actually contacting you all today from the NASA Research Center. The oldest of the NASA Research Centers. There are 10 NASA Research Centers across the nation.
So have you guys done experiments in space with regard to 3D printers?
If you're interested in reading more about the 3D printing, of course, you can go to the nasa.gov website and look up ISS experiments and type in print, and there'll be information in it.
I'm here at Cabrillo High School. We just had an awesome video conference with NASA, and I had some special guests that came here, and I'm very proud that these guys came by.
Well, this is a tremendous school. In a way, I kind of wish I would have had the benefits that this school offers when I was in high school.
Ron, a former scientist here, he bought his DeLorean, which not only speaks to the students, but it speaks to the teachers and the educators. They're out there sitting in the car taking pictures. What did you think about the presentation?
Well, this was phenomenal. This is wonderful that you guys are able to go ahead and talk directly with these people and understand that it's just awe-inspiring for the kids, and the kids really need to understand and are understanding the fact that it's up to them to move forward because so many opportunities are out there.
I really want to focus on what a nice campus we have here and what a nice opportunity that we have to show the youth and the students that there are other opportunities in the automotive industry, aerospace, and what have you, and I really want to commend you for doing such a good job of that.
Working with NASA in some capacity, it gives me a wonderful feeling that my kids have something to look forward to because they now can see that NASA is a capability for them. It is a possibility for them. If they continue to work hard and continue to grow, continue to work on their math and science skills, anything's possible. They can reach for the stars.
So most of my life, I grew up in Korea, but I moved to Japan for my father's school. And what happened was I had no idea how to speak Japanese. So I was just drawing all day in class. And of course, they were like, hey, what are you drawing? And I couldn't answer. So I would go home and learn the words and try to like explain to them. I think that's how I got really hooked on drawings and sketchings and paintings, because it was my communication tool in a way. Even when I came back to Korea, you know, I think I would say pretty much every day I was drawings or building things or making things. And I was collecting a lot of the magazine for reference images. They had this classical car photography that showed many iconic designs of the car within a very different time period. The design of those cars really represented the culture of that era and the lifestyle of the people. And that was really interesting to me. That's, I think, when I realized I want to be part of people who are creating that. I moved to California when I was 17. Those times when I was a student, I didn't even go back to Korea. I didn't even see my dad for like almost 4 years. And it was tough, you know, but then I knew that this was the time that I need to be committed and show them that I can deliver. The toughest time for me was getting the first internship. It really made me frustrated too, but at the same time, I just thought to myself that my time will come. So keep building up your skill set and experience as you wait for that opportunity. It is a competitive field. You really have to be committed. There's a lot of tools out there and help out there that speak out that you are passionate about these things. For designers, sketching is a language, it's a communication tool. I sketch to communicate the ideas to digital modelers and clay modelers and to, of course, our design directors. And I think that's really the key skill set and tool that you need to have as a designer. What I really love while designing is reviewing in VR. We do VR review daily now. We can review in full scale, just many more variants. So I love that tool. I believe that everyone is really realizing that we need to make a conscious decision, like what we're wearing, what we're eating, what we're driving. And I think the impact you can have with electric car is so great. The fact that we're creating a product that will stop people from, oh, but I still don't really like that car. You know, I want to drive EV, but I don't really like the car, you know? And I think that's why it's so important that we make a great design here, we make a great product here, and that will make those decisions easy. The weekdays are too long to just live a life looking for weekends and the vacations. So if you have something that you're really passionate about, you really want to commit yourself and train yourself to get to that point where you are good at what you really love.
This is Local Edition. I'm Brad Pomerantz, joined today by Bill Montgomery. He is with an organization called Prime Motivation. And I am so glad you're here. We know each other through a local elected official, and he sings your praises. And so I want to talk about your work and the work of the organization. Sure. Before we talk about your work, and you brought props, which I love, let's talk about the kids. Because, look, I've been covering education for over a decade, and I remember, you know, in the 90s, even in the 2000s, we were so focused on get every kid to college. They got to get to college. Right. For the right kid, amen. But not every kid is necessarily going to a four-year college.
Correct.
Talk us through that.
Yeah, well, basically, 63% is not going to go, and one of the things that I come to know and realize is that it's just knowledge. They don't really know where to go.
Right.
Or they may not want to go.
And the reality is that even for some kids who go to college, for whatever reason, they may not finish because the program wasn't the right fit, or some kids may not matriculate at all. And so what we need to do, in my humble opinion, is we need to provide pathways for students if they may not be college bound. And I talk about this, and I recall that whatever one may think of the new administration in Washington, what we do know is that the new president has talked about bringing jobs back, and manufacturing jobs, and automotive jobs, and not having production in Mexico, but having it back in California and Michigan, and et cetera. So your program may be timed extremely well.
I think so. I think it's good timing. As you know, the Los Angeles LA Unified School District is the second largest in the world, only being second to New York.
Right.
But we have the most cars.
Right. And we're on our way.
Right.
Yeah.
And you talked about, why I think, the cost of college is very, very expensive. And that's another reason why I think a lot of kids, don't go because of the cost. And we have some community colleges, Brad, that are right down the street, and a lot of the high school kids and teachers, they don't even know they exist.
And the brilliance of your program is that you are working to marry the kids with the community colleges with their programs, specifically in the automotive space.
Correct.
And I mean, at a minimum, you are working with 9 community colleges with these programs, many of them in the Inland Empire. But you're starting to branch out. I mean, you have some in Los Angeles County as well.
Absolutely. We got a meeting with Michelle King on the
new superintendent of LAUSD,
and we're hoping to be able to do more. And it's exciting times right now. And we're looking to get the word out. And thank you very much for having us here, because it's all knowledge and how many people you can let know what's going on.
But let's talk about what you're doing, because I think it's important that people understand the depth of your program.
Sure.
So, look, there are a lot of kids, what you call them gearheads. I mean, they love to kind of tinker, under the hood. They may not even realize that the community college down the street has an automotive program that will get them a degree, a certificate, but more importantly, a job. And so you are engaged in literally conducting educational tours for these automotive programs. Look, sure, we can send some of our kids back east to tour the Ivy Leagues, but not everyone's going to the Ivy League. So let's tour these kids who are gearheads and show them what Mount San Jacinto can offer: San Bernardino Valley College, College of the Desert, Victor Valley, Riverside, Barstow, Copper Mountain, Palo Verde, Southeast Occupational Center.
And there's a lot more. That's just one thing. And again, we need some partners. We need some more supporters to help us get on more campuses, Brad. That's the whole thing. We want to do more. We have the talent. We have the recipe, if you will. We can do more.
But let's talk about what you're doing now. I feel your desire to go to the next level, but you're doing good stuff now. So I want to talk about these tours, these educational tours, which have been going on. I mean, they're still going.
Correct.
Tell me about it. I mean, have you been on these tours?
Absolutely.
What do you see in the eyes of these kids?
I see excitement. I see passion. I see hope. I see the want and desire to be, the Ken Blocks, the Chip Fooses, and all this.
And let's talk about some of these names. Ken Block, for example. Ken Block, I'm going to hold this up, David. Let me know if I'm doing it correctly. Ken Block is known for a brand called Hoonigan.
Yes.
Tell us about Hoonigan, how it ties into the automotive space, and how he has become a supporter of your efforts.
Well, Hoonigan is a brand. Ken, he actually started one of the founders of DC Shoes.
Sure.
And he got into, he's from Long Beach. He has a Hoonigan is out of Long Beach, and which we intend to go to some of those high schools. And basically, he inspires these young kids in a very big way. They want to be like him. They want to find out what he's doing.
He's a social media phenom.
He is the social media phenom. Okay, a lot of Fortune 500 companies bring their social media people to watch his videos. He's surrounded himself with some great people. He's got a great team. It's a whole production.
And he is, I'll call him a gearhead, I guess.
Yes, he's a gearhead, and he can drive. He likes to drive. And he's all about the lifestyle. He created the brand,
right.
And he's just now he's starting to support Prime Motivation,
which has got to be incredibly inspiring.
It's exciting
that you have someone of his stature.
You know, I've been looking for someone for 8 years, like a Ken Block,
right?
And just recently, we've been able to connect up with one of his guys, Chase John. I met him at an Edelbrock show.
Sure.
And he got it. He said, "Yeah, let's get on the campus."
And some other well-established brands. Yes. You have Performance, K&N at Performance Air Filters. Yes. You brought props. I couldn't be happier. Tell me about this mad scientist. Who do they represent?
Yes, VP Racing Fuels.
Right.
And it's funny, we actually have a scientist, okay, named Ron Ferguson on our team, and he comes out, he brings a Back to the Future DeLorean.
I like it.
Yes, and that excites the kids. You want to know what we're doing on campus. We basically bring a few vehicles, okay, cool vehicles. It's got to fit. You know, the kids, you got to have, you know, but believe it or not, they even like old cars. Right. It's not just the new. You have the electric cars coming in now,
yes.
Hybrids, but the cars start, we also bring a DJ for the excitement. We talk, we let them come on, we bring production. So although it's mostly automotive that draws cars, we do talk about other things, whether if you want to be a DJ, a lot of kids want to be DJs.
So let me ask you, you got these kids on these tours, you've brought them in, the DJ's there, the products are there. How do you convert them? How do you get them to say, okay, I get it, I like it, I want to sign up?
What happens is good question. We bring partners in. We bring the community colleges right next to us, okay? We bring the businesses, whether it be even a clothing company, even Hoonigan, you know,
whatever it takes.
Because there's jobs, you know, there's marketing, there's sales, you know, obviously mechanics, but there's engineers. There's so many jobs that are in the automotive space. A lot of people, they don't understand that, including the administration.
So where do you go from here? You're obviously onto something. You got these 9 community colleges signed up, allowing these kids to come onto campus for these tours. There are 113 community colleges in California. I don't know if they all have automotive programs, but how do you bring this to the next level?
Well, I think, again, it's partnerships. You know, like I said, we want to do more. We want to get more people involved so that we can go to more high schools, okay, right. And place more people, because it's knowledge. If every time we go onto a campus, Brad, okay, we're affecting 50 to 100 schools, 50 to 100 students. And we engage them, obviously, with the social media. We're able to connect with them. We have a person that was vice president of Intel. He's now on our team, so we can.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so we're able to connect the dots.
Sure. If you want to learn more about the program that Bill Montgomery is talking about so passionately, you can go to the website of Prime Motivation, simply primemotivation.com. Thank you for what you're doing for the kids. My name is Brad Pomerantz. You are watching us on Local Edition.
Katherine Johnson was from West Virginia. She was a mathematician, a pioneer, part of a small group of African-American women hired as mathematicians at NASA. Breaking gender barriers, racial barriers in the 50s and 60s, she worked on the first U.S. manned space flights.
We have a liftoff.
Calculating the precise trajectories that would allow Apollo 11 to land on the moon.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Her role was long overlooked. Katherine on the far right, her daughter would hear the stories.
Mama got there at 53. The engineers came and asked for some specific skills. The supervisor said, oh, well, that's Katherine.
And what was her role?
The work was to take a Monroe or a Frieden calculator and do the big equations, which could be a page long.
Math is always dependable.
Johnson's role portrayed in the film Hidden Figures.
You have someone?
Yes, ma'am. Katherine's the gal for that. She can handle any numbers you put in front of her.
She would own her role.
We can calculate launch and landing, but without this conversion, the capsule stays in orbit. We can't bring it back home.
You'll remember the movie was nominated for Best Picture.
A true NASA and American hero, Katherine Johnson.
She was also awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor. And when her daughter asked all those years later, what if someone questioned you?
What happened if somebody questioned your work?
Tough. And so was she, a true American pioneer. Katherine Johnson was 101 and an American original. I'm David Muir. Good night.
NASA mathematician Katherine Johnson is being remembered. She passed away today. Johnson was one of NASA's so-called human computers who calculated space missions during the 1950s and 60s. Her analysis was used to carry the first American into space in 1961. Johnson's work with fellow African-American women inspired the hit film Hidden Figures. Family members say teamwork meant everything to Johnson.
Actually saw her last year on her 100th birthday. We also had a reunion with it, and she was just a ball of fire. People gathered around her. It was just great. Everyone loved her, and she's a caring person, and she loved her job at NASA, and she always talked about it was a team, not so much her.
Katherine Johnson was 101 years old.
That's a great American story. Thanks for joining us.
City in Virginia to honor the life and legacy of NASA scientist Katherine Johnson. Johnson's life was featured and portrayed by Taraji P. Henson in the 2016 film Hidden Figures. Her greatest achievement came in 1969 when she calculated the trajectory for Apollo 11, helping American astronauts land on the moon. Among those who spoke at the ceremony were NASA Director Clayton Turner and several of Johnson's friends who were also NASA astronauts.
We can ensure the person she was lives in the hearts and minds of generations to come. We can do this by simply living her shining example.
Johnson was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom by President Obama and was chosen in November to receive the Congressional Gold Medal, the highest civilian honor presented by Congress.
What a great lady, huh?
Yeah.
Sugar Hill, Cherry Hill, Jackson Heights, Seaside Heights. Criminal, thug, banger, dropout, protege, mentor, role model. Decadence, turbulence, violence, confidence, persistence, excellence. Chaos, adventurous, happiness, status. Depressing, smuggling, addicting, motivating, electrifying, mesmerizing. Desperation, temptation, obsession, inspiration, evolution. Gloomy, robbery, tragedy, juicy, cheery, strategy, possibility, study. Rap, punk, rock bottom. Sexual, sensual, hopeful, historical, magical. That you'll see.
I want to welcome everyone today to another episode, another session of BizMatch, and we have an amazing guest to interview today. His name's Bill Montgomery. He is, for the last 20 years, has been motorsports marketing, and his passion is in the area of motivating high school students. His organization is called Prime Motivation, which he's been with for the last I don't know how many years. It's a lot of time. 7, 8, 9, 10 years, and or longer. 13. 13 for 13 years, and he is the International Business Development Director now. And now they're expanding out of America, going international, and he's overseeing that. Plus still focusing on America, but I think they're expanding into the Philippines first, and then, who knows? Who knows? The sky's the limit after that.
That's right.
So welcome, Bill. I really want to thank you so much for coming on board. And I just wanted to, first of all, just get a little knowledge about yourself. I'd like everybody who's listening to understand more about where you came from and how you got there, and who your mentors might have been, and who motivated you to achieve the success that you have now.
Well, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you for having me on. Thank you, BizMatch and Hemming, of course. And there's going to be a lot of thank yous along the way. But yeah, my name is Bill Montgomery, and I live here in Corona, California. I've been here for about 18 years. Before that, Orange County, and before that, I was in the military. So I was stationed at Fort Bragg. I was 82nd Airborne. Used to jump out of planes.
Wow.
And before that, Cincinnati, Ohio, for many years growing up. My dad was in the military. I have 4 sisters. I'm the youngest and the only boy. And growing up, I played soccer as a team sport. Then I wrestled as an individual sport. And in the military, I bought a motorcycle, a Ninja, actually, when it first came out. And then I moved out to California. Got into cars and got into marketing, and so that's an opening, and we'll get more into it.
Yeah. So a question, I didn't realize that you had been in the military, the 82nd Airborne. That's a very famous group. Or I don't know what my knowledge of the military terms is not that great. But how has that influenced your life? That kind of structure and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, you're right. As far as the specialty, you have the special forces, you got the Green Berets, you have the Rangers. I never want to just be an average Joe regular. So when I went in, I was going in to kind of go for it. And, you have to be you have to be very physically fit to even, go into the 82nd Airborne, because after basic training, you go for additional, I think it's 3 weeks or something like that. But so it's an elite group, and I remember the Red Beret and the boots and Rambo and all that. And so I jumped into that, and it really, it's just another type of structure, discipline, and teamwork, Jeffrey. I mean, I guess that's the biggest thing that's kind of helped me through my life is really to try and understand that, together everyone achieves more, and you can do better things with more people.
Absolutely. That's teamwork is really a foundation of what we look at, building teams, building, that tribe, your tribe, and how you do that. So let's next move into motorsports, and just what you're doing with that. And I know it's in the marketing area, and just explain more about that.
Well, basically in motorsports, I was after the motorcycle, that little Ninja, I say little, it was, one of the first crotch rockets at Black Arena. Yeah. Top Gun, if you can remember that, he had the 900. I'd start with the 600, then I went up the ranks. And then I went home in 90, and me and my dad, we went to the auto show in Cincinnati, Ohio. Okay. And I saw that red little sports car. And I was like, man, wow. Damn, man, that is a nice car. It was an Acura NSX.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, when they first, so I told my dad, I said, Dad, I'm going to get that car. And he goes, son, he goes, hey, if you put your mind to it, you can do anything. Yeah. So I kind of had my mind set on that, and anyways, moved forward. Years after that, I actually moved out to California, and actually had a couple Marine buddies, Keith and Kevin Lewis. Hey man, in fact, when you're watching, we got to try and connect up, because it's been a long time. We were best friends, and so I'm trying to reach out to them. So things like this may connect us up. So we moved. They had an apartment in Buena Park, California. So I came out here, and I happened to get a job because a buddy of mine worked in Hollywood at a place I was telling you about earlier called the Palace. So he was like, hey man, come out here. So I went out there, started as a bar back, eventually moved to a bartender, but wow, what an experience. And even then, it was actually a team, it was a lot of components that go to the bar business, believe it or not. A lot of people may not know that, but, a team was there. And I started saving up some money to get my dream car, that Acura NSX. So a lot of cash was going in my pockets at, late nights, and, a lot of good tips and things like that. And I was saving. Then I started also working part-time at Circuit City as a installer. So I would install stairs during the day, and I would tend the bar at night. So I had two incomes coming in, saving. And then I got married to a lovely lady named Juliette Montgomery. And then she actually, I told her, hey, I want to get this car, my dream car. And she supported that. I think she even, with the last thousands, I'm not sure what it is, but we went into a dealership, Tustin Acura, actually, purchased the Acura NSX. We got it used. I think it had 40,000 miles on it. We got a pretty good deal on it. I don't want to say that the amount like that, but we got the car, and I right away started fixing it up because you got to fix it up. You got to get the rims and the tires, something like that. And then I hooked up with this other guy named Dwayne, and we started a car club together called Club NSX, Dwayne Walker. And after that, we started gathering other NSX owners, and of course, building a team and a club. And it was very, very different because it's more of a higher end type of people with those cars, Yeah. And I think I was in my mid 30s, and you're dealing with doctors and lawyers and things like that, trying to get them to. And we had the whole the lifestyle, man. Listen, that name lifestyle wasn't even a term back when it was lifestyle. I can remember, just, going to clubs, and really kind of, showing out, showing our upgrades and things like that. And we were very team oriented though, as far as the uniforms, the jackets, the hats, I'm wearing a hat now, Canon, thank you. So I've always kind of been in the team mindset, the team mode. It could have been when I was in the military with the 82nd Airborne, that type of structure and that type of uniformity, and everybody kind of being the same, dress right, boots, everything that kind of carried into the motorsports. And so with Club NSX, we grew that, and we did that for about 3 years. We actually grew it. And we were like the national car club for Acura, Honda. So Acura, Honda, we kind of helped start that. And we'll go back to that. But now they have the new Acura NSX. I'm not sure if you've seen the car, but
I haven't seen the latest one.
Oh, it's phenomenal. And so now my goal is, because I sold my other one because of my two daughters, and I'll explain that more, but I don't have Acura NSX anymore. I want one. So let's just see, what happens with that, because it was actually one of the best cars I've ever owned, and I do miss it. I did a lot of things with it to help my business. And so the motorsports started really when I got that Acura NSX.
Oh, right. I wanted to tell you too, with your K&N, I have a Jeep that I've done a lot of upgrades on, and I put in their very efficient, advanced air cleaner and air intake system, and it makes a big difference on your power and stuff.
Absolutely. It's a small world. Canon is one of those companies that it just seems like a lot of, people kind of touch that some kind of way. So it's an amazing brand. And the actual, his name is Steve Gibson, and he's helping Prime Motivation because he's a big educator. So great guy. He loves giving back. So Steve Gibson, thank you very much for your support. And I'll make sure I plug you every chance I get. Phenomenal guy.
So let's shift into Prime Motivation. That's I find a very exciting area. With all your team building background, the military, and then the clubs and everything. I'm just love to hear all about your theories and your goals in that area with high school students.
Yes, Jeffrey, absolutely, man. I get so passionate about talking about Prime Motivation. I mean, it's the greatest feeling. I think it's the greatest event, and I've done events, all over the world. And Prime Motivation is it, Jeffrey. I'm telling you, from the day I started down in LA Unified School District. I mean, we went to Snoop Doggy Dogg School. We've been to Compton, at Beverly Hills High School.
Yeah.
So, and it's phenomenal and a pleasure to be able to give back to the kids knowledge that they just don't have. They think they know, but the real world, because you only do so much in cell phones, right? Which we're going to get into a lot of that, how cell phones are just really conquering, our youth. And as adults and parents, we really need to not let that happen, because they're not adults, and the phone's not going to give them what we can give them or should give them. And, our passion and our real life experience needs to be told to the kids right in front of them. And we need to allow them to ask questions and answer the questions that are real world, not just on a cell phone. Prime Motivation basically is a program where we focus on continued education. We want them to graduate, and we want them to be motivated to graduate. And we want them to understand that if they're not going to go to college, which, Jeffrey, the percentage is 68% and climbing, because the reason why the reason why they may not go to college is a few different reasons, Jeffrey. Mm-hmm. One, they can't afford it. Two, they don't want to do it. Three, they don't know where to go. So those are the three, and there could be a couple other that they don't have the aptitude to go. So you have some trade schools and trade careers that they're not pushing as much as they used to when we were growing up, Jeffrey. And this is one of the things that is really kind of bothering me in my heart and kind of upsetting me, that we don't have more people going there to show them there's these different career opportunities in different trade schools, would be automotive and things like that. So Prime Motivation addresses that. It's a 501c3 nonprofit organization. The teachers, they like us being on. We've had to quiet some critics because, it's kind of unknown, and they're like, okay, what are you guys doing? But we've been able to make a big dent in the Los Angeles area, San Diego, Orange County, Inland Empire. We do about 20 to 30 schools a year, and we want to expand nationwide in 2018. And I'm also about 50% or more trying to get to the Philippines, working with some key people there. And we'll go into some of those people once I stop talking, let you ask some questions.
Well, a couple of points jumped to my mind. I've always, today everybody is so on their phones, and adults too, but the kids, when they get them, they're sort of addicted to them. And I can just see a bunch of 12-step programs just sprouting up to get kids off their phones and maybe even classes on how you actually talk to people directly, face to face, because I think that's an art that's being lost. Who would have ever thought that would happen? But I think it's happening. And I was at the beach. I played a lot of beach volleyball, and a friend of mine brought down a remote control Jeep that was, it's a, a professional kind of racing thing, and it'll do about 50 miles an hour on the sand. And we had it out there, and there's all these little kids who are like 8, 9, these little boys, and they're all sitting on their their phones and their tablets and stuff. And I went running over, and I says, hey, Vance has got his Jeep out here. Let's go watch it. And they all looked up and then back down. And then it was just back to their game. Right. And it was like a shock to me, because when I was like 10, if somebody would have had something like that, man, I couldn't pull myself away from it, Right. So, but it just showed me how intense that attraction is. Yes. To the tablets and to the phones and stuff like that, and people can't be without them, and it becomes, or it can become, an addiction. So one of the areas that you guys are kind of looking at, and then the other area that I was really excited about is opening high school students' minds to the options that are out there. Yeah, everybody knows about university, and there's lots of good things there, but the trade world. There's, and the trade, and that takes you into business, different trade businesses and stuff like that. That's where, that's sort of the backbone of America. And I'm hoping we're not going to lose that completely. But so giving them that opportunity, there's some wonderful jobs out there that really give you a feeling of accomplishment that maybe aren't as promoted in society these days. I mean, we're so focused on, the fame and fortune and all this kind of stuff, when behind everything is hardworking people doing, important jobs, but maybe not well known.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let me expand on the cell phones.
Yeah.
The adults, the parents, they're now big kids. I mean, they're doing it just like I tell people that the kids are running this country, to be honest with you, because, the parents are so busy, working, trying to keep up with the kids where they're at. They have to use the cell phones and text them to find out where they're at. And if a kid wants something, and for all you potential sponsors out there, this is where the rubber meets the road. Sometimes they ask you, so what, the kids, they're not a market. They're not going to, buy something that's $200-$300. I go, are you kidding me? Listen, Beats by Dre, for example. I mean, 50% of the people have those $3.99 price point Beats by Dre. Yeah. They're not buying them at the swap meet, Jeffrey. Okay, yeah. They're getting their parents every time they go to the mall. Mom, Dad, I want that, and they're getting it for them. Okay. Not only that, even if if a high school student, think about this. Okay. If a high school student is getting, fair grades, it could be a C or B's, okay? And they go home and tell their parents, Mom, Dad, I want that C, whatever the i9, the phone at $500-$600, okay? But the parents get it for them, okay? They get it for them because, it's almost like they feel like, okay, well, if I get this, the kid's going to do good or whatever. So the kids have so much buying power these days. Okay. I don't care if it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see it all day long on the campus. These kids are dressed better than us. They have $300-$400 gym shoes. Yeah. They have these stuff. So when people say these kids, if they don't get it, their parents get it for them. Yeah. So not that I'm trying to promote, when you get on campus, you're going to make, a lot of sales. That's not it. But the fact of the matter is, if you get on campus, okay, and you expose these kids to your products, and these kids like your products, and you're a nice guy or lady to talk to them about your products, it's a good chance that the parents will somehow find where to get that and purchase it. But we want the sponsors to talk about what jobs that they have, in their facility. Okay. If their products are made in the USA, versus China, all these things. If you do that, you do it consistently, you're going to make a big dent and you're going to change the kids' perception. That's what works. And when people think that it doesn't work, it really upsets me, because those are the naysayers, okay? The overthinkers. Those are the ones that we're calling out, Jeffrey, and we're using platforms like, is it BizMaker or BizMatch, right?
BizMatch. Yeah.
We're using things like BizMatch to let people know what's going on, because this is real world, okay? This isn't something I'm making up. I encourage people to come on the high school campus and really see what happens, what goes on, and how you can impact and affect our future adults' lives, okay? Now, this also goes to our government, okay, including, Donald Trump, our president, okay? Prior motivation is definitely a solution. Now, I'm not going to say it's the answer, but I know it's a big solution of encouraging, motivating kids to do something. And if they're not going to go to college, we can explain to them why it's important for a trade school and where they can go to get additional education for better jobs. So, Donald Trump, if you're out there listening, okay, please go to www.primemotivation.com. You have some fantastic people, hardworking Americans that want to do the same as you. We want to work hard with the trades, not just the cell phones, okay? And help us help you. Help Prime Motivation. Let's get the government involved, Jeffrey. That's what we need to do, because the government, okay, they're saying the same things that we're doing. It's just we're not making a connection. In BizMatch, they make that connection. So help us, Jeffrey.
We'll work on that.
Okay.
So in that whole area, as you're talking about it, I remember when I went to university and stuff. I grew up on a farm, and it was like the big reason to go to university was to get off the farm. So I didn't really know what I was going to do, but I got there and I looked at like business as a possibility. I ended up going to political science because it sounded interesting. But business to me sounded like kind of boring. And now that I'm out in the world, I realize that business is everything.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter what you're making. It doesn't matter if you're making coat hangers. It's still business. And you have a product. And what the product is, maybe you're more interested in or less interested in, but the business part is how everybody makes money. And that, how you get that NSX, all those things, it's all through business. And I realize now, if I was going back, that I should have gone in that way. If I was going to go to university, get a degree in business, and then build from there. But and I'm in business now.
Yeah, well, hey, listen, BizMatch, okay. That great word, by the way, because you're matching business to business, and I know you talked about, but it's the networking and relationships more so now than ever, and that's a key thing. So and you have to sell yourself, okay. Yeah. I don't necessarily like selling myself. I want the work to speak for itself. But at the end of the day, Jeffrey, someone who's going to sell it for you. You have to tell people what you're doing.
Yeah.
And thank God for Henning to be able to, interview me to tell people, because you got to have a format to tell people what you're doing. And one of the things that I like doing, I like surrounding myself with good people. Okay, it's one thing I learned, that be around the good people, and 9 times out of 10 you're becoming a good person. Just like if it's in church, But I definitely want more people to know about Prime Motivation. It's the right thing to do, and we bring the automotive. We bring a couple cool cars on the campus. And like you said, with that Jeep, this is the key on the school grounds. Okay, a lot of times we get them to where they're not necessarily allowed to be on their cell phone. So we get them and we light it up, man. They think the cars are cool.
Now, Bill, we're kind of winding down to the end of our interview, and I always like to end with a pearl of wisdom, something that you want to reinforce, something new you haven't mentioned yet that you'd like to leave our audience with that could really help motivate them to bigger and better things.
Yeah, before I do that, can I just talk about it? Okay, there's quite a few people that have been helping me out as far as, you talk about team. Okay, we have Rodney Allen Rippey. He was a childhood actor before. He did a 14-year commercial with Jack in the Box. Okay, well, Rodney Allen Rippey, how you doing? He's our host for Prime Motivation. That's new for us this year. Mm-hmm. And, some of the partners that's helping us out, like VP Racing Fuels. I'm wearing this shirt right here. Chris, how you doing? Canon Filters is helping us. Chariots, which is a technology partner. We have Powerall, Ultimate, phenomenal little battery charger. You can jumpstart your car, which is great for the high school students, Apply Car is helping with some transportation. We have a wax company, Waterless Wax, called 360 Brazilian Miss. It's a husband and wife combo. Becky and Robert, those guys have been great. They come out to the campus. They actually show people how it works. And if you might want to wash cars, so we bring a lot of potential businesses that people can get into with just using their hands, Jeffrey. That's the big thing. Kids don't use their hands anymore because nobody's showing them how to use their hands. Back to motivation, Jeffrey. Okay, we don't really need another curriculum. Okay, if the kids aren't motivated to do anything, they're not going to do anything. So it's clearly what Prime Motivation is. We're kind of like the Harlem Globetrotters. Okay, Harlem Globetrotters uses a basketball, but they go in the Fortune 500 companies and light them up and motivate them. And the CEOs and the directors, they may not even be into basketball, but they get motivated by what the Harlem Globetrotters do. So Prime Motivation is similar to that. We come on campus, we bring a couple cool cars, we bring other partners that have businesses that show them, look, if you want to do marketing, you want to do sales, you want to do customer service, you want to be a service mechanic, you want to be an engineer, all these different things in the automotive industry. It's so much that people just know, and even the teachers. So there's so much going on with Prime Motivation, a lot of excitement. A lot of good partners. We have some advisors that are helping us out. Dennis Johnson, he's one of them. He's actually a shop teacher that's been helping us with the school districts, getting them involved. Larry McLaughlin is running the high desert region, and we're going to be doing 9 of his locations. That's taken us 2 years to put together. But again, word of wisdom is, don't give up, never give up on your passion. I want to leave that with you. I mean, I'm dying on my sword here, but I'm not giving up, because one kid, one student, okay, one day at a time. That's the way I look at it. Jeffrey, we're not guaranteed tomorrow. Every day above ground is a good day. And if I can just touch, a kid's life and give him that good direction, including my own kids, that would be a good day for me. And so I want to leave you guys with, please help us with these kids, because this technology is going the wrong way. We, like you said, with this, we need more screwdrivers. If I could leave you with this, if I can get more screwdrivers, Phillips and flatheads into the schools, that would be a plus, because we could change a lot of kids and a lot of parents' lives in a positive way. Us automotive people, we're pretty good people. You got Jay Leno, and just think of all the people that are car guys that are doing other things, but they can fall back on their passion with the automotive industry. Again, you can go on to Prime Motivation. There's a button, a donate button. We definitely need more financial support so we can go to more schools. We definitely want to go to the Philippines. Jeffrey, you want to go back to the Philippines? My wife's Filipino, okay, by the way. I have a lot of friends that are Filipino, and I've been to the Philippines quite a few times, and they are crazy about cars over there. So it's a great fit, but guess what? They don't have the tools really, or the knowledge that we can give them, okay? Now, they still got the same issues with those cell phones. Believe me, that's a worldwide issue, okay? But if we can get to the Philippines, we also can help with, let me tell you what Prime Motivation can do, Jeffrey. Prime Motivation can actually help these two countries get along better. Because, the Philippines and the U.S., there's kind of an issue there. But if it's education and we're helping the kids, Prime Motivation can help mend the two presidents, because everybody wants kids in high school to be able to get jobs and be able to do something better other than just the cell phones all day long. So I think we have a common goal, and I think BizMatch can help us with that. So thank you so much for this interview. I think it's been great. I know I've done most of the talking, but that's what I'm supposed to do when I get a chance.
Yes, absolutely. That is what you're supposed to do. And Bill, I just want to thank you so much for coming on, opening up our minds a little more. And as we spoke earlier, BizMatch is going to bring you together with our friend Jasmine Henderson, who also has an outreach to high schools and see about the synergies that can come there. So that's very exciting, something that BizMatch has done. I want to thank you, and I want to thank everyone for listening to and watching our presentation today, and we will see you on the next session.
Thank you very much. I'll see you guys. Prime Motivation.
Okay.
Sugar Hill, Cherry Hill, Jackson Heights, Seaside Heights. Criminal, thug, banger, dropout, protege, mentor, role model. Decadence, turbulence, violence, confidence, persistence, excellence. Chaos, adventurous, happiness, status. Depressing, smuggling, addicting, motivating, electrifying, mesmerizing. Desperation, temptation, obsession, inspiration, evolution. Gloomy, robbery, tragedy, juicy, cheery, strategy, possibility, study. Rap, punk, rock bottom. Sexual, sensual, hopeful, historical, magical. That you'll see.
My mom said, your work will show you what you're worthy of. What you put into it is going to show your worth.
The weekdays are too long to just live a life looking for weekends and the vacation. So if you have something that you're really passionate about, train yourself to get to that point where you are good at what you really love.